Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Where my people at? Pharaoh, let my people go. Yo, welcome to TLP Sports Club. I am your guy. You are watching TLP Live. I'm kind of close to the camera right now. You're watching TLP Live, and I'm your host, Harry Billion. Welcome, everybody. It's Friday. It's Free for All Friday on TLP Live. If you tuned into Monday Night Football on TLP Live, I want to say thank you. We're getting there. We're gradually getting there. Things are getting better on Monday Night Football. Y'all say y'all wanted a night show, and I gave y'all Monday Night Football, but then, I know, somebody tell Harry his show done started without him. Yo, that's how committed this group is, yo. Y'all be starting the show without me, man. Y'all be going on, and I love it, man. I apologize for being tardy to the party, and we got to go ahead and get started. It's time for us to go, man. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me tweet out I'm live, and so we can go ahead and get started. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it this way. I'm live. Let's go. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing today? I hope all is well. How y'all feel about the Buffs so far? What's the current state of the Buffs in your mind? Let's start off with that question. What is the current state of the Buffs in your mind? I want to jumpstart the show with that question. Yeah, I see you, Phil. I saw your tweet. What is the current state of the Buffs in your mind? I want you to tell me. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Please tell me what the current state of the Buffs is in your mind. Let me hear you. How you feel? You've seen spring ball. You're seeing some of the practices. Well Love Media is giving you spring vibes, and I want to know. So tell me how you feel so far. Where are you as far? Woo, I'm choking up. What's up with that? Where are you? What are you feeling so far? What are some of the things that you're feeling so far? How do you feel about the spring ball so far? Let me hear you. Let me hear you. International Drizzy says no identity. KMS 99 says look like last year, just different names. Timothy Smith said I had them put out an Amber Alert for one of Colorado's DBs. Y'all greasy, yo. Y'all hit that like button. Let's get this show cracking, man. Let's go. You see, I'm a little closer now. I wanted to get close and personal, man. Talent is there, but I need to see more discipline at practice. The team is different, but I can't say it's better at this moment. Y'all are, all right, y'all on it. We're not going to get in trouble today. Are we going to get in trouble today? Y'all know I'm all about that trouble. Let's go. Let's get in trouble today. I think Shador needs to improve his RPO action. He hands the ball off and just stands there like a spectator instead of selling the pass. Okay. Phil said DC cartoon music. Here you go hating as usual. Oh, y'all starting that mess. Hey man, we getting in trouble today. There's a lot to talk about, man. Let's get in trouble today. Let's get in trouble by the people who are the true fans, and they feel like we're not the true fans, because if you say anything negative or if you say anything critical about the team, they feel like you're not a part of the team and you are against the team. So let's go ahead and get in trouble today. Before we get started with the show, let's go ahead and get some Buff news. Let's go ahead and get some news in. One of our own former teammate, or one of our former team members, Xavier Weaver, I believe he ran either a 4.35 or a 4.4 40-meter dash at his not combine. Well, I guess it'll be his little personal combine that they had at the school. All right, grad pro day or whatever. So he did pretty good. His drills, he did pretty well. I believe there was like 12 NFL teams there watching him. The players came out there to support him, and he did pretty well. We already know that he has the highlights and everything, but to have the shoulder injury, to take off the braces or whatever he had, the Garney or whatever you want to call it, he ran a 4.24 or 4.42. Tennis Channel says. So to take off the harness or whatever he had and do what he did, I'm happy for him, because this has a lot more implications than a lot of us think, or than a lot of us would like to think about. Because the implications of him doing well is we have to send people to the NFL for this all to be worth it. You can't sell this team, and you can't recruit as effectively if you're not sending anyone to the NFL. It's kind of like you say you got 127. Coach Prime said this week that they have 127 years of NFL experience in the locker room or with the organization. Him included, Coach Sapp, Warren Sapp, the new guy. I haven't really gotten his name, down pat yet, so I can't really, Hagen something. But anyways, the new guy, he's really big. I'm sure he was a lineman. The new guy, he's what is his title? I think his title is he's leadership. He deals with leadership and how to handle college life and the liaison between college, NFL, understanding the entire journey that you're trying to be on. That's his title. That's what he does. Okay. So that's the new guy. All right. So if Coach Prime is going to say, hey man, we got 127 years of experience for the college for the NFL, then you got to send some people to the NFL. It doesn't make sense for you to claim that as a badge of honor, where you are the number one, you are the team that has the most NFL talent on that team, and then at the end of the day, Florida is sending like 27 people. Alabama, Georgia, all these schools are sending a lot more people to the NFL, but yet you have the most NFL people on the team. That's a little bit of a Achilles heel, or that's something that can work against you, because teams can recruit against you when it comes to that. If you claim that, then you better send the most people to the NFL. Is that fair enough to say, everybody? All right, that's not a hate statement or anything like that. It's a factual statement. If you're going to use that, it could be an Achilles heel. It could be something that can work against you, because once you say it, people are going to hold you to it, and they're going to use it against you in recruiting. All right, because you can't claim to have 127 and then you don't send nobody, or you're only sending practice squad people. All right, that's not how this works. Yo, hit that like button. Let's get this show moving, guys. So we are Xavier Weaver. We're sending a Xavier Weaver. We're sending a couple of other guys, but the way that it's looking, it looks like Xavier Weaver may be the more prominent person that may get drafted. Obviously, there's going to be guys that sneak in through the back door. Pause. There's going to be guys that sneak in through the back door, get on practice squad, go undrafted. There are a lot of other ways to get to the NFL besides draft night. But we got to get that out the way. All right. So Xavier Weaver, we're almost certain that he's going to be a shoo-in. All right. So that's one news. And then obviously the other news is Coach Prime saying that we got 127 years of experience. That's another thing that they dropped. And Spring practices are going well, and the report that we're getting from the coaches in spring practice is that we are ahead of time. Do y'all believe that we are ahead of time? I mean, from what y'all are seeing, because when y'all are commenting on the videos, you guys don't seem like y'all confident. Like, what is going on out there? Y'all don't seem like y'all are confident with what y'all are seeing. Like the well-loved videos are showing y'all stuff. You guys have become analysts now. Y'all are analyzing like the daggone practice films, and I'm like, where I'm like, dang, we don't made a bunch of analysts out here. Like, what's going on? people are commenting and be like, yo, the DBs are getting burnt. This person is standing around not doing nothing. You guys are really analyzing the well-loved media tapes, and it's like film for y'all now, and y'all know how to look for gaps and all of that. So more channels have come into the Coach Prime ecosystem, and you got guys out here or channels out here that are actually breaking down films. So now you guys are all empowered and y'all are informed and well informed, and y'all know what y'all know what to look for. Gap A, B, and C, and too many helmets in one gap is not good. It's not a good thing. So now y'all are all well off, pun intended. You guys are all well off now, and you're analyzing tape, and you're now looking at the well-off media tapes a little differently now, and you guys are making an assessment. You're becoming more mature. I gotta give it to you, fan base. You're becoming mature, and you should pat yourself on the back that you're now well informed. You came here with no football knowledge, a lot of y'all, or a lot of us, with a little bit of football knowledge, some with zero knowledge, and others with a whole lot of knowledge. But now it seems like the fan base is a little bit more well off, more well informed with football talk, and y'all are now sending comments, and I'm getting emails, and yo, Harry B, look at this. This is what's happening, and I'm like, I'm very proud of y'all. Y'all are not as sensitive as a lot of y'all were in year number 1. We're going to the year number 2 now, and y'all are becoming more of a football fan now. Now when somebody has a difference of opinion, it's not getting to you the same way anymore. Now you're more susceptible to other people's opinions and how football works and how college football. It's an environment where people come to have a good time, to debate, to agree, to disagree. But at the end of the day, people understand it's just college football. Y'all are actually getting that now. You're not in, let's defend Coach Prime to the death mode anymore. And I'm seeing that, and I'm proud of y'all. I wanted to let you guys know on this show that I'm proud of y'all. Okay? There are some people that unsubscribed from my channel because they just didn't like the way that I do my stuff, but they've come back around and they're now appreciating me. And I'm like, you know what? That's very mature of you. You know what? Good job, man. We can high five. We can disagree, but we don't always have to be this. Let's defend the team to the death, and it doesn't matter. Don't have no conversation, no negative, no positive. Just say Coach Prime is great and you and I are great. That's not how I operate. And I'm glad that we come to a place of agreement and sometimes to disagree. I wanted to say that. So now it's Free for All Friday. The first question I posted to you is, how do you feel about the team? From all of your analysis and everything that you've learned from other channels and how to critique players and stuff like that, now that you are almost an expert, how do you feel? What are you seeing? And some of you have sounded off, and you're like, you know what? People are standing around. And I would tell you that according to what I've been feeling and getting from Coach Prime, what he's been saying and what my spirit is starting to pick up, Coach Prime sort of agrees with you. Coach Prime agrees with you. Coach Prime is like, man, look, he said that a lot of these kids are NIL they have this NIL mentality. They're not really in there for the sport. It's frustrating, and like he said, he's frustrated and he's kind of upset because you have to, in order for you to understand where he's coming from, you have to understand the man who is Coach Prime. He's an elite football. He was an elite football player, and he's a competitive spirit, and he still is. So even in his coaching, so when he says he's frustrated and he's upset with the mentality of the new players, you have to understand where it's come school way that football used to be. Now, I will say that a lot of these old school guys like Coach Prime, they gotta get with the program, bro. Y'all gotta get with the program. Like, y'all are old school. Y'all keep saying, y'all keep holding your old school. Y'all toting your old school medals up and like, oh, I'm old school and this is great. If you do it the old way, it's all good. And we all here for it. But these kids are not old school. And you can't fault these kids. You say one thing, it's going into one ear and going out the other. Just like my own child. It's almost like they're oblivious to what you're saying. It's weird. But this is the times that we're in. These kids are on a whole new time. Like I did a video one time and I said, Coach Prime, your old school jargon, how you tell the kids, you know what I'm saying, hey, do it for mama, rescue mama out the hood. Some of these kids don't even know what you're talking about. Some of these kids don't even know what the hood is. They never lived in the hood. They've never seen a roach, all right, let alone a mouse. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they'll go buy one as a pet, but they never lived with one. They're living in the suburbs. I live in the subs. Some of these kids don't know the experience that you had when you were growing up. Let's just be frank. And they have no idea what you're talking about. Mama's not in the hood. Mom's living good now. So your old school ways and you're trying to hold on to the little bit of old school you still got left in you and you're trying your best to motivate. And you are one of the greatest motivators in modern times. But those kids are like deer caught in the headlights. It's weird. It's weird. They like deer caught in the headlights because they're sitting there like, everything that he's saying is now like Coach Prime is just doing it for us now. Coach Prime is motivating a whole generation of folks. The book that he wrote is for us, not for the kids. The motivations almost are like for us because we are sitting back over here in New York and in Dallas, Texas, and Fort Worth, all around the country, listening to Coach Prime through Well-Off Media and Reach the People and Uncle Need. We're getting motivated. Coach Prime is talking to us, not those kids. If you agree, give me a fire emoji. If you don't agree, give me a thumbs down or give me a trash emoji. All right. And if you're one of the members of TLP Sports Club, use one of the emojis that we got. Use one of the emojis. All right. But do you agree that this old school stuff is good, but for some reason it's coming to us and not the kids? Do you see them like kids, like deer caught in the headlights? Because it seemed like Coach Prime is a great motivator, but the motivation is almost passing these kids. X-Men said it's trash. Good. At least I have some fire and I have one fire and some trash. That's good. We're balanced on this show. We're fair and balanced here. I'm trash and I'm good. See you, Buff Dynasty, say I'm trash. So you guys, so you X-Men, okay, Tim said it's trash. Okay, good. So y'all, Tim, see you, Buff Dynasty, X-Men from South Africa, you guys say that the motivation, it's really sinking in, and these kids are getting it. All of them are getting it. They're not like deer caught in headlights. I beg to differ, because I feel like these young men, they're in this environment. They're influenced by, I would say we were influenced by hip hop, but for them, they're in our generation of hip hop was this: Fight the Power, Flavor Flav, Fight the Power, Flavor Flav, Fight the Power. You know, we were in the generation of hip hop where we solved issues, we were like on the outskirts of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the fighters. All right. We were kind of like finishing off their generation, and that's our generation. That's the kind of hip hop we grew up on. And then in the late 2000s, we started getting gangsters and people telling us about bees and hoes and all these things. And when we started getting that junk, it started messing us all up in our cranium, in our frontal lobe. This started messing us all up. It was all about gangsters, bees, hoes, and you know what I'm saying, going in the hood and stacking money, doing all of these things. Get money, paper, making it rain. Lil Wayne and them came in and started making it rain and bling bling, bling bling. So please hear me out. So we kind of got that. So our generation kind of like, we ushered in that stuff, that junk, that mess that's going to happen at the spring game, which I'm not coming to because that's too much. I'm not doing that. So now these kids are all about bling bling, getting the bag, going after the bag, and all of that. Coach Prime is hosting Lil Wayne, but he doesn't understand that he can't. He's not connecting with them when it comes to how their generation got. They're seeing more millionaires than our generation was able to see, like tangible stuff, like TikTok millionaires, crypto millionaires. All right, kids that became millionaires overnight. You got what's the name? Oh yeah, we got an earthquake too. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. East Coast Caf earthquake was rocking here. It shook my whole house. All my people from like Philly and everybody was calling me like, "Yo, did you see that earthquake?" Yeah, man. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the like one Diddy in court. So okay, so I appreciate you. So let me set this up, and then y'all can come on here. We can debate it, and then we can talk about the show, or we can talk it out. So this generation is all about the money. Go get your bag. You've seen YouTube millionaires. These kids can become millionaires overnight doing podcasts. It wasn't in our generation, guys. It wasn't. To become a millionaire from our generation, you had the Bob Johnsons. There were the Bob Johnson, started BET. For you to become a millionaire in our generation, you had to do something legit. Like you had to have a company that took years for you to, cultivate and build up to become a millionaire. Oprah took a long time for her to do it. Tyler Perry became a millionaire. I mean, for us to see millionaire people, like for us to see millionaires in our generation, it was people doing extraordinary things. But then, in this generation, our kids, they turn their cameras on, they put their phones on, and next thing you know, they start getting more money than mom and dad. Mr. Beast, Kai, whatever his name is. Streamers became millionaires. These kids started investing into crypto. They became millionaires, or they got hundreds of $1,000s in the bank. People who had a little bit of knowledge doing something that became millionaires overnight. So they know about money. These kids know about money and flexing and having gold chains and gold watches, necklaces. They're getting stuff that we couldn't get, that we couldn't even fathom us getting ourselves. But their generation, because of social media stardom, becoming a TikTok superstar, they know about money. So they understand it. So their generation, they're not trying to rescue mom out the hood. Mom is living good because they're retired mom. Some of these kids have retired their parents. So Coach Prime is talking and he's letting them know and he's doing his best to motivate them with his old school style. And they're looking at him like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, what in the world are you talking about? Rescue mom living in roaches? What are you what? Some of these kids had never seen a roach in their lives. A lot of y'all you can't even comprehend what I'm saying because you started naming your roaches. It got so bad for some of y'all, and that should tell you your age. Some of y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. Y'all like, what? Of course they got roaches. No, some of these kids are, like, no cap at all. Some of these kids have never seen a roach, maybe on a TV show. Never seen a roach in their houses. So when Coach Prime is out there asking them questions, why you not starting? What's your why? What is it for you? You know what the feeling that I'm getting? I'm getting that feeling from that broad man from Martin. Yo, what's that broad man? The guy that used to crawl through the window all the time. Let me know, guys, in the chat. And hit that like button. People are like, when Coach Prime asks them that question, they're like, yeah, coach, we chilling. You know what I'm saying, coach? We just chilling. Why y'all playing football? Because it's something else to do, coach. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's like that. That's the feeling that I get from these young men. It's like, yeah, coach, we just chilling, coach. It's fun to play football. So I'm just playing football for now. But like, I got like 3 businesses, coach, that I'm gonna be a millionaire before I turn 30, coach. So this is just a pastime for me, coach. I'm just trying to have some fun, coach. It's like that, yo. Broadman from the Fit Flow. That's the feeling that I'm getting from a lot of these kids. It's that Broadman, I'm too chill feeling. Like, there's no sense of urgency in their blood. They don't care for nothing. Broadman from the Fifth Flow is the best explanation I can give you right now from these kids, from what I'm seeing. I'm like, dang, what is it going to take for these young men to realize, like, God dang, like, bro, you are at a university. You're getting probably, most of them getting free food, gourmet food, eating steaks. Like, bro, in 4 to 5 years, you're going to have to be paying for those steaks on your own. That stuff is expensive. We out here, we got to decide when we eat steak, which month we're going to eat steak. You get that every day. Somebody's preparing your meal. You got somebody that is set up there to help you to study. They're helping you to study. When you get out here and you got kids, you got to pay like $150 for a tutor. Y'all getting all that stuff for free, bro. Yo, like, this opportunity that y'all got, yo, like, for the most part, if you're on scholarship, you got free education. Like, you're getting free Ivy League style or Ivy League curriculum. It's not an Ivy League school, but Ivy League curriculum education. Do you know how much that's worth out here? Ivy League education? So when you say all of that, it's like, yeah, Harry Billion, it's education, but like, I'm about to be a YouTube star, so all that education stuff you talking, man, it's cool and all that, but I'm cool though. I'm cooling. That's what I'm feeling, man. Yo, it's like, yeah, Harry Billion, man, I hear you, bro, but I'm chilling, Harry B. Like, we cool. Are they on drugs? Oh, man. Let's talk about these linebackers, man. Yo, man, these kids are getting money. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'd be lucky, if we get half of the money that they're getting right now. So it's not the same generation. These kids are not, sum is up, man. These kids are NIL minded. You're showing these kids the bag. They know they can get the bag. If they were the man at their high school, they want the bag. So, Coach Prime, your frustration, your that anger that you feel right now, it's only gonna get worse, bro. Let Bucky, you see your sons, you got the gold chains, you got the gold necklaces and stuff like that, Coach. They see your son getting the beast, the cyber beast. to see him flossing all the time, to see you, doing books and tours and all of that. And they're like, bro, how you doing that? But you telling us we should be focused on football. Like, some men connecting with them. They're like, nah, bro. They're like, nah, we know what it is. And when I go have a conversation with my dad, he like, hey, yo, you don't even know. He keep telling y'all that y'all are 95% of y'all not going to the NFL. So get yours while you can. Ain't that don't that make sense? So you're telling me 95% of us is not going to the NFL. So if that's 95% of us is not going to the NFL, let's do the math. What's 95% of 100 and some odd kids? Somebody do the math and tell me in the chat. Let's just say they got 132 kids on the team. What's 95% of 132? Somebody do the math for me and let me know. And while you're doing that, let me say hello to everybody that's in the chat. I don't want to be rude. Hello to everybody. The tennis channel, what's up with you? Phil So Real, hey, how you doing? Samuel Flowers, good day. Hope all is well with you, KMS. You my guy. What up with you? Tim Smith, I already said hello. Who else is in here? Who else is in the bill? DC Carson Music, Charles Bragg, what up with you? Are you related to Bragg, the New York guy, the DA? Maybe not. You're just bragging. All right. International Drizzy, what up with you? Keeping it funky in the chat. Marie S, what up with you? Keeping it funky also. Motivated, dedicated. That's a lot. Okay, that's a mouthful. Pause. All right. After the game, we're going to do, after the game is the after party. You understand what I'm saying? After the game, what up with you? See you, Buff Dynasty. I see you. See what I did there? I see you. Yo, see you, Buff Dynasty. You said I'm blowing hot air. You're going to come on the show. I want you to come on the show. I'm going to light you up. You don't know what you're talking about. BP, what up with you? X-Men from South Africa, what it is, what it does, and what it's going to be, my guy. ICH, what up with you? ICH says, that sounds ridiculous. They all just got there this year. No, that's not enough, and it's not a fact. It's an opinion. It is the player's responsibility to follow the experts' directions. Yeah, I mean, this is an opinion show. Oh, that's a genius, ICH. Come on now. Obviously, this is my opinion. What up? Carolina boy, the resident hater. What up with you? Hope all is well. Terrence Duke, what up with you? King P24, what's up with you? Have you answered my question yet? Charles Bragg, I already said, okay, it's Mr. 7. Really flawed. J27. Wild Dogs in the building. AK, what's up with you? Why would that not be motivation? He got his from the mud, so they need to follow and get theirs. He talks to them about backup plans outside of football. Yeah, and listen, like I told y'all, we're the old folks. We're the ones that get it. That's why I said in the beginning of the show that we're the ones that's understanding it. Coach Prime is motivating us. For the most part, he's motivating us. Is he motivating the kids as well, the young men? Yeah, it's getting through to a certain percentage of that team. But the frustration is there because there are still a lot of young kids there, that are young men that are there, that are so focused on the bag, they're not thinking about the fact that you can get the bag if you focus or refocus your attention back onto the game. That's what Coach Prime is frustrated about. He's like, yo, your direction to the bag should be to the work. Hip-hop is frustrated about that too, where a lot of the kids, they're not putting work in to their craft. They come up with a song. They don't really look. They don't think about the nuances of the song, how the song bangs, and you know what I'm saying, how you're gonna rock the crowd and all of these things. And they're not putting time into the craft, thinking about the words that they're saying, how they're gonna connect with their crowd. They're more TikTok minded. Let me get a viral song. I'm here today. I'm gone tomorrow. That's not going to preserve the game. Hip-hop. The guys that were in the game, the Tupacs, the reason why you remember their names and we keep talking about them, we still talking about who the best. It's because those guys were competition for each other. They were trying to up their game on every single record, every album. They were trying to further the game. They were trying to push the game forward. Nowadays, it's, what can I say? What stupid thing can I say to go viral get my bag right now, and then in 2 months I'm out of here. I ain't nowhere, and hip hop ain't benefit from it. We dance to the song, we bop to it. Not me, but y'all do it. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of this stuff is ignorant, and I don't want to lose brain cells, so I don't listen to it. I know about them because I got my eyes and ears to the ground because I'm an influencer, so I gotta know about this stuff. But do I partake in it? It's a mess. It's a bunch of mess. I don't want my kids to listen to it. I don't want nobody that is alive to listen to it. I don't want nobody that I know to even partake of any of it. It's a bunch of mess. It doesn't further our culture. But y'all like it, so y'all bump to it. But that's what these kids are on right now. To call into the show, join trplive@gmail.com is the email. We are old, guys, AK. We're old. We don't get it. The kids, let's go, guys. Let me send the email. Let's go. We're gonna be talking football talk, but I had to get this stuff out of my system because I feel like, you know, it's important for us to make the connection. We make the connection for why the team is what's happening and why it is the way that it is currently. You cannot dangle a carrot in front of a rabbit and then tell the rabbit, don't eat the carrot. In the same light, a lot of these kids are Lil Wayne's kids. He raised them. And he came up with bling bling. Every time I come around your city, bling bling. Every time I come around your hood, bling bling. So you can't dangle the carrot in front of his kids and tell them not to go get that bag to get the carrots. You see what I did there? You understand what I'm saying, guys? Am I talking over your heads or in your heads, or am I making sense? This generation is different. And a lot of them are playing football at Colorado and other places. They want their money. They're not hearing all that stuff you're talking. They want their money. They know that they can get their money right now because you already told them 95% of them are not going to the NFL. So if I can get my money right now, bling, bling. If I can get my money right now, bling, bling. We all got to get, we got to get with the program. We got to really lock in and understand their mindset. There's a different way to motivate these young men. There's a different way to motivate them. And I think Coach Prime is going to figure it out. I think he's going to figure it out because he's always 10 steps ahead. You can tell. I mean, look, his kids keep him grounded. They know what's up. He see his sons with the blings and with the cars and what they're into. He's having a tug of war between what his kids are into, his old school values, understanding how he got it and got them to be where they're at. He's having that tug of war, but I feel like he's getting it. He's going to figure this out. And when he does, lights out. Lights out. When Coach Prime figured this out, the frustration, the anger, all that's doing is just fueling him to say, all right, I'm gonna get to where they at. All right. I'm gonna get to where they at. And when he figures it out, it's a wrap, man. I'm telling you. Let's go. What do you think about the DBs and what Coach Hart says? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. And Coach Sapp is making $150,000 as a grad assistant. And if you missed the video, it's not quality control analyst. He's a grad assistant. I put that video out, and I hope you saw that video. So let's go. Let me send this link to my people. If you watch any of the videos on the site, on the channel, if you've seen any of the stuff that we talked about and you have something to say, this is your opportunity to now call into the show and get out of the comment section and let's talk about it. All right. So this is your opportunity. I'm going to invite people to the show. If something pricks your ear and you're like, hey, man, I got something to say, then the email is right on your screen. If you're at work and you can't call in, I get it. You can still chime in into stay in the comment section. That's fine. But I want you to call in now and let's discuss the things that I'm talking about. If you disagree with the fact that I'm telling you that these young people are not the same, if you disagree with that, then call into the show and let's talk about it. You email me, I send you a link, you click on the link, you come onto the show, we discuss it. The first thing I want to discuss is where the Buffs are right now, according to the practice tapes that we've all watched. That's the first thing we're going to talk about. Then the next thing we're going to talk about is to understanding the mindset of these kids and how do we get to them? How did Coach Prime get to these young men? At the end of the day, how do we get to these young people? Because they are different. We got to understand how to get at them. All of these young people. And I do want to say, I just want to say that when I tell you guys we are one of the hottest shows online, I'm not lying to you. All right, like TLP Sports Club, TLP Live is one of the livest shows, especially like Free for All Fridays. We are one of the livest and one of the hypest shows and one of the best shows that covers the Buffs. And when I tell you that, I'm not lying and I'll tell you why. Because we've had a few people are emailing me that watch the show. I'm getting emails, right? And at one point, we had Alto's mom say, hey, man, I watched the show. I like the show. She was part of the show. And then the new kid, I had his older brother, he's watching too, send me a message like, yo, Harry B, I watched the show. So people are watching the show that are connected to the team. I just want to let y'all know that. Like, you may not see it, and you may not see them in the chat or whatever, and they may not say anything, but they're watching the fake what? What the heck? The fake loans. Why is my phone ringing? All right, I'm gonna have to tell my wife to pick up that phone. Why is the village of Freeport calling? All right, guys, so let's go. Tim, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yo, what's up with it, Harry? How you doing on this Friday, brother?
All is well, man. I'm doing well. I'm fired up and I'm ready to go.
I can see.
So you're first, and let's bring on everybody. Then we can kind of have a debate. Okay, let's
All
bring
right.
everybody on. Whoever this fake thing is, I don't know who this is. Welcome to the show,
Hey,
the fake whatever. Oh, that's
hey,
Phil.
this is
Oh
this
Lord.
this the fake Lawan Sanders right here, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the real Dion, it's the fake Lawan, because his real name is Dion Lawan Sanders. So, just being a little
Oh,
petty
okay.
today. Just being a little petty today. Hope all is
A
well with
little,
everybody
right?
though.
Just a little petty today. Okay, I see you. DC Carson Music. I'm bringing you on, brother. Welcome to the show, guys. You guys are my stayovers. You guys are the constituents. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling on. I appreciate you.
Welcome everybody. I'm gonna start putting my pick up there too. I like that fake Lawan Sanders.
Fake LaJuan Sanders. All right, so since you're the fake LaJuan Sanders, I'm gonna start off with you. The state of the Buffs. Let's discuss it. What are you seeing in the practices, and what is your assessment on the practices? Go ahead, please.
If I'm gonna be real quick with it. I just want to say to the tennis channel, you were right. Monday, you said that maybe they did just hire Warren Sappon as a GA, and he has a title of an assistant. And I was like, nah, that ain't how they do it. That ain't how it's supposed to be. That's not the case. Tennis channel, Willie, you was right. So I just want to have some integrity and put that out there. Now, Harry, to answer your question as far as what I've seen from some of the practice film, is that the offense looks good. The ones look good on offense, but they also are going against the twos on defense. So I don't know exactly how to feel about that. there were a few things that I saw that I was worried about as far as discipline. Like we've all seen the hit that Shiloh made, and it was a great hit. But if we're being honest, the whistle blew like 5 yards, 10 yards before he got to the guy. But the young man still was trying to run, so it's like you got to protect yourself. But little things like that you have to be careful with because um, if that becomes who you are at practice, it's more than likely going to carry over to the game. But overall, I would say on the scale of 1 to 10, I would say I'm impressed at like a 7 with what I've seen so far.
All
I guess
right, so
while we wait,
let's go to Tim Smith. Tim Smith, what are your thoughts on what's going on so far?
I mean, from what I see, man, everything looks to according to plan, man. They're no different than any other team that's out there. Everybody's adjusting. Everybody's trying to get on one accord, trying to get in sync. Uh, I don't see nothing different to me. Well, I will say those those wide receivers look pretty good. From what I'm seeing, the running backs they looking pretty decent. I got my eye on this the gentleman from that came over from Jackson State and some of the well off media videos. He looked good running the ball, man. I can see the growth in him. Um, but overall, I don't see no different than any other school that's just trying to come together as one unit.
All right, DC, how do you feel so far about what you're seeing on the well of tapes and practice?
Uh, definitely, you got some good, talented receivers. You have does it look like the some explosiveness on offense. From another side, I think that you do have talented individuals, but I'm waiting to see this. Put it like this: this isn't obvious, and it should be obvious to see a team of talented players. And there's a difference being to a point of they're meshing. And again, this is not hate. This is that takes time to get there. So if I sit back and say to folks, hey, they got to develop as a team. You shouldn't be a team necessarily at this point. You got to work on that. So I see explosive on the offense, but I still think they've got to build that team, and that takes time. So I'm good. I'm still going to sit back and say, hey, no change at this point, other than they've got some better players and the talent is obvious.
But hey,
All
DC,
right, go ahead.
would you also say that that's fair to say that that goes for all the teams in college football?
Well, I mean, I for most of them, yes, but like when you watch some of the teams, there's a little more crispness. There's that thing where there is a little, it's like the minor detail that they seem to have like for example, Georgia. Watching how they're operating is a little bit there. But again, their coaching staff has been there for a while, so that's the expectation. It should be better.
I agree.
All right, so let me bring on these other guys. Let me get their opinions before we move on. And see you, Buff Dynasty. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing today?
Good, good. All is well. So let's jump you in like a gang member. What are your thoughts? What you're seeing so far? I know you're a CU Buff apologist, so I'm sure it's going to be great and gravy. But what are you seeing so far?
I think they're right on time, man. I think they're making progress. And what we have to understand is that we all are making judgments on snippets of what practice is. And we also have to understand that they're not showing us everything. And to speak to what DC Carson just said about what you see from some other programs, you see things that are a little more crispy. What I think you also have to understand is those programs are not going to put out the bad plays, the plays where the mistakes are made, the plays where they need to make adjustments. So you get to see an entire uh, portfolio of what they're doing. So you get to see the good and the bad. But they're right on time, man. And we're operating with half a team right now. I mean, most of the guys haven't even arrived yet. So to be where they are thus far. I think they're right on time, if not a little bit ahead of schedule.
All right, let's bring on Wild Dog. Wild Dog can give us his opinion. Wild Dog, what are your thoughts right now on what's going on? Welcome to the show, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on. I'm just, I guess I'm conflicted. On one hand, I was kind of expecting better as far as the mindset with the young men, but on the other hand, as far as the energy and the routine flow of the practices in the pads, I mean, it's looking good because they're fleshing each other out. All the talk, all the hype or whatever, you get those pads on and you get punched in the mouth, you know, the perpetrators are being, easily highlighted and spotlighted, and the heat is on, and this is where, yes, development is key because you don't want to leave somebody through the cracks, but on the other hand, you have to be a fit. And if you're not a fit, if you thought, oh, you could just come here and be a complete benefit without contributing, your part to the environment, to the atmosphere, to the performance of the team, it's not going to cut it. So on one hand, it's like some of the issues going on, some of the petty stuff, some of the immature stuff. I know I'm an old man, but still, and I knew I grew up different. I grew up country with a K and around the military and the government, so I'm allergic to nonsense.
All right, so these kids are different. They are different breed. You just kind of like, walk us right into that. These kids are a different breed. And I'm coming to you, Tim, because I feel like I know Coach Palmer is going to figure this out, but his frustration is showing because these young men, you can't dangle in front of them. You can't dangle the carrot in front of them, like I said earlier, and then expect them not to try to get to the carrot. So what is it that you think Coach Palmer needs to do to get with the program, correct this, do whatever he has to do to get with these kids so they can understand, like, so both of them can get to the bag together? I guess it's a kind of weird way I asked the question, but go ahead, Tim. If you can, Tim just logged off or something just happened. So let me come to you, Phil. What do you think needs to happen for the connection to work? Because I feel like there's a current disconnect, and it's obvious.
I think first you got to just start winning, because I think once you win, it's easier for people to buy in to what you're saying and what you're doing. I mean, you look at somebody like a Nick Saban or a Kirby Smart or even a Jim Harbaugh. They don't always look like the most approachable people, but the fact that they're able to win and get guys into the NFL, people can deal with some of the BS that may come from those coaches. Um, and I think me personally, I think he kind of leans a little bit too much into like the preachy motivational speaker stuff sometimes. Because for me, like I was in a marching band, we had a band already that was kind of similar to the way Dion does stuff. He always wanted to get up there and talk and bloviate, and we like, man, we trying to get up here and play, we trying to get out of here and blow. You know what I'm saying? Pause. So like all that talking and yapping, like at a certain point, man, can we just put the pads on and go play? Or can you talk to me about how to get better? But like the constant sermons and stuff, I think that kind of, I think it kind of gets redundant after a while.
Well, I see the sermons as like I told you guys, I feel like he's talking to more than just the players. I feel like he's doing this thing and it helps him to sell books as well, because he's also motivating. He's the book that he wrote, the information that he's doing, that he's putting out there, he's also talking to the people outside. He's very conscious of that. Coach Prime is not just talking to the kids in that room. That's why he got the cameras there, because he's reaching an audience that's outside. The people that follow him, he's also motivating them. That's my perspective. That's what I think is also happening. People have to be aware that he's not just talking to those kids. Now, maybe they don't like the whole preachy stuff like you said, but he's not just doing it for them. I feel like he's doing it for us as well. What do you think about that Okay,
So
go ahead,
Harry,
follow up, and then I bring Tim back in.
Yeah, yeah, just one quick point. I just want to say I don't disagree with what you're saying, and I think that's
Mhm.
what he's doing, and so far it's worked for business. But I think my my point is that I feel like it's a little bit too much. So I don't think it has to be every practice, because whenever you see films of practice, he's doing it every practice that we see. So like maybe it can be twice a week instead of 5 times a week. That's the only point that I mean when I say too much.
who's that?
Okay.
Feel so
All
real?
right. Yeah. All right, Tim. So what are your thoughts on that? Since you came back, you kind of the question was for you first, but then you kind of bounced out.
Yeah, can you repeat it real quick?
So the question is the idea of Coach Prime connecting with these young men, and for some reason it's the connection. Like some of the kids are getting it, but not all of the kids, and it's creating some type of frustration for Coach. And they're so NIL minded. They're. It's almost like they're like I said in the beginning of the show. It's like, bro, man. It's like, bruh, we just want to play football. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, what needs to happen for Coach Prime, his old school, and these new kids with their new mind? What needs to happen for them to come together and connect?
Um, I think for them to come together and connect. I mean, like you say, Coach Prime is old school, so therefore him. I mean, he's a motivator, so he's trying to motivate them. But if these young people, as the old folks say, take heed to it, to what he's saying, is going to benefit them in the long run versus right now. Everybody want everything right now. You want the glamour, the fame, and everything right now at this moment. But sometimes it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to get to that. But his success over the course of his lifetime, he's still relevant. He's still able to make money. Uh, and if you look at some of the videos that been put out lately at these press conferences, these young men saying, "Hey," they asked a question, "Why do you want to come here to see you?" And they saying it's because of Coach Prime and the staff, the NFL staff. So I feel like it's resonating with these young men. Yes, they may want the money right now at this point in time, but I feel like they're getting the picture that, you know what, let me hear from what some of these guys that already then been in the league. Let me hear some of their stories, because just because you want the money right now don't necessarily mean that you're responsible enough to handle that type of money. Everybody say you want it, but you'll be broke in a couple of months. I looked at a video this morning with Jordan Seaton, and I heard him say something about him doing a lot of shopping. He probably didn't got this big bulk of money. Now he's doing what every other 18-year-old would be doing, is shopping, spending their money on
Mm.
unnecessary stuff, not understanding the difference between a want and a need. So I feel like he's connecting with them, but I feel like he didn't drop down to their level in order to bring them into his level, up to his level, or his understanding, or his logic of thinking.
Okay. All right. So
Hey
let's
Harry,
bring.
let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
I wanted to speak to Feel So Real. What he said, I think it's necessary. I think it's needed. Not only 5 but 7 days of the week, because in all actuality, he's speaking to that 95% of the team that's not going to go to the next level. That's on the borderline of getting a degree to be able to be successful after football is over with. And that's with any university. I don't care if you're Alabama, Georgia, Texas. 95% of those guys will not advance to the next level. So he's giving them the things that they need to survive in life when real life comes. So I feel like it's very necessary. If he could get it in 8 days a week, that's what those kids need. The other 5% who has it, who has the time frame, who has the skills and abilities to understand to the next level, he's not speaking to those guys. He's speaking to the 95 that more than likely won't make it. So they need those things that he's saying every day, 4 or 5 times a day. Because the reality of it is that 95%, they go back to the neighborhoods of where they came from. with most of the time with nothing.
So you don't agree with Phil that it's excessive? It's not like you can motivate somebody, and that's fine, but you don't agree that he can cut back on some of that, like they need it every single day?
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think they need it every day, if not 4 or 5 times a day. Because
Do
the
you do
stark
you do
reality
you go to
is,
do
man,
you go to
most of these
church?
kids, huh? No, I don't.
You don't go to church?
No.
Imagine like you having a preacher and he got a sermon not just for Sundays, but he got a sermon every single day.
Yeah,
Like
but if you're a person that need a sermon every day, then what? Like this is what these kids need, because
at a
most of them
certain
would
point you
not
tune
be.
out. That's the whole idea. At a certain point you just tune out.
Well,
You just like, because
then
you're a kid. You're a kid, right? And
yeah.
let's be frank. Listen, there's one dynamic there's two dynamics going on here. I don't want the old heads like us who appreciate this to take this and say, this is not about, let Coach Prime be him. We already agreed, like, we like this stuff. This is the kids' mindset. I'm talking about the new kids' mindset. I want us to set aside our admiration for Coach Prime for 1 second and go and try to put ourselves in the shoes of these young men and their new school mindset. That's why I'm having this segment right now. Forget about how you admire Coach Prime. These young men and their mindset. I have a 17-year-old. Like, I can talk too much. For me to say the stuff that I say to him when I motivate him about studying for the SATs, he didn't get the score that we all wanted for the first time he took it. So now we like pounding, like, no, we got to go every day. To motivate him on that level every day, he would be like, nah, Pops. Like, nah, Daddy. No. You see what I'm saying? It's just that it doesn't fit for their generation, but we love it. So that's what I'm saying. And let's bring in all right, so DC Carson, what are your thoughts? What I just said. Let's go into their mindset and let's forget about our admiration for Coach Prime. How do you think that they're gelling with Coach Prime, as far as, if we just stay on the Feel So Real commentary? How do you feel they're taking it if it's every single day? Like, you're getting preached to 5 days a week.
Well, I think you got to be careful not to over preach. That's a term that you have to over motivate, and that there has to be a thing about the fundamentals, the job, that what you're doing. There are times when the team needs to motivate them, but you have to, as a leader, be able to sense when they need that pep talk, when they do, and then when they don't, when you need to make it about, hey, I'm just out here trying to get you to be fundamentally sound, to do the things that you need to do to achieve our task, which is to win football games. So I get where CU Buffs is right, and CU Buff is 1,000% right. Some kids need that, but not all kids need that. I don't think that's what he was saying. I just think that we sometimes look at this thing of our love for Coach Prime and what we would want to do versus maybe taking that step back and looking at, okay, let's look at all different types of people on the team. I'll give you an example of, like, when we get soldiers, we get them from all over the place. And so bringing them in, and some you can just say, hey, you go do the X, Y, and Z, and they'll come back and they'll do it exactly how you said. Then some other folks, you got to get in there, and then some other people, you got to motivate them. Like, I've seen people who would run great, and then some people who you dang sure have to give them a mini sermon almost every time they got ready to run. So, I mean, it's just different people and different. And this is the danger. Why I'm saying this is the danger sometimes of saying, well, just because you got a gold jacket, that means you're good. No, that just because you're a good player. No, that might make you good with X's and O's, but that does not mean that you have different leadership styles to be able to motivate everybody on the team. It's not just the people like you. You got to get the people who may not necessarily have the same background and get them all. So that's the key thing about coaching and leading, is that it's not about how good you are at what you do. It's about how good you are able to recognize what someone needs and give it to them to get them to achieve the goal.
All right. So Tennis Channel has been waiting for a minute. Tennis Channel, welcome to the show, Willie. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. We're gonna jump you right in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Coach. There's a reason.
Thank you for calling. We're jumping you right into this segment of the show where Phil brought it up, so I'm just kind of going with it. But the question, the general question was the motivational part as far as the young minds, the young men and their mindset. Right now, it feels like they're more NIL minded, and they're not catching on to the old school value of earn it. If you put the work in, the money will follow you. But remember, the monologue was about hip hop, right? And I told you about how hip hop right now has told them to get the bag. But we're gonna set that aside for 1 second. That's the general question. I still want to hear everybody's thoughts on that. And let's stay on this thing that Phil brought up. Are the kids being overly motivated? Are they being preached to? Because my 17-year-old, on the second time he heard a speech, he would tune you out. He's out of here. Like, it's not even my 8-year-old. He's out. He's like, nah, I'm good. Like, okay, I get it already. But I can't. If I go to church, if my pastor was giving me a sermon every day, I'd be like, Pastor, I'm doing my devotions. Nah, I'm good. Like, I don't even do devotions every day. So what are your thoughts on that based on what Phil said? Is it too much? Is it just enough? And don't answer based on your admiration for Coach Prime. Answer based on you getting into the mindset of these young people and how they perceive things today.
Okay, glad to be here, guys. First of all, I don't think it's too much. I think he like the guy said earlier, he's trying to reach a certain core. When I would go search for a job or go looking for a job, on that application they gave me the qualifications of a job. It said that must be self-motivated. It's not my job as a coach to motivate my player. My job as a coach is to inspire what's on the inside of my player already. What I say from the outside can inspire that. That means bringing it up, bringing it out. I can't put motivation in you. It has to be brought forward. A lot of our kids, not all of them, some of them aren't listening. I heard one of the players say the other day at a practice, he told, and this was to another player, he said, hey man, when the coach is speaking, you don't talk back to the coach. This came from a player. This happened this week. So a lot of the teams are buying into it. A lot of the team members are buying to the way that coach is. Now listen, you guys know the story about Jesus, right? He had 12 disciples. And even one of them was a devil. Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, your Lord and Savior.
I thought you were talking about that Spanish got to be cutting my grass.
Stop it. You're lighting it up. That's okay, but that's good. But listen up, guys. Listen up. Listen, Jesus. Yeah. Listen up. And one of them was a devil. You're not going to get 100%. There's going to be always somebody.
Yardman is back. I'm sorry. I had to answer. Yardman, what's up, man? Go ahead.
There's going to be one or two kids that you miss. And because number one, you'll miss them, number one, because they're not listening.
Well, hold up. Tennis Channel, let me ask you this question in a different way. Do you understand that the young men with their new mind, do you think it's excessive? Yes or no?
There's no new mind. No, there's no new mind.
There is no mind. There's absolutely no mind because you didn't listen to your parents. Your parents didn't listen to their parents. And it's been a generational thing. We did not listen to our parents and everything they told us, or we would be different people.
And
I'm telling you, if we listen to our parents 100%, we would not,
Harry,
some of us would be a little bit more further.
When I didn't listen to some of my parents sometimes, I suffered the consequences. And the consequences, if you don't listen to me, this is what's going to happen. Like Shaq dad told him.
Yeah, but every generation rebels. Come on now, let's be frank. I know we like Coach Prime, but let's not sit here and act like
I agree with you.
Like we didn't rebel from our parents. Come on now.
Listen. I agree with you. They will rebel, but at the same time, they're rebelling because you're going against what they've been, what they're seeing out in the world, what they've been taught, and so they rebel against that. Because it's not consistent for what they're built for. You're not built to reject.
That's the whole point. That is exactly my point. My point is how their social mentality, their social media mentality, their TikTok, because the videos are what, 20 seconds, 12 seconds, 10 seconds. So they're more social media minded, and for them to sit through a sermon every single day, are you telling me that like those kids are not falling asleep, Tony? Now, like, come on, bro, that's too much. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah, I fell asleep in church.
Hey Harry.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you? I mean, I feel like it pays off for some because I feel like that percentage of those that really want to go to the NFL and gonna get that invitation to pro day, Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is not with all the bling bling, and I feel like he don't mind listening at those sermons. Dylan Edwards. Dylan Edwards is another kid that has bought in and 100% bought into Coach Prime's sermons because I feel like he wants to go there. Now, you made a statement earlier that you feel like it's for us, the older generation. I agree with you on that. Now, I'm thinking, okay, is that another sales tactic? Because if I have a kid that may show peak interest in Colorado, but if he can throw out that infomercial for us oldies, parents of that child, that's gonna pique their interest and be like, wow, you know what? I like the fact that he's telling these young men 95% of y'all not gonna make it. That's reality. Okay. But I want all of y'all to leave here with something. What's that other something? A degree, a stand-up citizen, a businessman. I'm gonna show you how to make money while you here. That you can apply that to your everyday life. Just, I mean, if you don't make it to the NFL or the CFL, which is another stepping stone to the NFL. Feel so real. Put that in the chat. So, do you think that that's an infomercial for a sales tactic? Because if I can get you up here, then I can sell you on the back end.
Absolutely. I think Coach Prime is always speaking to multiple groups through those videos. I mean, if you don't like, it's obvious that he's straight up speaking to multiple groups in those videos because the way that he approaches the cameras, the way that when he's talking, he's recruiting. So that's the first thing is number one, he's recruiting through those videos. He's always talking to the parents. You can tell that he's talking to the parents. He's talking to the dad. He's talking to the mom, the ones that are a little bit older. So those things, he's doing this thing where he's connecting to his audience, right? He's like a politician. If you think about it, he's like a politician. You speak, and some of the things that you're saying, if you're talking to the media, you're not necessarily speaking to the media, even though that's the vehicle that you're using. You're speaking to your base, to your audience. I mean, you can pick your favorite politician and just think about some of the ways that they answer questions. When you speak, you're speaking to a base. So Coach Prime is speaking to us, the parents who he's not gonna go visit. He's talking to you every single day. You already see how he handles business. I'm gonna take care of your kids, especially not then when you get on the phone with him. All he has to do is just reiterate that stuff. When you get on that Zoom call with him, hey, I'm going to take care of your child. You already see the type of way that I tell them the truth, how we do around here, how we handle business. They're going to get motivation every day. So, yeah, he's not talking to just those kids, but the kids have to sit in that room and they got to be there and they got to listen to the thing before they get the football stuff. You know, he gives his daily messages. And I don't think I got Wild Dog's opinion. Let's get Wild Dog's opinion. Then I want to talk some football. I want to talk about these linebackers and some of these positions. Wild Dog, let me get your opinion real quick. What do you think about what we just talked about?
Okay, Harry B. Look, I know sometimes I draw on personal stuff, but just trying to give real life, realistic examples on things, right? Let me know if I need to go another direction, but let me start. In my high school football program, it was completely voluntary, but we had 100% participation in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes.
Okay.
And then when I was recruited, Prairie View A&M, Texas A&M, though these organizations didn't have direct, religious affiliations, it was like a non-denominational church, if that makes sense. Coach Prime comes from Trinity, a Christian Catholic school. And you go to Jackson State University, though it's a non-denominational environment, guess what? Right? It's a Christian environment. Okay? So football, especially in Texas, I can't speak for everywhere, but especially in Texas, it's like you can't do what we do and push the limits of what we do without mind, body, and spirit.
Okay.
So we were 4 wins last year. And then Coach Prime having to deal with nonsense. What do you expect him to do? He'll call in other people to speak. He'll pull in inspirational resources from other people, say a quick wrap up and let it go. But after a 4-win season and dealing with nonsense, what do you expect him to do? He's got to dig in. He's got to turn up the heat. You understand what I'm saying?
But he was this way before the 4 wins, though.
And no, not. I would say I would agree, but not to this degree is what I'm saying to you. He's turning it up. He's turning it up, and that's why you're seeing.
I got to push back. I got to push back on that because no, he's been given these micro speeches, these minor speeches before. Like we say,
but that's why I'm agreeing to you, Harry. But the level of intensity of them. The level of intensity of them and the length of them has increased, is what I'm trying to express to you. You may not buy into that, but that's what I'm seeing, right?
Okay.
And so with these young men, it's like with any organization, with any program, are you a fit? There's not going to be no mistake who Coach Prime is, what our philosophies are, what our principles are. Are you a fit? Why did you or you and your team bring you here? We're not gonna just flip flop who we are, who our identity is. That's not how that works. You have to have your identity, develop your culture, and not everyone is going to be a fit. We're just beginning year 2. There's no 2 years. Year 1 was just a couple of months ago, so we're just going into year 2. So there's still going to be some folks who aren't going to be a fit. There's still going to be some high turnover. It is what it is. So any coach, any program needs 3 years. And this is part of the reason why. Well, I'm not going to go play for Coach Prime. That's fine. This ain't for you. There's plenty of other options for you, right? And then when I deal with youth, I try to talk to them about all their possible options. And then once you lay out all their possible options, then you get to the nitty-gritty of where you're going to be a fit, where you're going to have a college home. What's the place you can call home away from home, right? Mm-hmm. So if you come in here for the clout or to leverage this and that, but not going to buy in and you fall asleep, oh, no, you got to go. This ain't for you. It just is what it is. So, and then Harry, we've spoken this before, it's just my fundamental opinion, especially if you're a Christian or a Father Abraham-based faith, these men and women, athletes, haven't been kids since they were 13. And across any cultures, multiple cultures, at worst, 15, you enter adulthood. You enter manhood or womanhood. You have to start making that transition. So,
wild dog.
And so these athletes have been coddled or whatever they come from. And I think some of these parents are like, I've hit my head against the wall. You know what I'm saying? Coach Prime will have my back, and I can have Coach Prime's back. So yeah, I want my son to go there. That's part of the decision making, and it's going to be a hot seat for a lot of these young men. And that's life. That is life.
All right, so with that being said, right?
But the thing, I got something to say to that. Just real quick, Harry. See,
everybody hit the like button. Let's get the live going. Everybody smash that like button for me, please. We can get more eyes on here. Go ahead, DC Carson, and then
absolutely.
We'll pivot.
Right. The gap in that is you have to consider this. All right. So you got these great players that are talented, and this comes in your recruiting where they may have the talent but not the mindset. Everybody can't do it. So here's what you must consider. When you make now a heavy portal pool, you don't know if you're still getting a talented player, but a player that don't have the mindset often. That's the danger, because that's more than likely you're going to have people with that particular type of mindset in the portal. More, not all of them, but you're more than likely going to have more of that where they've got the ability, but they don't have the mindset to have for the work ethic that it takes. And then when we start seeing this, so for example, if I sit back and say somebody will say, well, that's a hater. It's like, well, wait a minute. You're sitting here saying that, hey, we need to get people that's got the mindset that works, that's going to get in here, that's going to do it, that's going to be motivated. But if you're going and getting people that were on great teams, but barely saw the field, it may, they have to have the talent. Maybe just within some of these people, the issue might be, which the quiet part we're saying out loud, I'm saying out loud, is they might not have the work ethic, and that's why they not work. That's why they didn't make the field often there. And that may be some of the stuff that Coach Prime, when you get a cluster of people like that, that can become a problem. Not saying it is, but it can become a problem.
All right, so earlier this week, guys, we're gonna earlier this week, or let's just say Coach Hart had his press conference, and Coach Hart he's floating the idea of and y'all know how I feel about that. That's why like I'm too passionate about this stuff. Coach Hart is floating the idea that his two best linebackers are I can't say this with a straight face.
Straighten it up.
He's floating the idea that his two best linebackers are, and you guys see in the video, Levante Bentley and Trevor Woods. And the way that I feel about the whole idea of our linebackers room, which we've exhausted on this channel, is that we need an elite linebacker, because what Coach Hart said in his interview was that last year we didn't have a linebacker that could put it all together, that could cover the run, that could cover the pass. And then we had Trevor Woods come over from the safeties room to cover us for the linebackers room. So now he's saying what he's seeing in practice, these young men are doing well this year, but we are still looking for linebackers. So, but right now, they are good enough, or there are the two leading linebackers that we are looking for. And then I think he said, what did he say? Preston Hodge, or he said there was one other guy that was a distant third that's coming in third. So this is how I feel about this. I feel like because for some reason, I think Levante Bentley can be a good depth guy. I don't know that he could be the starter. I think he could be a really good depth guy. You bring him into situational, you bring him into some situations, into a package, and he can do very well. Keep him in for a few plays, he can do very well. But for us to have a safety convert, and Levante Bentley, I'm a little concerned. And let me go to you first, fake coach. Tell me if you are, since you're the fake coach today, you got to be concerned somewhere. If you're still looking for linebackers, I understand depth and all of that, because you're never going to stop recruiting, but you got to be concerned if your two guys, if the guys that were not producing to your likability for you to start them last year, right, at linebacker, and now they are your leading linebackers, there has to be a concern about you. There has to be a concern in your head, and you know that you're not feeling that 1,000%, especially if you are a fake Coach Prime. So, what are your thoughts? We start with you.
Listen, man.
Be real with it. Don't worry about who's going to get upset with you.
Okay, so listen. Trevor Woods did a great job last year coming in and changing positions mid-season, right? I think for a lot of people that would be very difficult. And he's a young man that doesn't wear long sleeves when it's cold outside. So obviously he has the acumen to go to that position and do well, right? But if he is your number two option at inside linebacker, that is a problem. Full stop. There's no reason why that young man should be playing linebacker at a D1 college, let alone a Power Four. Okay. I want to see more from the transfers that came in. I think they obviously brought them in for a reason. I know everybody's not there for spring practice, and to be honest with you, we don't know who will be there after spring practice because we know that portal's gonna open up again. But if Trevor Woods is a starting linebacker this year for Colorado week 1, then that means those coaches did a terrible job with scouting the transfers that they brought in. Because I believe they brought in those guys to start over him. Full stop.
Can I disagree with that? I mean, I agree with it to a certain degree. Fake, and I know you agreed with me last week, and I appreciate that.
Bring your data. Don't give me no warm and fuzzies, Willie. Bring your data.
It's no warm and fuzzy, bro.
Because you know you're the warm and fuzzy guy, and how great these kids are, and all that stuff. But let me hear what you got to say.
Besides, though, I think one of the reasons that Trevor, because all they've talked about, and we've said this on the show, I went with Trevor Woods. I believe that Vincent's gonna be as good as Trevor Woods is. So they're both gonna complement each other. Because you got to remember, when my team, when my other peer does well, then that means I can do my job. He's gonna do his job. Now everything's gonna work, like it should. The reason they got Trevor in, I think, is because of his mindset. You got to remember, when you listen to that coach this week, and he was talking about his mindset. His mind is there. He knows how to figure things out. Maybe one of his knocks is he don't have the size, or maybe he don't have the speed. But when it comes to linebacker and any other sport, it's not all about speed. Yes, speed counts. Yes, speed is important. But if you can be the fastest man in the world and don't know where to go, or don't understand the scope of things, that's why I believe Trevor's in there, because he understands the game. And he is a senior. He's been with the Bucs since he was a freshman. So he's been there a while. So he's sure he gets the nod because he's not a dumbhead when he gets in there. But he don't make that many mistakes.
But my argument isn't whether or not he's smart enough. My argument is that he's not talented enough to be the starter. You brought in these transfers to start, and if he's still there, that's a problem.
He ain't got to be talented. He ain't got to be talented. All he's got to do is be smart enough to cover that lack of talent. And that's what he
talented?
does.
Wait, Willie, did you just say he ain't got to be talented?
You don't have to be that talented to do it. You have to be smart.
So Feel So Real and Tennis Channel, what you're seeing as far as Trevor Woods and Bentley is concerned, you're seeing Coach Prime and Coach Hart. All they're doing is just shooting the smoke screens to secure their depth. Wester is going to be a starting linebacker. That is what they brought him there for. What's happening is you have to kind of wait a minute. You have to kind of glaze the apple to keep it around because the portal is a real thing. So right now, the smart thing to do is to put Trevor Woods and Bentley in there and give them the assumption that it is their starting job to lose. But you don't bring a guy over like Wester not to start him. What they're doing, they're doing, guys, they are securing their depth. That's all they're doing. You don't want to say, hey, I'm bringing in Webster, and then here goes Trevor and the other guy hopping the portal. Now you don't have anything behind Webster. It's just securing depth, guys.
That's a lack of integrity as a coach. That's a lack of integrity.
The first pushback is Billy's last year. Billy ain't going nowhere.
It's not a lack of integrity. Wait a minute. It's not a lack of integrity the way the game is being played these days. You have to understand the portal is real, so you have to adapt and adjust to the game that's being played.
Push back.
Hey, Harry B, I got a little bit of quick pushback because we're recognizing that Trevor Woods switching from safety to inside linebacker Though he's a utility player, is questionable when you have to require him to start. Now, all this hype in the chat, and then what the man just mentioned, I don't want to hear about no edges and outside linebackers qualifying for inside linebackers. It is not the same. It is not the same.
First of all, my pushback is Bailey ain't going nowhere because he's done. Right? He's been in grad school. This is his second and last year as a grad transfer. So he ain't transferring anywhere. So I don't know
Yeah,
what
I just
that
threw
comes
him in
from.
there. I agree with you. I just threw him in there. You're
Oh,
right.
okay.
I thought most. I understand. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so maybe Woods. First of all, Woods is sold on the program. He ain't going nowhere either. Woods is like, look, man, I'm a white boy that people are giving me a chance. I'm being racist for a second. Give me a second, right? He's like, look, man, all right, I'm a white boy playing skill positions. All right, you don't see white boys at skill positions. So let's just be frank. Coach Prime is he's the best DB in the sport one of the best DBs, if not the best DB or the best football player, right? And he's giving Woods a look. Tell me if you leave that situation and go somewhere else, and who else would give you a real good look?
Okay, so if you look at the mind frame of the player, we Trevor Woods could be looking at it like you just stated, or he could be looking at it like, man, you know what, man, these guys playing me around. They moved me from here. They put me in this position. They didn't give me any training. I think I need to go somewhere where I want to play safety. We don't know if Trevor Woods really wants to play safety. You understand what I'm saying? So he may be looking at it as
I don't think
playing
anybody
around
chose
with
that
him.
position for him. He chose that position. He tried out for it and he started for it. So if you're gonna move him from safety, then like Coach Hart said, they had conversations. They talked about it. So it's not like just something where they just moved him around because, like he said, they didn't want to lose him because he's a smart player. Like Willie said, his mindset is what's keeping him around because he's studious and he gets it, but he just is not skilled enough. You know what I'm saying? Getting it is one thing, but having the skill to keep it there and to be elite, and you got all these aspirations and you keep telling people you're going to the playoffs and all of these things, but yet you're not confident in your linebackers. So where are we going with this? You're either selling us a dream or you're not confident. Like, it can't be two ways.
I don't think this
There-
is
there-
I don't think
there are
this
other teams. There are other teams in the league that are not confident in various groups on their team. That's
Well,
not
we're not talking about them. We're talking about our team.
because he's not confident in his linebackers. You may have Texas who may not be confident in their DBs right now. So this is
no, but our DBs have been around. This is our time. There are teams that have DBs that they trust and they've been around, but ours have been around. But guess what? The second person that we're toting right now is not even a DB. So I mean, it's not a linebacker. He's a rental. So what? You don't trust your linebackers right now. I mean,
but he's not Harry. He's not a rental. He's a seasoned player.
He was a
listen,
rental.
He's a seasoned
They're renting him
player.
from the safeties position. He's a rental. What are you talking about?
That's okay. That means that he's smart enough to play. Man. Listen, because he's smart enough to play both positions. Oh, okay. Remember what I told you? Remember what I said earlier, guys? I said that, okay, in order for me I'm a good player. Scottie Pippen's a good player. But listen up, Scottie Pippen's a good player. I'm a good player. Now, who am I comparing myself to? You already know. Having Scottie Pippen on the team and doing what he do took a lot of pressure on me, caused me to play better. And at the same time, Scottie Pippen played better. So by going back to what I said earlier. Have you been watching the practices?
Have you been watching the practices?
Yeah, I have.
And you're satisfied with their play, with the linebackers play right now?
Well, right now I couldn't see too much because of where they got the practice set up. But you can see a little bit. Can't see a whole bunch of stuff. But you can see a little bit to figure out that he knows what he's doing. But this is what I was saying earlier.
Let me tell you this, Willie. Listen, this is not dogging Trevor Woods or Bentley.
Oh, I know.
I like both of these guys, right? But I like them as depth guys. But I don't even like Woods in the position of a linebacker. I like Woods as safety, Remember, I made 2 videos about Woods being a safety, and I told you he was going to start, and he started. When people were telling me there's no way that white boy plays, and I told y'all that white boy can play. And then he played.
Right.
So I trust that he's a good safety. He has the acumen he sees the field a little differently, and I like him. But when it comes to linebackers play, Juju took Bentley's spot. Bentley was struggling to get on the field. Coach Prime was not happy with him. Coach Prime benched him because he was missing assignments. He was lost out there. And Coach Prime was like, there's no way this is happening. Let's know. All right. Juju came in and started, even though Juju was not perfect. But
Juju wasn't a smart player. Juju wasn't a smart player. And you can tell.
Juju. I'm not even stuck on Juju. I'm just stuck on these guys that are right now. Right. I'm saying now what transpired from the second half of the season to where now we are so confident with Bentley and Woods being at the helm of this thing. And I like I said, I had to push back on the whole idea of we're trying to like Wester. They're saying Wester's good and whatnot, and he's supposed to be a starter, but we're trying to hide it so that he doesn't jump the portal. Like,
I can give you 2 reasons. I give you 2 reasons why they're
confident. Like as a base, we're not confident in our guys.
I can give you 2 reasons why they're there. Okay, number one,
why who's there?
Why Bentley and Woods are there. 2 reasons why they're there. Okay, number one, they're seasoned players. They both are seniors. Number 2, they're going to complement each other's play. That's the reason that I have. They're going to, because remember, I got to go back to what I said before. This is not an individual sport. It is a team sport. Everybody can agree with that. This is a team sport. Each player doing their job has to complement the next. Other than that, it won't work. Vincent can screw up and make Woods look bad. Wood can screw up and make Bentley look bad. Okay, and we're saying, oh well, Wood should have did this. But when you go back and you analyze it and you really watch who should have been where, oh, he wasn't in this position here, so that caused this to happen, which caused this to happen. That's how quickly it happens like that. So that's why I said you don't have to be you don't have to be that talented. You just gotta be smart.
I disagree. I 1000% disagree with that statement. You don't have to be that talented. You just gotta be smart. I think you gotta be all of it. You gotta be smart and you gotta be that talented because there are other teams.
I didn't say you had to be none of it. I said you have to be a little talented, but you got to be the most talented.
Your statement was you don't have to be that talented, and I disagree 1000%.
Well,
I think you have to be 1000% that talented and more, and you gotta have. I would say you gotta be a little bit smart because you gotta be able to read the playbook. You gotta be able to get your plays in. You can't miss your assignments, and you gotta. I think your talent and your acumen. When you put those together, that's how you get to an elite player. And we can't keep making excuses for these subpar guys and say at these positions and just keep saying like, okay, we're going to be fine. And then when the season comes and guys start getting smoked off the line, then we like, you know what I'm saying? Like we either got it or we don't, man. Like it's just football.
Harry,
this is not we're not kumbaya guys. Stop playing with me, man. Like what are we doing?
Kumbaya here. No
kumbaya. I want to say this real quick.
Facts.
If Trevor Woods is your starting linebacker because he's smart, he got the acumen, that's cool. I don't think that this team as a whole is good enough outside of Trevor Woods to say, okay, Trevor Woods can be your starting inside linebacker and we can still win a championship. Now you put him on another team that's more talented, maybe that'll work. But this team right here needs every position to have the best person playing, the most skilled person playing, and I don't think that's him. Is he smart? Yes, but when it comes to the whole spectrum of an athlete, I don't think he has it. I don't think he's a championship worthy starting inside linebacker. That's how I feel. Hopefully he'll prove me wrong. I doubt he will.
And that's where we're trying to go. And that's where the conversation is. These guys, not like these guys can't play football. And let me just answer RCH. When I said he's a rental, they're renting him from the safety's position. That's a rental. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they checked him in from safety. So he is a rental.
That's a bad statement,
whatever.
Harry.
I don't care. I don't care. He's a rental. All right, he's a U-Haul.
Harry,
Hey, Harry. Can I say something real quick?
Oh man.
Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, I'm not so much sold on Trevor Woods. I agree with
soft. You guys are soft, man. Like, come on, Tim. These guys are soft around here, man. Like, what is going on, y'all? You guys are marshmallows out here. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
I agree with some of the things that Tennis Channel is stating. I agree with some of the things that Phil is saying, but I'm not really sold on Trevor Woods. But I feel like Lexington, the defensive coordinator, I feel like he's gonna put Trevor Woods in the best position that's going to benefit him, that's going to showcase his talent. Now Bentley, he turned the tables around in the second half of the season last year, and
so he's a good depth piece. He's a really good depth piece.
But listen to this, Harry. Wester, you need guys that's going to be able to. You're going to the Big 12, so you got some big running backs, dog. That's not going to do all that bouncing to the outside. They're going to hit the hole, and they're going to hit it hard. So you got to be able to come downhill and plug that hole. Trevor Woods needs some more weight on him. It's a difference between being right there and coming down from that safety position. So I feel like he's smart enough to be able to fill certain gaps. And it takes all 11 players on the field, but I feel like he can fulfill those gaps. But as far as him being a starter, I don't see it. I feel like Colorado got a stab to the heart when that kid from Florida State went back to Florida State. That's the piece that they needed.
Yeah, I hate to keep saying DJ Lundy's name, but like, you know, like that's what we needed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we could have got a Juju that was stable, whatever his issues was, you know, that's what I said. We need linebackers that are true linebackers. Like, when you get a convert that's smart, when you get a converter that's smart, and you get a rental, right? You get a rental, you're only renting him for a season because you had duct tape around the team last year. Let's start recruiting. Let's start peeling back the duct tape. Throw that duct tape away, because now we got the screws. I'm a camera guy, so if I got to duct tape my tripod on one shoot because I forgot my screws, once I get my screw, then let's take off the duct tape, throw it away, and use the screw. But if you're still using the duct tape, you know what that tells me? That tells me that you didn't find your screw.
London Bridge has fallen down.
You ain't got your screw yet, and you're still using the duct tape, and you're trying to sell me a dream and saying, oh, no, this duct tape is really strong. So I'm going to keep using the duct tape. The duct tape is as strong as the screw, so I'm going to stick with the duct tape. I mean, I don't know if y'all get the analogy, but come on.
You sound like a detractor today, Harry.
I would say this. The linebackers that they have right now on hand, they will get killed and destroyed in the red zone.
Yes, they will.
They'll get killed in the red zone.
But we don't want to have that conversation. Nobody wants to have that conversation because we're enamored with the whole idea. We're just enamored with the whole idea. But when we start getting smoked in the red zone, when we start missing it, like, come on, guys. Let's look at the football stuff, not the. I don't know what are we looking at. Are we just looking at the acumens? Okay, he's smart. So what? He's smart.
Okay, Harry. Just say what you guys just said is true about the red zone. We have ample backup linebackers right now that are bigger than Trevor Woods that could plug that up. You see what I'm saying?
Why didn't he not coming up? Why didn't numbers not getting forward right now?
They got smoked last year, Tennis. They got smoked last year in the red zone with Bentley in there. So what they got now, they will get smoked. If you're talking about going to a national championship, you're going to get smoked in the red zone with what you got right now.
I'm not going
Because
to
it's
totally
already
agree.
on
I'm not
tape.
going to totally agree
It's
with that. You
already
know
on
what?
tape. You cannot disagree with it. It's on tape, bro. It's on tape.
You know why
we
I'm
did
not
not
going.
stop the run last year. What
But you know what?
transpired? Okay,
You know
tennis
what?
channel. You know what? For the sake of debate, let's go to it. What did you see that transpired from last year, which is a couple of months ago, to right now, to make you feel confident that we're going into a run-heavy Big 12, and you're now feeling all of this confidence about Bentley? If you can convince me, I will concede to you, and I will say, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong. What convinces you?
I've got a new attitude. That's the only confidence. Listen, and then and with that new attitude,
we're in trouble. This is what they accuse us of. This is what people accuse us, Colorado fans, of, because when we talk with the warm and fuzzies, and we ignore the football stuff.
Harry.
But I just asked you. You got a new attitude. It's a warm and fuzzy. It's not football. If Tim just told you we got burnt last year, and I asked you the question, what changed from getting burnt 2 months ago to spring practices? We're number 5 now, right? 5 spring practices. What has changed your mind? And you said I got a new attitude.
Let me finish the other half of it. The other half of it.
What's the other half, brother?
The other half.
The rest of the song.
The other half of it is that at this point, everything has to be proven. If Trevor shouldn't be in that position, or Bentley shouldn't be in that position, at some point, when they start playing the game, we all will see it. We all will understand. But right now, 5 practices, not going into spring training yet. Sure, I have a new attitude. Sure, I got a new optimism. And so I believe that for right now, Bentley and Wood was a great choice. I didn't make the choice. You got to remember,
these are the same players.
The coaches made it. You're not a coach, man. I'm not a coach. The coaches made the decision.
Yeah, but I got the microphone, so I don't care. I don't have to be a coach. Y'all can accuse me. Who cares? I don't have to be a coach. But this is the same. These are the same coaches that was using those same players and telling us the same story. So what are you telling me? I got the mic now.
But listen, we got to look at it from the standpoint of, is this a championship ready team? Because let's be completely honest. This team has championship aspirations, right? The expectation is to go out there and dominate. You know what I'm saying? As Coach Prime said.
If you
right?
listen to
this team right now is not built that way.
Oh, we ready to go.
We ready.
There are holes that need to be filled on this team.
Don't go. We ready. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can have a new attitude, but you got to have a new record this year too, and you got to have talent to change that.
Yeah, you got
it has
have
to
new
be
talent.
proven. Everything we're saying got to be proven. It hasn't been proven yet. Let the proof is on the pudding.
And you don't think that's a problem? You don't think that's a problem that these transfers hadn't come in and took the job yet? Because clearly, you can't say. You can't tell me, okay, but the transfers that are there, you can't tell me that they brought them in just to be depth pieces. They brought these guys to come in and compete and start. And the fact that they haven't taken that job yet, to me, I'm a little concerned. There's no reason in my mind that I would think that right now, Dion is thinking, hey, we're gonna let these guys keep their starting positions for seniority. He don't get down like that. He old school, right? He tell you that. There's nothing about him coming up that will make him do something like that. So that's a problem.
Let's drill that in. And since my voice is a little louder, because Phil got this soft voice, this soft Southern voice. Let me give you my African, New York, all around the world heavy voice on what he just told you. Bruh, if you bringing these guys in, remember we were heavy. Remember you watched videos on people breaking down, filming, all that stuff. Remember these guys are supposed to come in, Coach Prime. If you see some of the titles that they put out there, Coach Prime got a dog on his hands and all of these things. Guess what, man? At this point, the coach that goes to the podium and starts to speak, he ain't going to be talking about Western drinking coffee. He going to be like, Westerns are dog. Am I right or am I right? Like straight up, like no fluffies. Like forget about the fluffies and forget about the comments for 1 second. Forget about the chat for 1 second. Tell me the truth. at this point in time, you should be expecting the position coaches to be bigging up the transfers. Do you not agree? Wild Dog, if you're still here, I want to hear from you first. Wild Dog, and then I want to hear from DC Buff CU Buff Dynasty. Do you agree or disagree that right now is the time where we should be hearing from these position coaches that these transfers are a dog and they're about to eat somebody's lunch? Please, Wild Dog, you first.
Harry B, it's April, so no, because 95% of what you know about them is still what you learned about them in the recruiting process. Because we're just coming out of strength and conditioning. They just got the pads on. So most of what you know is still from what you did in recruiting. So if you thought they were a dog in the recruiting process, nothing's changed yet.
All right, but you go into the microphone and you're saying that Trevor Woods and what the type of work they've been putting in and what's the name? They still got the job. So
Harry B, what I feel everybody.
Let me finish my thought.
My
Let me
apologies.
finish this comment because I want you to answer it with fairness. Take off your what do they call us all the time? Take off your Kool-Aid hat for a second because we both wear that Kool-Aid hat because you know that we're CU and Deion Sanders apologists. Lay that down for 1 second. Show some of your gray hair. All right, for 1 second. Let me and you have a conversation real quick. If you go to the microphone and you are a position coach and you say, from what I've seen so far, all the practices and that we've had in from the conditioning, these two guys are our leading guys, even though we haven't made a decision yet and we haven't put the pads on. These two guys are our leading guys. Are you telling me that you cannot say that about the guys that were not here, especially if a dog comes in the building and he's ready to eat somebody's lunch? You should be able to see that already. If you're telling me that you can see it in Levante Bentley and Woods, and you can't see it in your other guy, then are you not looking at them the same way that you're looking at Levante Bentley and Trevor Woods? That's the question.
And then that's what I was going to mention is like, look, if I'm the linebacker position coach and I'm answering, it's like, look, guys, we have 3 inside linebackers. So going into the spring game, my starting linebackers are Bentley and Woods, the same linebackers we finished the season with, who are second and third in tackles. It's April 2024. We haven't even had the spring game yet. That's where I'm at, and nothing's changing.
Feels so real. Can you please tell the audience what you said in the comments if you're brave enough? Please, because I feel like we are seeping in. And KMS says CU doesn't have bad players. Like if that's the barometer, if that's the measuring stick, KMS 929. If that's the measuring stick, then I 1000% agree with you. We have good players, but I don't think that's what we're talking about right now. So this is not about having good players.
I'm willing to say what I said in the chat just for the panel. But listen, man, like I said in there, I said, listen, I still follow Bama, right? It's hard for me not to still keep up with them, even though Saban is gone, because there are a lot of players that I've been following since high school, knowing that Bama was recruiting them or whatever. But there are coaches there that, and even other players that are bragging on the transfers they brought in. You got a safety that came in from Michigan. You got a cornerback that came in from USC that looks like both of them are going to be starting. And then you got a couple of true freshmen that are coming in that are blowing the coaching staff away. And they're already talking about trying to find ways to utilize them in the offense. So at this point, it's the spring is not over with, but we should hear some rumblings of like, hey, you got to watch out for number 10. You got to watch out for number 35. You got to watch out for number 81. At some point, there should be some excitement about the guys that you have in.
Right.
And I've heard them say positive things, but there's a difference between you when your child opened that gift for Christmas and they're like, oh, thanks, Mom, thanks, Dad. And when they open it up and they jaw drop and they can't say nothing,
right.
That's what I'm trying to hear from the coaching staff right now, and I don't hear it.
So that's,
Hey,
that's what I'm
Phil.
trying. That's what I'm. Hold on, Tim. Let me
Okay.
just piggyback, and then you can have it. This is the discussion that we're having, guys. And please smash that like button because this is a good discussion. All right, I'm biased, okay? But anyway, but what I'm trying to tell you guys is, just like any other team, if you get a dog is hard to not bark, okay? When a dog smells food, when a dog smells an enemy, what do dogs do when they smell somebody across the street and they're approaching the house? Can somebody just tell me on this panel, what do they do? What do you hear a dog do? Thank you. Who was that? Who said that?
that was
Y'all
Phil.
crazy,
That was me.
man. Y'all
Hey,
crazy.
I thought Wild Dog was gonna do it.
Hey
You gotta
Willie,
bark
hey
over there.
Willie, hey Willie. People are gonna think that was me, dog.
Don't let Harry trap you, man. Don't let Harry trap
Hey.
you.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Harry
Let me
B,
set
the
this up.
dogs are.
Let me set this up and I'll give it to y'all. But if you have a dog in the house, because dogs have they're very sensitive. Their senses are very high, right? You could be across the street. If your dog knows that you can smell you approaching their house, they will start barking. If a dog comes into, if we had dogs on this team, right, there would have been barking already. Who's been barking on that offensive line? Chittle's been barking. How do Chittle come in, and Coach Prime is already bigging him up and saying, you obviously going to get drafted highly because he's the dog. On this defense, who are we hearing? We have not heard about the dogs on this defense yet that are barking and that should be barking at this moment. But y'all don't want to have that conversation.
Okay,
Why?
another conversation of a dog, another characteristic of a dog is, now a real bad dog, he'll let you get in the house and he'll let you come closer. He'll hear you. He don't bark at everything that he hear. He walks and he sneaks up on it. And
So
he
that's
walks
a
through
CU
the,
player.
when he gets close,
player that you're describing?
when he gets close, Harry, listen, when he gets close, that's when he lunges at you. When you
Oh,
get
come on,
close,
man. Willie, stop playing with me. Willie,
you-
stop playing with Willie.
you never heard
stop
about a
playing
dog
with
that does that? You know that's
that's
the
a
nature
weak
of some
dog.
dog.
That's
Huh?
a weak dog. Okay,
No, it's
that is a
not.
weak dog. An alpha male dog is not allowing you to approach its owner, its food, or anything around it. An alpha male dog will not allow you to do that. An alpha male dog, when it smells food and it's time to eat, it will start barking. And that's how it is. And what Phil said, right? When you get those type of players in, it's hard to keep them. Like when you light a lamp, you don't put it under a bushel. It's hard to keep those guys from barking, and you would have heard that already. These transfers that are already there, right? The transfers that are already there should be barking at the point where, when you go to the media, your face should be gleaming by the time you get to that podium, and you should be like, my goodness, we got some true dogs, and these guys are ready to eat somebody's lunch. And like they said, if the guys that are already there, like Coach Hart said, if the guys that are already there feel uncomfortable, he sleeps better. So somebody should have been making his players that were already on that team feel uncomfortable for him to feel confident to come to that podium to say, my guys that are there last year, my guys that was here, they feel uncomfortable, and I feel good right now. Is that not plausible to say? Am I crazy for saying that?
He said everything you just said. He said it at the podium. Were you not listening to what he said?
No, he wasn't listening at that. He didn't hear
He
that.
he said the same thing you're saying. He said the guys are eating breakfast at 4:00 in the morning. They're studying morphine. He said that they're easy because there's somebody chipping at the bit behind him. He said that. He said it.
This is what he said.
Harry B, there's a distinct difference. There's a distinct difference, okay? People keep saying linebacker. Okay, fine. You got linebackers who are outside linebackers and edges. That's different. That's different than the middle or the inside linebacker position. That's totally different. We got plenty of outside linebackers and plenty of edges who are dogs. But when you want to drill in and they ask him, of course, the media is going to ask him about, the questionable position, which is inside linebacker. And that's what the spotlight is on. But when you look elsewhere, right, even on players, what we see in our test, like you mentioned Shadozi, right there, nose guard, nose tackle. proving himself as a dog. And McNeil's not far behind him, you know. And on the edges and outside linebackers, shoot, them dudes are showing their butts. Now, what I don't like is seeing a safety hit on a run, but when you force those speedsters out on the edge, that's going to happen. But there's a distinct difference when someone drills in with a question about inside linebackers. It is what it is. The linebacker room is suspect because we don't have an inside linebacker. We don't have that leadership for the defense yet.
And Wild Dog, that's what I'm saying for CU Buff Dynasty, so you can understand. Like, you're saying that he's saying all of those things, but that's not what he's saying. I'm pushing back 1,000% all day, every day, on Saturday and on Sunday. Stop playing with me on Monday nights too. So stop playing with me. He ain't said none of that. Ain't no dog that surprised him. What I heard about Wester is that boy, he doesn't have a bad day. He doesn't have a bad day, and he's, you know what I'm saying? And right now, it's these two guys' job to win. That's not describing what I'm talking about. If this guy came in to eat somebody's lunch, he's not the third guy being talked about. Like, forget about Coach Prime, forget about CU Buff right now. If we were talking on national, just general football talk, and they're saying that the guy that just came in, he's an energizer bunny. He does a good job. CU Buff Dynasty, you're telling me that that's what you call the dog that's barking on a general conversation level? If that's the case, then if he's the third guy, then what? I'm even lost for words, because there's no way you're telling me that what he said about him having energy and him coming into himself, that he could be the third guy. And depending on what he does when we get pads on, because there's a difference when you have the pads on, you have your vision being blurred and all that stuff, and then reading plays, there's a difference. But we've had pads on right now. So you're telling me that conversation is exactly what we're explaining, where Phil So Real said, or the fake Deion Sanders says, that Alabama is bullish on some safeties that came in, some other guys that came in, and they're like, we got to find space for them because we already had our starters, but these guys are blowing us away to the point where, man, this competition, and we're going to have to put them in. We're going to have to find a way to put them in. That's the same thing that you heard at that podium?
That's what Alabama does. Stop trying to compare what the world Alabama does to what CU does and how they handle their business.
As an example, now here we
go.
Wait
a minute. What I'm telling you is, I don't know if you guys heard me a little bit earlier. I don't know if you quite understand what I was saying. He is securing depth. You have to understand the game of the transfer portal.
I don't agree with that.
You don't have to agree with that. I'm telling you what it is.
You asked me if I heard it, and you asked me if I heard you say it. I heard you, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with you.
Listen, what I believe is he's securing depth. Wester came over. He's going to be a starter. They probably had that conversation. You just can't come and dump him on top of your guys that you have in there right now. Number 5 of practice is what you guys are talking about. There's a thin line that you kind of have to play when you're trying to secure depth, man.
So let's go down this road.
First of all, we're talking about when this interview or whatever they did in the podium or whatever, we're talking about day number 5 and first day of full pass, dude. Can we get at least 2-3 days to pass?
Forget about the day number 5.
Talking about?
Let's go down this line of securing depth and your perspective of you gotta baby him or you gotta coddle him so that he doesn't leave. Let's go down this line real quick.
It's not babying and coddling. Let's not don't try to throw that terminology on it. So what I'm saying is, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If I'm a coach, first and foremost,
not a dog, then it's not like he's a
listen, Harry. If I'm a coach, first and foremost, the guys that's going to have the first chop at the bit are going to be the guys that have already been there. First and foremost, those are the guys that's going to be first up in line. It's going to be their job to lose. I don't care who you bring in. Your guys returning from playing those positions are going to be your first guys up. It's going to be their job to lose. It's not coddling. It's not babying. It's called playing the transfer portal game. You don't want to bring Webster, throw him right. We're not Alabama, so we don't have 15 linebackers. So there's a specific game that you have to play when your depth is already slight. You're not going to bring Webster.
Let me say this before I forget. Let me hear this.
You're not going to bring Webster in there. Throw him over top of Trevor Woods. Throw him over top of Bentley, and then Trevor runs and hits the portal because he's unsatisfied. Now we damn another man short in depth, not knowing if we even going to get any more linebackers in the portal. Okay, there's a game you have to play. There's a game you have to play when your depth is not.
Let me answer before I forget my thought.
There's no reason for me to think that DM will play those games.
That's what I'm saying. Now, let me answer before I forget my thoughts. So listen, I get it. All right, you've said it like 3 times already, but it doesn't mean I have to agree to your perspective as Coach Prime is playing this game. So this is what I'm hearing you say. To keep this guy from jumping into the transfer portal, right? You're gonna go on the media in the media, put them two before the media, secure them, and say to the media that you're going to tell the media that we haven't made a decision yet, but right now it's Trevor Woods and Bentley's position to lose, and Webster is a close third. So in essence, you're telling me that you're telling the guys that have been here already, so that I'm going to start this guy over you, but right now it's your position to lose, and if I don't start you, then you lost the position. So I'm making you feel. I'm making you feel some kind of way, and I'm strangling you along. I'm stringing you along, and then I'm going to snap this thing from under you, and then I'm going to give it to the guy that I told he was a distant third. So,
but Harry, that's not what he's saying. That's not what I'm saying, man. That's not what I'm saying. Everything has to be.
You just told. Hold on. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this thought. You're telling me that that's not what you're saying now, but you're saying you're to secure depth. Is to tell, because he did tell the media, all of us, that it was Trevor Woods and Levante Bentley's job to lose right now because they haven't made a decision yet, but the work that they have put in is their job to lose right now. So you're telling me he is playing a game to secure them, but Webster's going to start. That's what you said.
No. That's not what I heard. But pretty much what he said. But this is what I'm thinking.
Okay. You know what? Will he stop for 1 second? Let him repeat it. So you said you didn't hear that, but he's right here. So tell me that's not what you said.
That's not what you're taking it in the wrong context. You're using the context. You're using it in the context that supports your stance. What I'm saying is, on any team, I coach football. Any team, you got your guys from last year are always going to be the first guys up. Regardless of how great the players are that came in behind him, they have to work their way up to take his spot. So what he's doing right now, he's giving them the fair opportunity to win the position. What if you listen intently to what he said? He said right now there are no starters and nothing is guaranteed. We haven't even put pads on. But right now, this is what's going on. But Webster has a lot of energy, like he's drinking coffee every morning, this, that, and the third. He has these guys up eating breakfast at 4 o'clock in the morning, getting to the film room before. He's letting you know what's going on. I don't know how you're listening. I don't know how you guys interpreted to what he said, but he's letting
the same thing that I just told you. You just said the same thing I just said that you said, but you're saying that's not what you're saying. So you're walking it back.
So the way I'd interpret what Hart said at the podium was that, man, this guy Webster, this kid is amazing. He's putting pressure on these guys. He's actually going to take the start spot. But right now, this is what's going on. This is the fair chance that I'm giving these guys. But this guy doesn't miss. He doesn't let up. He makes all the plays in practice. He's letting you know what's going down. I don't know how you guys interpret what he said.
Harry, can I jump in for a second? For a second? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna say this. See you buff that. I actually agree with you on this. I do think Coach Hart was speaking positively about him, but there was, again, I'm looking at that kid opening up that perfect gift on Christmas. There wasn't as much of excitement as I would think that would be from a coach when you got a guy coming in that's supposed to be that quote unquote dog.
And he beasted.
Exactly. So I think so the way I heard it is that, hey, he's a guy that's going to make them want to be better, but he's not a guy that's going to take that job. And that's what I want to hear. I need to hear that people are taking folks' jobs, because otherwise, why are you bringing in these transfers?
That's what he
Well,
said himself.
But right now, nobody's.
He said, I sleep when these guys are uncomfortable. He said that. He said, I can sleep way better when these guys are uncomfortable. So if that means that I got to tell Bentley, who's been here, that Wester's eating his lunch, then that's what I'm going to do. It's not the other way around. He said that himself. So how you telling me that he can say that, but then come back and try to coddle him with, oh, it's your job to lose, but I'm going to give it to Wester? That doesn't make sense, because that's contradiction.
But Harry, where will the job be won at? Off of what the coaches say, pretty much, it's going to be won on the field of battle. It's going to be won in practice. That's going to settle everything what we're talking about. Whoever wins in practice, listen.
Beasting, you would have heard it already.
Yeah,
you're not listening. If he was beasting, you would have heard that already. Somebody would have been excited. Somebody would have came out and be like, my goodness, did you see that play? Yo, this kid came here to eat somebody's lunch. And we know that Coach Prime is a trash talker. So if Coach Prime saw somebody beasting, you know what Coach Prime would have done? Coach Prime said he came to take your spot. He came to eat your lunch. And if you don't want your spot, he's about to take your spot. Coach Prime is that guy. He would have said that. But we ain't hear none of that.
So after you say that with the vigor that you said it, understand that Coach Prime was not the one at the podium talking. It was Coach Hart. Coach Hart is different from Coach Prime. So because it didn't come out,
they would have said it.
Because it was not verbally displayed the way that you wanted to, does not mean that those are not the thoughts that are being thought. Those are not the sayings that want to be said. That's the way you want it to be said.
Like me. I ain't said nobody got taught like me. All we're saying is, if somebody's beasting, somebody would have said something already. We're talking about the transfers on that line. If somebody was beasting, you would hear people will not even keep quiet anymore. If you got a pretty girl, you want to talk about her all the time. You will go to everybody who's not even listening, who don't even care. You be like, yo, my girl pretty. So what are you telling me?
That's not true. That's not a true statement. That's not a true statement.
Hey, can I say something real quick, Harry?
That's not a true statement. Come on, man. Stop with the cat.
If your girl's pretty, you keep your girl locked up and she's pretty?
Hey,
sometimes I will. Yeah, you better.
Harry.
Yeah, they got some dogs out. They got some dogs out there, you know.
If your girl is hot, all you do is talk about her. Come on now.
You turned up. You turned up today, Harry.
I
ain't one today, Bo.
No, but if your girl is hold on. Let's just get this out. Hey, hold on, Tim. So see you above Dynasty. You're telling me if your girl is hot, you're not going to talk about her?
No, I'm gonna keep that thing. I'm gonna keep that thing to myself, buddy. I don't want to put it out there so everybody else.
If my girl is that hot, I'm not taking around none of y'all mofos.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna keep that tucked in, Bo. What are you talking about?
Yo, you owe me money.
Tucked in.
Why don't you just cuss? You owe me money.
I ain't finna show my goodies off.
Mofos doesn't count. That's a soft acronym.
Okay, but it was a close second.
But I'll hit your swear jar. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm gonna hit your swear jar anyway. You know me.
No, but on the serious note,
it's not for debate. It's not for debate. The swear jar is not for debate.
Well, listen, all that means is you're some insecure dudes, all right? Because I know some alpha males where they got their girls wearing nothing and walking next to them. All right. Have you seen, like, come on now. Like, every guy know if your girl is hot, you want every other guy to know that you got a hot girl on your arms.
No, Harry. The portal opens up when. The portal opens up again when.
Right.
And those bags out there at Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan. Come on, Harry. Let's get real. You bring out in the fall, not in the summer. You don't bring out a bikini. You bring out in the fall and say, "Hey, this is my girl," when she's covered head to toe.
Dressed down. Yes.
Why don't? Let's go to the chat. Let's put it to the chat. All the men in the chat right now, if your girl is hot, all the real men, all right, all the real men that date women, if your girl is hot, do you tell everybody, or you want to hide her? If you're not insecure, you want everybody to know. Put a fire emoji if that is true, and put a thumbs down or trash if I'm talking trash. Let's go. Let me have them all the hot.
This DC, I'm not hiding nothing. I don't want her to be out here with half a clothes on, but I'm not hiding nothing. If you can get it, take it, but you can't. And that's how I look at it. So I'm gonna keep on walking.
Old school player.
I agree with DC. Like my wife hot, but you know what I mean? It's like I agree with DC. I'm secure with myself. So I know what I can bring to the table and all that. So I mean, if you could take her, hey, go ahead. More power to you. I guess.
But you got to remember. You got the nature of. You got the nature of a dog, man. That's why they call them dogs. Dogs don't only have the nature to attack, but dogs have the nature to be dogs. The dogs want to get everything.
Hey, they gonna do that. They gonna do that any and every day. Like my wife, she ain't with me right now. I'm pretty sure that guys out there that shoot they shot. Hey, so I trust her though. If she wanna, I can't. Hey, I tell you like I tell my son. Hey, you can't control what God blessed her with. Just like she can't control what God has blessed me with. So therefore, it's a decision. If you choose to bite that forbidden fruit, hey, you went for me in the beginning. So we'll keep it. We'll be cordial and keep it pushing.
Yeah, exactly. You can drive past the lot all you want.
I know. You got a hot girl. You telling somebody know. You're like, yeah, that's my girl. You proud to say that's my girl. I don't know where all these insecure men are coming from. Like, what are y'all doing out here? Like,
I ain't insecure. I just ain't gonna show. I ain't gonna show. I ain't gonna show everybody.
Hey, Harry,
you don't.
I don't get it. I don't get it. You guys are different.
I'm sorry. Hey, Harry.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Let me say this right here. Listen, like, so now that was all fun and games. We understand.
Yeah.
But let's talk in the football context. Let's talk in the transfer portal context. Let's talk in the bad context. You could have if you out here ramping and raving about let's say West or whatnot. You can't tell me that another school that needs a linebacker can't come and swoop him right from under your feet with a bigger bag than what you're offering him. So that's why you kind of keep everything and I think this is one of the things that Prime learned last year. Keep everything kind of in the middle of the road.
Don't say who started, who's not.
You got everybody looking and watching, wanting to grab what's under your feet from you. That's what I think. Because so you can't tell me that.
See you, bro. Let me ask you a question.
Ahead, bro.
So you're playing reverse psychology by telling somebody that it's their job to lose. That's not reverse psychology. How is this supposed to make the transfer feel when you tell the other guy that it's his job to lose, and the transfer is a third in the running? Like, is that reverse psychology? What do you call that?
So it's really not reverse psychology. It's actually being honest. Hey, man, you've been here. You played the position last year. It's yours to lose. You can tell the other guy that's third there, hey, man, we brought you over here to do this. It's your position to take. I mean, I don't.
But he didn't say it like that. He didn't say that. He said the work that they have put in so far, even though we haven't made a decision, these are his words. I can play the tape for you. These are his words. I made a video about it. He said that so far, from what we've seen from the work that they have already put in, it's Trevor Woods and it's Levante Bentley's job so far. And Wester is and then he put Wester in there from a question that was asked of him. So it's not the talk where you say, which I would agree, then you and I would not be having this argument or this debate. I would agree if you have a general talk and say, you know what, we're letting the guys compete. And right now it's anybody's job. But when you come out and you say emphatically that based on the work that I've seen so far is Trevor's and his Levante's, that's a signal to the other guys that, hey, step your game up, because these are the guys that we're looking at to start come the season, come summertime, August, or I don't know if we start in August or September. I think it's August this year. Come August, we're going to be starting Levante Bentley and we're going to be starting Trevor Woods. So that's emphatic. That's not general. That's not a generosity. That's emphatic. That's saying we're putting our stamp on this guy. We're co-signing these guys. So based on your rhetoric, hold on, Willie, I'll give it to you. Based on what you're saying, see you Buff Dynasty, you're saying that they're playing politics. Based on that, then that means it's political mind game, because you're saying you're telling me that this guy's got it. I mean, I don't know why you're not seeing that. Like you can't tell a guy he got it, and then the other guy is supposed to think in retrospect or in secret. You're telling him he's starting. That doesn't even make sense to me, man. I don't know if.
Can I say something real quick, Harry?
Listen up.
Let me give it to Tim first. Let me go to Tim first because I took it from him. I took it from Tim. Let me go to Tim and then Willie and then see you Buff Dynasty. Go ahead, Tim.
What I will say real quick is all those players right now are auditioning for a starting position to be that number one player on offense or defense. Everybody, like Dynasty just stated, though, Harry, everybody not gonna be brutally honest like Coach Prime is, the rest of his staff. But I feel like it's gonna start day one. But I feel like right now, where they at, they just auditioning. Everybody else auditioning, man.
Then talking generosities. Don't be emphatic and don't be direct. Don't be like based on the work that we've seen so far. This person, just keep it leveled for everybody. Go ahead, Tennis Channel. Let me hear. Yeah, keep it. Just keep it general.
Listen, people. This is what I found out about people. All of us on this panel. We
just found this out about people. Man, you've been learning a long time. You still learning?
Still learning. Look, you see that white beard on there. There's a reason why that whiteness is there, brother. I'm telling you. Listen, people hear what they want to hear. Everybody on this panel, we watch the same video.
Hold tight. I'm sorry to cut you off. Hey, whoever that is in the chat saying fuck you, B to really flaw to a female. Hey, kick that guy out of here, man. We don't disrespect women over here. What is going on with this guy? His name is Heffel, something like that. Talking about F-U-B.
Don't say it out loud though, because when you say it, the audio. Yeah, man.
Hey, kick him out of here, man. We don't do that, man. We don't disrespect women.
Yeah,
we don't
use
sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
All right, he's out of here. Go ahead.
Keep it real, but YouTube friendly.
Look, man. It's
a new guy that came from a different channel, and I think he got too excited. He don't know who we are around here. But go ahead. He don't know that we're family and we can argue, but we're still respectful around here. He forgot. I don't think he knew that.
Okay, we all hear what we want.
Thank you, see you Buff, for calling that out. I appreciate you.
Much respect to that, see you Buff.
Yeah,
yes.
Good job.
Yes, sir.
Good job, man. Yeah, listen, we all hear what we on here. You got 6 or 7 people on this panel. Watch the same video. And you asked for what we saw. We all would have seen something different. Or we all would have heard something different. That's okay. Because that's based on a lot of things.
Just keep that in mind.
Yes, you are. Yes, sir, you are.
I'm smarter. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. Yes, sir, you are. Because you got control of what I say and what I say. You can cut me off anytime, but you ain't gonna do it. but look,
I'm way smarter than y'all. Just keep that in mind.
And so when we watch the videos and we watch what's going on, we see something. We don't see it in the same way. Some of us hear more than others. Some of us read between the lines, and some of us will take exactly what he said, well, what somebody said. This goes with in any conversation. But we already know Prime. I went back and I was watching Prime when he was going through his deal with a certain lady, okay, and how he handled those interviews and how he handled that situation. So I had to go. I went way back there because I remember some of it. But he's very honest, like the guys were saying. He's very honest. He said, "Look, these guys right now, where we are right now. These guys will be my leading candidate. It doesn't mean that they're going to be that way because, you still got people that are dogs that are coming after them. Don't you know that there are people on that team that's coming after those guys? When he said that, that's what Dion wants. He wants the dog to come out. Okay, this will be my leading guy. Now, that's the challenge I put out to the other linebacker. Can you step up or are you going to step back? That's how I read that. Does that make sense? I mean, everybody else kind of halfway seeing some of that or what?
Well, I don't read it like that.
I got a point.
Listen, I'll let you have it. But there are different ways to read messages, and I'll say this: coaches have this way of motivating their young men, and they have, they'll say certain things because they know, like, just like Coach Prime deals with his children, he'll say certain things to Bucky that he won't say to Shador, and say certain things to his young ladies that he wouldn't say to the guys, right? But when you hear a message like, based on the work that we've seen so far, this guy is starting, it's not the same general message that you hear when you hear this is anybody's job to win. Everybody's going to compete for a position. And right now we haven't put on the pads, so we're going to be grading everybody and we're watching. But we're also bringing in some other guys, and if they're uncomfortable, then that's fine. So I don't know. I know that sometimes when we hear stuff because, there are these earbuds. I think a lot of us we got these earbuds in the mill, and they're called Deion Sanders buds. We put them in our ears, right? We screw them in, and then when we hear something, it's our admiration for Coach Prime. We hear it through those earbuds, and it changes the way that things are said or things are, normally done when we are listening to other people say the same thing. There's one way to hear something when you have the Deion Sanders earbuds in, and then when you take the earbuds out, then you hear it clearly. Like, I don't have those earbuds in. I threw them out from after last season. I said, nah, I want to hear it clearly. He clearly said, and I repeat, he clearly said, based on the work that we've already seen, Levante and Trevor Woods. Those were the words. So y'all are hearing it a little different. I get it, because I feel like your earbuds are still in. Go ahead, Phil.
No, I just want to say this real quick, man. Like, I'll give it to y'all. Okay, cool. It's the first 5 days of spring practice, but at a certain point, you want those guys to step up. I know everybody's not going to be a Travis Hunter. I know everybody's not going to be a Shador Sanders, right? But at a certain point, when Travis Hunter showed up the first day of spring practice, you knew who he was. And all I'm saying is there should be guys on this team that you can look at and say, hey, that person right there, you better look out for him. And it seems like Chidozie is the only person that has that quote unquote it factor. Like, I haven't even really heard them gung ho about
maybe Mayers, Justin Mayers also.
But yeah, okay, cool. So we can add him in there. But I guess again, my point is, at a certain point, you want to hear about those guys that's like, you know what, we can't keep him off the field because we know either on the defensive side he's gonna wreak havoc, or on the offensive side he's gonna burn somebody deep. He's gonna hit the hole right. He's gonna block the person the way he's supposed to. At a certain point, you want to know, like, those guys that are can't miss. He has to be a starter, because obviously we know Shador got that talent. We know Travis Hunter got that talent. So you want to hear that about other guys as well, and we just haven't heard that, and that is my concern right now.
Hey,
So
Phil,
I got a question in that.
Phil, can I say something real quick? They did say something about that freshman running back. The running backs coach did state that freshman running back is showing some huge improvements. They ain't really say a lot about McCaskill, but he's high on that freshman running back.
Hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Like, I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna go on mute. I want to be excited about Colorado this year, guys. I want to hear something good. Like, I want to be excited about it. And right now, I'm not. Like, I'm trying to be a bandwagon, but I want to be the leaders like some of y'all. But right now, I'm not hearing anything that's gonna make me that way.
Well, we need to help you,
go
brother.
Ahead,
we
PC.
need to help you.
Well, I guess all right, because just listening to it, I had to step out for a moment. So here's the thing. I think if you're having this, we're talking about spring, not the fall. So at the end of the day, to me, it's sitting up here saying, well, I already know this person is, and we hadn't done the scrimmage, we hadn't done hadn't done the game, none of that kind of stuff. I'm like, if I got to use the media to be able to get my other people to step their game up in spring practice, does that not say to a point, if you have been eating right and grinding and doing all your weights and stuff like that, why do I have to motivate you? And this is just doggone for a scrimmage. This is not against another team. I don't get them into, and I get it. I understand that some people love Prime, and I understand that you think he can walk on water and turn it into wine at the same time.
Those earbuds.
However,
use the earbud analogy.
However,
definitely true.
However, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything. I like Prime, understand that, and I'm trying to get on the band. I'm gonna tell you what keeps me off the bandwagon. Is that y'all love to talk about the haters, but you don't say crap about the worshipers, the delusional folks that say they're going 12-0, and nothing out these scrimmages, anything ever tells you 12-0. So my thing is, if you're gonna call me a hater when somebody comes on here and say, "Hey, we just signed a 1-star from Florida. Let's go all the way to Florida." Oh, I'm not talking about a particular content creator. I'm just basically saying is that you get a 1-star from doggone Florida. It's like, yeah, we finna. See, I got to be careful the words I say, because then you'll say, well, he's talking about this person. He's talking. No, I'm basically saying this. All right. If I'm having as a leader, and these people should have been doing off-season workouts, all that kind of stuff, and I'm getting here, I got to use the media to motivate you for scrimmage, that's a problem. That is a problem. I'm just sitting here telling you, and I get it, but I'm just trying to figure out why are people taking favorable, it's like we take these gaps, because they show us what they want to show us. Why are you filling it in with all favorable information as if all of this stuff is going to work? But then if somebody says, well, I don't see that, you be pissed off at them. Well, we can no more say anything. Right. We can no more say it will work and it can't work, but what? Right. Go ahead.
It's more wishful thinking than it is.
Let's go see you, Bus.
It's more wishful thinking than it is the reality of what's going on.
Ask me a question.
We're all wishful. We're all wishing that everything will work out, because Coach Prime, this is Coach Prime's second year, and we all wish that everything will work out, and we're all wishful. But I want the conversation, y'all got to keep in mind, the conversations that we have here, every time we talk about this stuff, it happens out there. All right? Yeah, I don't know if y'all are keeping track, but every time we talk, something transpires into the team and something happens.
I'm seeing it.
Somebody's listening. Something's happening. All right, because we have the hard conversations. I don't mind getting the hits. All right, you see my channel get stuck at certain numbers. It's because of these conversations, but I don't mind it, and it's because for some odd reason I feel like it's helping. I don't know why. Go ahead.
So if I take out what you said was, I guess, Prime screw-in headbuds or earbuds.
Yeah, take your Prime earbuds out and just hear it for what it is.
If I take the walking on water, like DC said, or either Feel So Real, as a coach,
can you do that though? Are you capable of doing that?
Yeah, you got me twisted if you think I can't. Like, I'm a super fan, but I also coach football, so I understand the whole dynamics of this.
Thank you. All right, let me hear you.
If I had to realistically look at it, I think Coach Hart did a masterful job at the podium speaking on the situation that he has at hand. That's the way it should have been handled. But again, guys, let's come back and have this conversation next Friday after this little in-team scrimmage, after a week of
pads, not gonna be enough for y'all.
Of hitting. Like, we're talking about guys being starters and this, that, and the third, just coming out of T-shirts and shorts, guys.
All right, so let me say this.
That ain't going to be enough for y'all, though. I feel like that's not going to be enough for y'all.
If I was a coach,
you're going to move the goalpost again.
If I was a coach and I had Harry, I had DC, Carson, you guys played with me last year. Then I got Feel So Real coming in. Then I got Tennis Channel that came over for the transfer portal, and we playing baseball. Who you think that I'm going to let swing at the ball first? I'm going to let Harry B and DC Carson up first at bat. That's just the way it is.
That means you're a terrible coach. That means you're a terrible coach, because you should already know those guys. I want to see the guys that haven't.
Have you coached anything before, Harry? This is what I'm telling you. Like,
I have coached before, but not at your level. But you know what? I want to see the guys. You know what I want to do? This is my psychology. This is how I think psychologically. I already know what you can do. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way I approach life, and this could be wrong for some people. If I do something well, I don't even touch it. I don't go in that direction. I go and I try to do the thing that I don't do well. That's what I practice because I already know I can do that thing well. So you know what? I'm not going to touch a camera. I'm going to go try to learn how to write a script. That's what I do. All right. But and so if I was a coach and if I was coaching and some new guys came in, I already know what Trevor Woods can do. I already know what Levante Bentley can do. So I'm gonna try to see what the other guys can do. I'm gonna give them play time to see. I want to see the new guys and see because I don't have a lot of time. I need to see those guys. I have tape on these other guys already, and I have experience with them. So what I'm gonna do is push these other guys to show up because I need to evaluate them at a faster speed so I can know whether I can trust them. So I'm not going to be spending too much time on the guys that are already here because I already know them.
That sounds good, but it's not coming from a coaching experience. Let me break it down to a little smaller level for you. All right, so
break it down for my small mind. Break it down for my simple mind.
Let me break it down to a
smaller
level.
He didn't say that, Harry. He didn't say that.
I'm simple.
No. You have a tendency to read in the comments the way you read into them. I don't know why and how you do that, but let me break it down to a more simpler level. Now you got a whole team. Ahead. You got a whole new team here. We're coming out of the spring. It's April. We're getting ready to do something as simple as warm-up exercises. You got 5 lines across, 5 lines over. Who are you going to put in your 5 front lines that are going to be facing the other lines to conduct the exercises? You're going to put the guys that were there last year. It has nothing to do with the new guys.
To that specific point, you are correct. You are absolutely right. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna try to have some integrity. You're absolutely right when it comes to something like that.
Simple as that. It's as simple as that. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
It's just that simple.
But is that it though? Because that's not where it stops at. That's not the conversation we're having.
Hey, Harry.
You see what you just did? Hold on. I get the right to defend my simple mind. Okay, I have the right to defend my simple mind.
I didn't say you had a simple mind, Harry. Don't do that. Don't do that. You turned up today, man.
Hey, Harry, I'm coming out of the portal. Harry, I'm coming out of the portal, baby. I'm coming after your job. What you gonna do about that? What you gonna do about that?
Let me defend myself. Okay, you just simplified it for my simple mind. Let me just put it this way. What you just did was what Colorado fans do and what a lot of people do. When you say one thing and what they're going to say is try to rub it in a bubble that is not even in the context of which we're speaking. You just told me that if you're doing a practice, who you going to line up are those guys that already know our scheme. Well, duh, but that's not what we're saying. You see what I'm saying? You just made it sound good for the people that are listening that would agree with you, but that's not what I'm not that simple. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm more complex than that. And I'm going to call you out on it. And I'm pushing back and I'm saying, let me tell you how you made a mistake. And I'm about to eat your lunch right now. Listen, we're talking about the statement that was made as far as saying the guys that are starting or the work that we have put in right now. It wasn't just as simple as saying, we're in practice, let me start the guys that already know the scheme or are already familiar who were already here. That's not what you said. That's not what Coach Hart said. It'll be nice if that's what Coach Hart said, but that's not what Coach Hart said if you paid attention. He said, based upon the work that everybody has put in, based upon that stuff, we are looking at these guys as the starters, but even though we don't have anybody starting yet, but there are the ones that's showing early. So let's put that in that context, and then we can have the conversation. But now when you wrap it in a whole nother Coach Prime ear bubble context, it's easy for the people to agree with you, but that's not the context in which we're speaking.
All right, Harry. So let me
now that we bring it back to the context in which we're speaking, give it to me again.
Well, hey, let me say this real quick, Harry. You were stating that you want to see everybody. You don't want to see the players that were there last year that already got film. You want to see the new players and who they brought in through the transfer portal and high school level, right?
No. Let me clarify that. I said this is what I meant to for people to understand. If I'm in a position where I'm trying to evaluate right? I'm trying to get an understanding of who I just brought in, because all I saw was what's on videotape. When I get into a situation where I get to see them, I want to fast track them. I want to understand them more. So I'm not trying to do this psychological game where I'm like, oh, you're going to start. I'm just going to just keep all of that under wraps. If I go in front of a podium or not, I'm going to say this is anybody's job to win. Ain't nobody starting or nothing. So I want to fast track these guys so I can see them for myself. So I'm not putting, I'm not worried about Bailey because I already know what he's capable of. I'm not worried about Trevor Woods because I already know what he's capable of. So if I was the coach, I'm going to fast track these guys because I need to see for myself what they can do. So my attention is going to be on these guys more than the guys that have already been here.
So with that being said, everybody, Coach Prime stated in that well-off media, is there anybody in here by show of hands who not getting reps? Didn't nobody raise their hand. So everybody in there, everybody in there is getting reps. By Coach Hart going to that podium, though, stating that as of right now, what I have in my room, these two,
you about to make my point.
These two will be my starting linebackers. That is a disaster waiting to happen, because all those other coaches from the other schools got to do is go back and look at their film and be like, okay, we finna beat them across the head because they middle is soft. It's wet.
This is a bell I'm ringing. This is a bell I'm ringing. So was that clear? Was that simple enough for you to understand?
That was just as simple as pie.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the context. That's no. See you, Buff Dynasty. See you, Buff Dynasty. I just want to let you know how he just broke it down. That is the context in which I'm thinking, and I want you to know that.
So look. So again, he just made it clearer. So if you take that mentality as a coach and say, "Oh, Step, we're going to run on them because this are their two linebackers. We got to look at the film from last year," but you forgetting the key specific words that he said. He said, "As of right now." He also said, we have our eyes on other linebackers. The room is going to change. We're going to make additions. We may make subtractions. So if you as a coach look at that interview and say this is what we're going to plan on in freaking April,
about that part he just said.
You're
about that
bananas.
Part. No,
because it's going to change. What are you talking about?
Now you're going to the other coaches. The conversation that we're having right here is not about those other coaches and the decisions that they're making. That's just something he threw in there at the end. That's just something. But the conversation that we're having right now is for our benefit, not for the other coaches. Don't spend no time on the latter thing that Tim just said. Spend time now correcting what you said earlier about the fact that what we heard him say is that based on this practice and the reps that everybody's already gotten, this is the information that we're talking about. So we're not talking about some fluffy little coaching bubble that you guys are privy to. It's not that. It's what he said specifically. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if those guys heard that, so you're telling me, that's why I said, so he's playing some psychological game, some reverse psychology by telling these guys that based on the reps that they've gotten, that they are the current starters, but even though we ain't made no decisions yet, it's their job to lose. So it's some type of psychological thing where Wester's not going to jump because he's feeling like, oh my gosh, he's coddling his guys that are here and I'm not going to jump. Like, that's why I was trying to understand it based on that. So you're telling me that that's not what he was saying, but that is exactly what he just said.
Harry, I don't know why we're going over this for so long. It's simple, dude. The man is saying thus far, this is what we have. This is who's in the front running. We have these guys behind them. They are working hard. They're making the guys that's supposed to be in the front, they're making them uncomfortable. But all of this has the potential to change. We're in the portal. We're looking to bring other guys in. So don't take what we have right now as what's etched in stone. Please.
Yeah.
Well, then let me ask you. Then I guess my question to that, then, if that's the case, where why even use this point in time?
Yes, why make that statement?
Because you're playing
an
some
interview.
psychological game trying to keep his
podium.
guys. According to See You Buff Dynasty,
you're at the podium and you're speaking about what's going on right now at this point.
That's but what I'm saying is at this point, what's the need at this specific point in time to say that? Why would that not maybe have been said after the game? Maybe that's something.
Because the question.
Okay.
Because
he's playing the portal game.
Right. So then,
he's playing the portal game.
I get what you're saying. So then,
they asked the question. They asked the question, Phil. He answered it with the information that he had. You know what I'm saying?
So then, from my perspective, I can take that. From my perspective, I can.
They asked the question. He answered it with the information that he had right there at that point in time. That's all.
Okay, so from my position, for what I see, I can take that from the observation and evaluation of that point. But I also have to sit back and say, when kind of Harry point is coming, where I see something within the fans is that, like, if you sit back we talking about, the portal and stuff, that's fine. But then I have a tendency is that some fans take it too far and have premature celebrations. And they get all into, hey, we're gonna be this, we're gonna be
this point. Why is it taking that? I've been trying to get us to this point right here. This conversation's been based on right here.
So
we finally got here.
I'm pretty sure that we all understand that most of these people, like, never watched football before Prime and Jackson and Colorado. So we understand that you're going to have people that's going to say, oh, 12-0, oh, 39-0, and 5 championships in 1 year. We understand that. But to the guys who know football and been around football all their life, we understand the dynamics of this and we know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We understand.
Right. So so let me say this and then I'm done.
Hold on, DC, hold on. I listen. So, See You Buff Dynasty, I'm addressing you because you care for me, and that's that. I like it. Keep in mind, I like the drama. Okay, I just want you to know it's not personal. I love a debate.
I know you do.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Just understand there's no personal. As long as you can bring your data and I bring my data, and we can both compare notes, then I'm all good for it. But I'm not going to leave this alone because I need you to apologize, and this is the reason why.
I heard it. I knew it was coming.
Yes.
Come on.
Thank you, Tim. I need you to apologize because you said that you had to break it down simple for me. And
yes, sir.
And that was because you were not on the same wave that I was on, that where Tim just broke it down, then DC just broke it down, and now we have arrived to this point where I feel like we're all now on the same page, understanding where I was at when I was talking about the specific language that he used to send that message. But you were using a general sense of the message, and I was keying in specifically on the language that he used. And I feel like we have finally arrived, and now we can't just go away from it because you called me out and you was like, yo, let me simplify this for you. So that's where I'm asking for that apology. And if you don't feel like you have to apologize, then I want to hear the reason why. And if I agree, then I'm with it.
You know, I'm a grown man. Hey, listen. I mistaken where you were coming from, the point and the angle that you were coming from. So I misjudged my statements. So you are correct. I was incorrect on that one, or I was kind of offset. So I understand that. So let's move on.
Okay,
right, good.
I got a question.
Wait a minute.
Willie, if you're coming for me, Willie, I'm gonna make you apologize.
I'm coming for you. I'm gonna come. The apology was good. I don't owe you an apology. But this is
hold on, Willie.
Harry,
Harry,
you set this up. You set this up like that,
Willie,
Harry.
Hold on, Willie. I'm gonna give you the mic. But See You Buff Dynasty, you're not confused about what just happened, right? You understood. Your apology is not based on some. Okay, so can you clarify to Willie, because I think he's confused about what just transpired. Because I think he had on the Dion earbuds. So please explain to him.
So Harry was coming from the point that we were just tackling a minute ago. Where we were coming from a different angle that really did speak to what he was actually talking about. You see what I'm saying? So kind of just it's not an apology, but it's more so an acknowledgement of that I was coming from the wrong angle. You know what I'm saying? It was an acknowledgement. Yeah,
that's all that was. He ain't got to apologize to me because I'm a, you know what I'm saying? I like the fact that
Good Harry, good Harry. Look here, man.
Come for me with some data. If you got data, I'm all for the data, Willie. So if you're coming for me, I want you to come for me because it brings more drama. But you better bring some data. I don't want to hear no warm and fuzzy stuff with Deion, because Deion is great. He's been great all this time.
And that's what I'm saying, Harry.
And KC77 don't need to be confused. We just, Harry like to stir the pot so much he don't even realize what he's doing.
And that's what I'm saying. Harry pushed that button. Harry pushed that button like that. Good job, sir. Yeah.
Well, no. Okay. So everybody has to understand at the end of the day, listen, I want a coach. This is what I want to hear from my coach. And I'll just let y'all have at it. I want to hear from a coach who is not playing no games and not trying to play no psychological games. I feel like Coach Hart is a very intelligent, very astute. He's very smart and he understands and he's very honest. He's like Coach Prime. They're very honest people. They kind of give too much, to tell you the truth, okay? Some coaches would just say, right now, we're trying to evaluate these players and anybody's game right now. That's what you usually hear at this time of the year. You're not hearing specific like, oh, this person is really doing a good job and we're looking at him heavy. You don't hear those things yet. Just for the same reason what you guys been defending. It's spring, and we haven't even had a scrimmage yet. So you would never hear any coach say emphatically, these are the guys that are doing so good right now, and these other guys are distant second or whatever. You don't hear that talk yet because we ain't seen nothing yet. That's where I'm coming from with it. That's why I'm like, wait, we heard. That's why I made the video. Wow, Trevor Woods and Levante Bentley are the leading guys. If they are the leading guys, then we got a problem. We got to start pushing that bell like, hold up, we got a problem. If these guys are the leading guys, we need to go into that portal heavy for a linebacker. That's where I'm at with it. So if y'all want to be upset with me because I'm saying that, it's just because I want to make sure Coach Prime's mandate making it to the playoffs that we have what we need to be hearing what we need to hear. We need to hear like, oh my God.
And Harry B, we talked about this before, where the linebacker room is suspect.
They have their eyes on the linebackers in the portal. Did you hear him say that? That they got their eyes
said, that's why. And remember the other part, the second part of that thing where you kept using it out of context. That's why he said that second part. You were using that out of context. He said we're going to go and get other guys, and they know that. And then the reporter asked him and said, how does the guys feel the fact that you guys are going after some more guys? He said, that's great. It makes them wake up at 4:00 in the morning, and they are now doing the stuff that they need to do. Like my son, every time he feels like he wants to impress me, he's now, you know what I'm saying? So that's where that came from. That's the context that conversation came from, because the reporters was asking him, bruh, basically like, how do they feel the fact that you guys are telling them that you're going to go get some more linebackers? How they feeling? And he said they should be afraid. And when they're afraid for their job, it makes me sleep better. That's what he was saying. So I'm like, hey.
Hey, Harry, hey, guy, on that same subject, how many of you guys watched that running back, that freshman running back run yesterday? The way he was running. That put a scare in me, because I already got my mind set on maybe two or three, or just say two of the running backs. But speaking of that, with that same attitude of causing somebody to think, well, maybe my job isn't so secure. If this young freshman is running like that, just literally running people over. I mean, I'm sitting back and say, damn, that puts a little scare in me there. Like, okay, I mean, not as in doubt or anything. It's like that even, our running back room is very, very competitive.
I don't have any. See you, Buff Dynasty. You say you want me to play the interview? Did you say you want me to play the interview?
Yeah, that'd be good. See you, Buff. Say something to you.
Yes, but while you're doing that, Harry, I'll sit there and say I can rock when I hear folks like CU Buffs and a few others, because of they're giving their reason why. They have a valid reason why. it is to the point where it's like the gaps it's filling with fluff. Like I don't expect to see from a film. Come on, folks. Do you really expect to see on a consistent basis stuff that is unbiased from well-off media? Because if you do, I'm gotta shake my head at you now. I see some great things, and there's some awesome things that they're going to do on the offensive side of the board, like Willie was talking about, and this stuff like that. The defense, I don't know. That's to be seen. But I do want to know, and I'm curious what CU Buff has to say. Is that okay? If you're telling me, if I'm a player, you're telling me I'm the starter, but you still got to go out and get somebody. That should tell me I'm not really the starter. Do you know what I mean?
I'll push back a little bit on that, because I think what it's doing is just like Coach Prime does with his kids. It's a motivational tool, and that's where I'll have to agree with CU Buff Dynasty. Is he's using that as a motivational tool to let them know, hey man, it's your job now, but it's your job to lose. So
yeah, but what I will ask, or I'd ask this, is that I agree with that. But now you're going to get into a point, because you've heard people like Brian Kelly, LSU, a couple of folks, Lane Kiffin, things like that. You've even heard Kirby Smart say is that you got to be careful with that, because if you're sending that message, once that portal opens up, that can start affecting your depth to say, well, hey, you said I was here, and now but you're still looking. Well, maybe I need to jump someplace else.
I got pushback to that, Phil.
Or this DC. Go with it. Go with it.
But hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why are you just coming to the conversation? I've been trying to say this the entire show.
Harry B. Phil. Harry B. Phil. We went position by position. We went offensive side, defensive side, position by position. We already know the linebacker room was suspect. We already knew the inside linebackers. We don't have any other than Woods and Bentley. Really one, Bentley, who was shaky last year, but he's making a turn. So, like I put in the chat, until BJ Green lands, we don't have any other qualified starting inside linebackers. That's just the facts. And then he's questionable, because you start really breaking down the film. You know, I'm hoping change makes a difference, because difference makes a change. But I'm still looking for somebody else. And they know it. We know it. When we had our conversations in a live, then they know it. And that's why they said, yeah, we're still looking. And that's all. They don't have anybody. No one's landed. BJ Green is not here. So he's not, we got nothing to say about him, right? But for the early spring, early April, that's it. Bentley and Woods. It is what it is.
Can I say this point real quick? I think my biggest concern is not my biggest concern is that it seems like they're looking for starters, not looking for depth. For example, Kellen DeBoer, the new coach at Alabama, he did an interview with Josh Pate, and he was saying, hey, there are certain positions that we're kind of low on numbers. So he already said, hey, we're probably going to look at the portal come spring to try to fill numbers. He didn't say we were looking for starters. He was looking for depth. What I'm hearing from Colorado is they're trying to go out and find starters. And I think that is my concern right now, because at the very least at spring, you want to have some guys that you're very confident in, because they've been there since December. Now you have guys that'll be coming in during the summertime, and you only have so much time during summer camp to really get ready, because once school starts, that practice format and the hours you have throughout the week are going to be totally different. Mm-hmm. So my biggest concern is that they're looking for starters and not depth.
And Phil, this is why I said it is what it is. The linebacker room is suspect, and that nothing's going to change. Because even when you get Green in the summer, he's still not quite it. I mean, he would balance us out, but we still need. We are missing leadership on the defense. There's a huge hole. Like you know what I'm saying?
BJ Green is an edge. BJ Green is an edge. BJ Green is coming in as an edge rusher, not a linebacker.
There should be some guys that play edge that could possibly move to that inside linebacker.
Now we get it.
But
I don't want to call them rentals. We're gonna be renting guys again.
I don't know, but I saw him listed as a inside and outside and an edge. But I watched film. He's played inside. You know, but it is what it is.
All right, Wild Dog.
So my statement is still the same. It's like he can fill in, but he's still not the answer. It helps. It balances out, but he's still not, in my opinion, the answer.
Wild Dog, let's get this interview in, because some people,
yes, sir.
I guess there could be people out there that haven't saw this video, because this video did not get that many views. You guys are hating on this video, but this video is pretty nice, okay? I went in on this video, but whatever. I get it. Y'all haters. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this video in. Let's get this interview in so people can understand why we're talking the way we're talking. All right, let's see you, Buff Dynasty. You got to turn your device on so I can turn you on. All right, so let's see. Hopefully this thing will play. So let's see. I'm not satisfied, because if you have Juju taking your spot, we need another Juju. If Juju is in the game and you don't get playing time, and you only get playing time when Juju's not in the game, then I'm concerned that we need another Juju. That means Juju was elite. Juju was a DJ Lundy. What's up, guys? I talked to... All right, so I just wanted to make sure I get that in. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know... I like my own voice.
Make your money count with teachers.
Okay.
Teachers Federal Credit Union.
Advertisement
for all.
YouTube. This is my advertisement. Don't hate on my video.
While submerged underwater, a fatal construction flaw in all recent auto.
To say about the linebackers, and then I'll give you my take on it. Let's go. So this video is coming from Brian Howell's YouTube channel. I just gotta let you know that the audio is not the greatest. You guys can hear me, right? You can hear this?
Yeah, coming in clear. Coming in clear.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, let me bring To You Buff Dynasty back on. He keeps going back and forth. All right, guys, here we go. Audio, something was going on with a little bit of popping. You can pretty much hear what's going on, and then we can respond to it. Let's go. Brian Howell, appreciate you for the content. Thank you, man. This part is a low.
Well, you know, the thing about Coach Prime is he's always pushing the envelope to get better, which I love. That's what I love. The linebackers that we have right now, if y'all remember last year, I talked about we had guys that were good at the run and some were good at the pass, but we really didn't have a guy that was good at both, right? So this year coming into it, they've developed and getting better, but we haven't got the pads on yet. I mean, the first day was today, and it was kind of, you know, a little bit of hitting, but not as physical as you want to for me to make a good evaluation if a guy's good at the run and the pass, if that makes sense.
I'm just going to pause him right there. Okay, so you saw Bentley last year. You saw, what's the name last year? What did it do in the summer? What did it do in 2 months to change your mind? But anyways, let's keep going.
So that's what I'm looking for out of the group I have now. Prime wants to push the envelope and create competition, which I love. The more competition you create, they don't sleep well, I sleep good. I like that. That's my philosophy, and I'm going to stick to that. So if we bring in another guy, we have been looking, and we have some guys kind of figured out that we'd like to go after if that's the case. But right now, we're focusing on what we have in-house and making those guys better.
How have the guys here responded to knowing that you guys are looking for more reinforcements and there might be more competition coming in?
They're getting up earlier. They're eating breakfast at 4 instead of 6. They in the film room before I am. I love it. It's like my kid when he's trying to go somewhere for a birthday party or something. His room is clean. Everything's nice. You know what I'm saying? The dishes are done. That's what these guys are doing right now. They're trying to show that they're ready to be that guy and lead the defense out there on Saturdays.
It's the offseason with Trevor Woods. Was it a foregone conclusion that he would stay at linebacker, or did you have conversations with him about what his future would be?
Yeah, we had conversations with Trevor because we see Trevor as a player that could, you know, besides just playing like a dime on third downs, third and long.
So he's looking down. Read his body language. He's looking down. He's thinking about what should I say here? Read the body language.
Things of that nature. That he has instincts. He has his ability to play first and second down. So that was something we had to talk to Trevor about to make sure he understood his role going forward and what he would be to us and how much he means to us, you know? Because you have the portal these days, right? And a guy can jump in there and go and do some things, and we didn't want to lose Trevor. We think he's a great kid, great asset, great teammate, and he's going to do anything but make us better than linebacker room. Jalen doesn't have a bad day, man. Jalen doesn't have a bad day. He's like the Energizer Bunny out there. He's just twitching and moving around. I think he drinks more coffee than me or my grandmother compared, and we drink coffee every morning before I come to work. So I love Jalen, man. I think he's going to get better. I think he's going to be an asset. He's still competing to get on the field and start. I think what Bentley and Trevor have done is putting them still in the front running. No decisions have been made yet, but I do like what I see. But Jalen is really pushing, and I can't wait to see him on the field. What's that, Thursday, I think, when we get outside and have pads on.
Bentley was one of the guys I was really in.
All right, so everybody's heard it for yourself. You've now heard exactly what I was trying to hone in on. I was trying to zone in on that specific thing that he just said, that he's getting better. He's fighting to get on the field. Well, maybe I'm taking his words out of context, but he's fighting to get starting time. So now that you've heard it, everybody's heard it now. I mean, I'm sure you heard it before, but when you got a guy that's coming in, if we're saying, well, this is some type of game that we're playing, then what kind of game are we playing? Like, what game is that he's playing? I'm trying
to figure out what bad did you hear out of that. I'm trying. What?
Yeah, me too. I don't hear anything bad out of that at all.
So
it's
break down
not about judging bad or good. This has nothing to do with bad or good.
What you heard, Aaron. Like,
okay,
make it a little
let me say this in the most
from where you're actually coming from.
Okay, so let me articulate what I'm saying. I think what people try to do is when you got your Coach Prime earbuds in, it's harder to hear when somebody's saying something.
No.
And trying to be constructive.
Just break it down for me.
Okay, but I'm trying to. When I'm trying to be constructive, the constructiveness has nothing to do with saying something bad or saying something good. I'm being constructive and saying, at the end of the day, what I'm hearing, it has more to do with who he's bigging up, who he's not bigging up, and what exactly he's saying about Bentley and about Wester and Woods. So he didn't say anything bad, but you're hearing that I'm saying he said something bad. I never said he said anything bad. All I'm saying is hear what he's saying, and if it's the fact that Bentley and Trevor Woods are our starting linebackers, then I'm saying emphatically we got a problem. Straight up, we got a problem. Because I don't think those guys are elite enough to be our linebackers, especially our starting linebackers. They would be better in a depth position, second position, than in the starting position because of our aspirations of the championship. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, here's what I heard. Here's what I heard.
From my coaching ears, I hear him saying, "This is what I have right now. This is what's in the league. But I got something back here that's motherfucking cool. I got something back here that's turning the ground trying to get on the field and be a starter." That's what I heard.
I think I hear that they're looking for that middle linebacker, the inside linebacker, that key component that they're missing as of right now. I feel like he's stating Trevor Woods' name, but giving a lot of love to Wester, which I can't speak for everybody on the panel or anybody else. I only can speak for myself. But Wester is a better linebacker than Trevor Woods, hands down. Now, I feel like he's saying that so they could try to keep Trevor Woods there as a depth piece, just because the portal is within enhanced reach.
Well, I mean, he literally said that they had conversations to try to understand where his mind was, just so he doesn't jump into the transfer portal. So that part he said. So that's what I'm saying. It's fine. I don't mind the guy being a depth piece, but from what you're hearing or what you heard from him saying, from the work that they've already put in, these are the guys that are currently the guys that are in the run to be starters, even though they haven't made that decision, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. But I'm saying if that's the case, then one or two things need to happen, or one or two things have already happened. We have a great front line. The trenches on that defensive line has gotten really good to where now Trevor Woods and his limited ability at the linebackers position can now just focus on being a linebacker and not compensating for the weak line that we had last year, then I'm satisfied with that. So the question is, has the defensive line, the trenches gotten really that good where these guys are not going to have to compensate for their lack of talent at that position? And I don't know that the answer is yes.
So see,
what
Harry, this is what I'm going to say. This is that I think the line will be all right. My concern with the defense, okay, I think your secondary is going to be good. So for folks that think I don't give compliments, I'm going to give it. Secondary should be good. You've got the coach.
I know it's hard for you. It's very hard for you.
It's not hard for me to give a truth. What's hard for me is that when I give a truth, you got people that want to pop smoke. At the end of the day, and it's a fact. It's going to be a good secondary. You have a coach that was his specialty. So they should be good. They should have the footwork. They should be able to read defense. They should. In the line, you have Warren Sapp that right there, as well as you have Coach Sal, where you should have people that are working on technique, all that good stuff. Your problem, you're going into a league where people can run and they can do RPOs on you. So for again, the thing isn't going to be, you don't want somebody to throw the bomb on you, 20-yard pass down the field. But you have a situation where that middle of the field, where a team can run, can dink and dunk. And as long as you can dink and dunk down the field, you keep Shadur on the bench and you keep Travis out of the game necessarily. And that's going to cost you games. That's the biggest, the whole big elephant in the room is, you know, I'm an Alabama fan, Roll Tide, since y'all want to know who I root for. But I do root for Coach Sanders, and I do want to see you do well. But that's the thing. The key thing is that if that middle of the field, that past the line, if that is not solid, you're going to get your behind cracked. You got a 2,000-yard all-purpose back from Oklahoma State. And you got several 1,000-yard rushes. I'm telling you, if you don't fix that middle, you're going to get killed. And I just didn't see stuff from last year that would say, well, who you're saying your starters are going to make it happen.
It's going to be just as weak as that bridge in DC.
Hey, here's what I heard.
I hear you guys talk about the 1,000-yard rushes in the Big 12 like it's some big thing. Does that not also speak to how weak the defenses are in the Big 12 to allow a lot of these 1,000-yard rushes?
They were able to run on Texas and Oklahoma State. Oklahoma. They were able to run on Texas.
Because of the
I'm working on
1,000-yard rushes that we not going to have 1,000-yard rushes.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm working on it. On the yardage versus Big 12 versus teams outside the Big 12. I'm working on it.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
I've
who
already
was that
given
just
you.
talking?
That was CU Buff Dynasty and DC and Wild Dog. But I've already given you some. I already did a video where I broke down how the Big 12 and their teams on how much they run and how strong they are, but they're also weak at the pass and they throw a lot of interceptions and whatnot. So we know enough about the Big 12 to understand some of the things that they're going to be doing. Not totally, but everybody's going to regroup this year. But we do understand the Big 12 to a certain extent and what they're going to be able to do. But we're trying to focus on is CU's middle of that middle core that Yardman is talking about. Welcome back, Yardman. So, and that's why I want to kind of drill in for people who may not understand why we're spending so much time on this. It's because this is where you get burnt. This is where they kind of shatter you. And at the end of the day, if those guys that are right there in that middle are not strong, then guess what? We're going to get exposed. Our whole defense is going to get exposed. And that's why we're so concerned, because it was not that great last year. It was good. I mean, Bentley got up like 40 solo tackles. He got a lot of TFLs, tackles for loss. He did pretty well to end the season. So he's not terrible, but that's the type of guy where you want him to be you want to be in the back for somebody who can really put it all together. somebody who you just know is a Travis Hunter type, is a Shador type. You want that person there on that team. And I'm not confident that I'm hearing that from Coach Hart or Coach Prime. I feel like they're still looking for that guy. That's what this conversation is all about. It has nothing to do with whether these guys are good or whether I'm crapping on the team or nothing like that. It's just like, yo, we're having this conversation. And believe you me, every time we have this conversation, something happens. So I feel like something's going to happen. Something's going to happen because we keep drilling this in. And I'm telling you, they're going to go out there and they're going to find a linebacker. Believe you me, they're going to find a linebacker because we keep talking about this. We don't see it.
Harry, can I say this? Let me say this to anybody from CU that is listening. Go and buy you the best 2 linebackers you can get, and you will kill it. But if you do not go buy the best 2 line, I mean, throw house money, push all your chips into the table. You get them LBs, you're gonna be good. But if you don't do it, you're gonna have a situation where you're gonna keep Shador sitting on that bench, you're gonna keep Travis back, and it's just not gonna be good. Go buy them linebackers.
But DC, I gotta give you pushback though. Deanna said he's not gonna be an ATM. So that's not something that he's gonna do. So
let me push back.
You're wrong, DC. You're wrong.
No, you're right. No, DC, you're right.
Why are you doing that,
a little bit? Let me
Coach Prime has already said
no.
Coach Prime has already switched positions on that, and I want to make sure that we're fair. We're treating Coach Prime fairly on that topic because I know you were trying to be sarcastic, Phil. You were being sarcastic on that. Coach Prime has already said he understands the NIL game, and he's doing what he can. He already asked the boosters to put money into that pot because we need to go out. If the game is about buying players, then we are going to buy players. But I want to answer this question.
That's a collective, not an NIL.
Hold on, Harry, before you leave it,
what are you basing this on? You are basing this on what? We're basing this on the previous record. We said it. What we're basing this on. We're basing it on the fact that Juju was eating Levante Bentley's lunch last year. All right, until whatever transpired. And then we brought in DJ Lundy, who decided to go back to Florida, whether it was about his grades and he didn't have the grades to fit in at CU, or they had some type of, he just wanted to go back to Florida because that's where he wanted to go. Whether that was the case or not, we're basing it on the fact that we got a rental. When I say rental, I'm talking about we had to borrow him, who is Trevor Woods we had to duct tape him from the safeties position. Those are the things that we're basing this on. So please understand that we don't just talk on this show. Like we talk in data and we're talking for some very specific things. And sometimes it goes over some of the fan base head, and I get it, but we're not just talking. All right. These numbers are based in number. Like when you watch the play, that middle was, I mean, do you know why we lost that daggone Stanford game? Once Stanford figured out that middle was open, did y'all see the Stanford game that just started dropping the ball in the middle back to back to back, and there was nobody in the middle to stop that? All right. It was just like so many slants that they couldn't pick up. And I think people started making fun of us. There was like, stop 13 and the game is over. So we're basing this on that kind of stuff. All right. We're basing it on that stuff. So if we couldn't do it last year and you've only had 2 months or 3 months since the season was over, how many months has it been? What has transpired from the few months that the season was over to right now, right now, that they're seeing that's making these guys all of a sudden good? Did they go play in the Australian League when the season was over? Did they hire some elite person to train them? What happened to make them all of a sudden feel confident that they're going to be doing the job that a DJ Lundy or a Juju Mitchell could do? Juju, whatever his name is, Juju was able to do to start. That's the question. If you can't answer those questions, then you're living in a fantasy land.
Harry, can I say something? Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I am so sick of hearing about last year. Last
Well,
year,
you
listen,
cannot not hear last year.
I know. Listen to what I'm saying.
This is the sports talk show.
I know.
All we got, all the data is coming from last year.
But everybody,
so when everybody, sick. You can't be sick.
Listen. Everybody here, I'm sick of hearing it because everybody talks about last year. Okay,
got to.
Okay, good. All right. It's like somebody saying, "Okay, Willie, you got a good wife, but you need to go out and buy another one."
No, it's not the same.
Oh yeah, it's the same. Because we're married to these players. We're married to these players. Look at the concept. Look at the principle of it.
Willie, let me say this. Let me say this, and I'll give it back to you.
You got to listen at
the principle. Let me say this, and I'll give it back
it.
to you. Willie, I'll give it back to you. But let me say this so you can understand. Take your Coach Prime earbuds out of your ear and hear me out for a second.
These are not earbuds. These are not Coach Prime earbuds. I'm looking at the thing.
Those are blenders. Take your blenders off for a second and hear me out. When you're evaluating players, right? When Vegas does their betting, or when Vegas does when they put their numbers out to say this is how good this team is going to be, the people that the analysts, when they're talking about the teams, right? They're saying, who are they bringing back? They're saying this guy did X, Y, and Z last year, and they're bringing it back.
But I don't care about how Vegas do it. Let me set it up and
you can have it, because we don't want to be delusional around here any longer. Okay,
I'm not delusional, brother. Trust me, I am not delusional. I'm optimistic.
When you say you're sick of hearing last year, I want to tell you why you shouldn't be sick of hearing last year, because this is how you evaluate talent.
No, because I know about last year. I know. Listen, I know more than anybody. Harry, listen, I know better than anybody.
Let me finish, and you can have it, because people are listening. Let me finish. You can have it. Based on the data that you're bringing back, based on the players, their ability, what they were able to accomplish last year, when you bring them back, people can say, just like the Joe Flacks and the other analysts that evaluate this sport, they're going to say Michigan is bringing back this person, this person, this person, and they're going to do that number, and they're going to give them a percentage and say they're bringing back a certain percentage of their players that won that natty last year. They're bringing back these players, so that gives us confidence that their defense is going to be able to replicate what they did last year. I mean, what they did this year, right? And then you do the same thing for every team. What we do around here, or what we want to try to do, is say we're sick of hearing last year. You cannot be sick of it, because the thing is, if he did 40 numbers last year, if he did 40 last year, if he gave us 40 solos last year, we can say, okay, let's evaluate that 40 and say he's going to give us a little bit more based on what he was able to do last year. He's going to be able to read a little bit better now with a new coach and all of that stuff. That's why you cannot say I'm sick of hearing last year, because all we want to do is say, oh, Coach Prime is going to be better this year. That's not how this works. Harry, that's why you can't ignore it. So now go ahead, please.
I didn't say I was ignoring it. I said I was sick of hearing about it. The fact about I hear about, I know I experienced what everybody on this panel experienced last year. Okay, the pain of it all. I understand that. You want to revisit the pain? Let me tell you about what you did to me last year and how you hurt me last year. That brings up that same pain. I don't care. Like you, Barry, you care. You care about what people say. I don't. Okay? People will be on your side for one time, and next minute they're against you. Only thing I'm saying, and you took me off of, but yeah, you took me off of it when you brought me over here. So I'm gonna go back. So I'm going to go back. Okay. What I was talking about originally is what the hell I was talking about originally. But anyway, every conversation comes up, it's all about the past, the past, the past, the past, the past. And people will judge you on your past. Well, you can say, look, I've changed. I'm different. Okay. Now, so I have to go and prove myself. Okay. Let the team prove themselves before we go to knocking them all over the place before they even get out of the box.
Willie, I got a question for you.
Let me finish up.
Oh, go ahead. And I want to ask you a question when you're done.
We got a good team coming in here. We got good players coming in here. So we're going out of the whole team, we're going to pick out one player or two players. Say, well, you need to go and get somebody else. Bring them in, but don't throw the wife out. If you want to test the wife, Or you test out the new wife, go test out the new wife. But what if she doesn't work? Let's use that. What if you're bringing these new linebackers and everything that you say were going to be the savior of the team?
What are you talking about?
What if they don't work? What if they're not as good at the press look? What the press look like? Now, this is something we don't think. When you talk about being delusional, all those linebackers, you said, well, bring this one in, bring this one in. Oh, we need this one here. Bring Juju back. What if they don't work? That's the other side of the coin. And I don't deal with what ifs. I'm going to deal with it is or it not.
What if it works? What if it works?
Well, Willie, I got a question. I got a question for you, Willie.
Yes,
okay, so you don't like the past, and I understand that, and you're right in that in a lot of ways.
No, I don't dwell on the past.
But why is it okay to bring up things like, well, we only lost by so many points last year, or we was just getting started? So it's okay to come in and pick out the complimentary and flattering information. But then when you sit back and talk about the deficiencies, the weaknesses and stuff, now all of a sudden we don't want to have that discussion. So help me understand why.
This is why. Listen, this is why I said, listen up. This is why I said what I said. If you reflect on the past, you have a tendency of repeating the past. Reflect on the positive things. Reflect on the good things, because that's where you want to go. We don't want to go back to the 4-17 or the 4-18. We don't. So you reflect on where you want to go, not where you came from.
But that's not how this works, really. That's not how.
Let me say something while I'm in a good signal area. Hey, Yardman, I stated something in the chat that Prime had 3 of the top recruits, 3 of the top players in each of their respective classes, and he said there's thousands of kids. Dude, do you understand, or whatever you are, do you understand that there's only a certain amount of 5-stars that come out every year? There's not thousands of 5-stars. There's only a small select group. So for Prime to gain one of those out of each of the past 3 classes, and he's just starting this, is very amazing. Do you understand that there are programs that has yet to this date acquired a 5-star? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like Harry say, when you want to talk about sports, bring some data, man. People don't getting 5 stars is not a daily thing in college football, dude. It's only a small group of them. Talking about. Go ahead. I just had to get that.
Well, somebody real life said Tennis Channel's argument is based in.
If you ain't got no hope, baby, you ain't got nothing. If you ain't got no hope with faith, you ain't got nothing.
All right, but
try living without hope.
Willie, listen. In order for you to have a legit sports conversation, it is very difficult not to use the data that's in front of you. The data is always based in. Well, you cannot say, okay, I'll give it to you this way. All right, listen. We said earlier, this is just the beginning. They haven't played it down. They haven't done anything. So wait for it. We're waiting for the results. And then when you get the results, you say, leave the results alone.
Haven't got the results for 2004 yet. We haven't got those results yet. Yeah, so leave it alone. Don't base it on last year. But don't base it on last year. Base it on the results that we're looking for. Based on what we have right now.
That's why real life says that all your stuff is based in hope. You're always going forward. Yeah. You never take the time to say, let's evaluate what we did last year, because you don't want to.
Well, that's why he's in the chat, and that's why he's not on here chopping it up.
Well, Willie, Willie, this is why. I mean, Willie, I agree with you. I'm sick and tired about talking about 2023 because I can't help but think about Stanford, and that makes me throw up in my mouth. But on the same end, that's where Harry B's ready to move forward, and he expressed it by saying he expected more communication about and excitement about the dogs you said you recruited. So I agree with both of you. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So Harry B's just saying, like, then give me something to be more excited about and talking about 2024. But Harry B said, hey, you haven't. Where are the dogs? Why aren't you more excited? Well, you're talking, you're expressing it, but I'm expecting more. If you got what you say you got, if you say who they are, and the coaches and the players know who the dogs are, Well, what level are they? You know what I'm saying? You know, are you sounding off? Are you showing them off? But my thing is, like I said, you know, my beauty queen girlfriend, it's we on a private beach. It's all mine in the summer. We can go out together, come out in the fall when she's covered up head to toe.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying? So that applies to football players too, and that's why I'm hoping McCaskill is in that gold jersey. I'm just praying and hoping McCaskill is in that gold jersey because we don't need to see him in the scrimmage. We don't need to see him. If he's healthy, we've already got, like you said, evidence. It's data on what he's capable of doing when he's healthy, right? So, but we're gonna take it for what it is. Right now, it's Wilkerson, Edwards, and Welch. You know, and we can sit all day and wonder, well, what's going on? I mean, I'm just hoping it's not. I'm just hoping he's being protected and not a real injury. You know what I'm saying? But
not yet. But they're minor injuries, not enough to keep you out of.
Yeah, but I'm just saying a hover guard. But even then, I'm like, I don't need to see him anyway until the fall.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, don't show no film. Don't show no film. My position is, don't show no film of McCaskill. You know what I'm saying? You know.
I disagree because he need to be in there. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I said this on a couple shows, a couple times. I'm looking at Xavier Wilkerson to snatch that started running back job. That boy is a dog. He better get in there and get his reps in. You don't want to be losing reps against Xavier because he coming. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I've been watching.
Yeah, but
Delaware State, buddy.
And maybe I said something wrong, but you're misconstruing what I'm saying. You know, I'm showing hope, but then I'm like, I don't want to see him. I don't want nobody else to see him.
But we don't know if he's fully ready because he didn't.
And I want everybody, and I want there to be a big question mark going into the fall. I don't want nobody to know.
I got a big old question mark, and then we can end on this topic right here. Where is Cromani McLean? Somebody asked me that on one of the videos, and somebody said he could be injured, but
I heard he was dinged up.
There's no way that you can show the team practicing, even if you got one person that did not sign the NDA or did not sign that release form to put him on the well-off videos. But there's no way you can show the whole team and then somebody's not playing. Like, so do we know what's happening? Excuse me, do we know what's happening with Cromani McLean?
We don't know.
Yeah, I heard he was dinged up, but and then the only time they put him on was for him to squash the rumors when he said, "I'm not transferring. I'm not going anywhere," and that was it.
Uncle Neely said he didn't see him on the injury report, but he's around the campus. He didn't even state that he was in the facility.
He won't make it, man. He won't make it. I don't think he has it to make it. I don't think he's grown enough yet.
I don't think he has it either.
Yeah, I don't think he has it.
We don't see him. Listen, we don't see him now. All of a sudden, he ain't gonna make it. We don't know yet. We don't know.
Cromani made a turn and earned his rotations. You know, going in the second half of the season.
Hey, that boy from Oklahoma State and that cornerback from Liberty is gonna push Cromani further down the depth chart for DB, and he gonna transfer.
What is the supporting data to support what you just said?
Because we got video evidence of his mother saying he's not going to transfer. We got video evidence of Cromani saying he's not going anywhere, and that was 2 weeks ago.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
I think we all seen the same thing. We've seen one video of where he was working out extra, I guess, when everybody was gone or whatever. That was one video he posted out. And then he made a pointed at the camera and said, "I'm not transferring." But other than that, what else have you seen? Because we hear Prime say, "Don't hide in the bathroom like Cromani." Then when you ask Trevor Woods about it, let me finish, brother.
I didn't hear that.
He didn't have any data.
Are you coming to the dark side? See you about
like, you know what I'm saying? So what are we talking about? We don't see him. He's not working out. He's not with the team. You know, he's hiding in the bathroom. But you gotta give me something else, bro. You gotta give me something else,
So
bro.
What do you
wait,
mean? I mean, I mean, it's off the top of my head. But I gave you what I got. I gave you what the facts are. I'm not
Right.
drawn on anything other than the facts. So I'm just saying what it is.
There was one video of him working out. That's right. That's all we got from Commander. One video of him working out.
Yeah.
wait.
Everything else
So
is
see
everything
above
else
that.
is
Are you coming to the dark side? Are you doing?
No, I'm not coming to the dark side. I'm just looking at the realistic of
this-
what's going on. He's
Oh,
not practicing.
you're being realistic. This is the dark side. I just want to let you know.
We haven't seen him in any other workouts. We've seen Prime make a joke about him hiding in the bathroom, doing workouts. Like, what are we talking about? At some point, you have to look at things realistically with real eyes.
But
He charging his
But
headphones
just keep in
up
mind.
right
Hold on, Tim. Just keep in mind when you said sometimes you got to keep things. You got to be realistic. This is what people use as a weapon. This has been weaponized for the CU fan base. Whenever you start being realistic,
right,
you're on the dark side. And once you come on the dark side, you got to be very careful because it gets dark around here. Because a lot of us.
I got flashlights. But see, Harry, this the thing. I'm 46 years old. Some of these people that's talking. I done coach football. I done played football from the quarterback. Some of these guys that's talking when I'm not on this panel, but a lot of these fans and stuff, man, they just started watching football last year. So what their opinions, that don't mean nothing. I've been watching football and doing football all my life.
I need those people to subscribe, but when they come from me, so you don't have no dig in this game. You don't have no skin in the game. You can go all the way dark if you wanted to. I have to hold my tongue half of the time because I run a channel and a business. So it's like, but just keep in mind, even though I teether sometimes, you can go all the way in. I'm just inviting you.
So let me go. Let me go.
But
let me go all the way in right quick right now. So up to this point in time, I'm not speaking anything past what is this April the 5th, but up until this point in specific time, I would consider Carmani a slight 5-star bust in a certain aspect. Right up to this point, I'm not saying that he can't turn the tide and get it together, but up to this point, there's no supporting data to tell us that he's an actual 5-star.
Dang.
Am I wrong or am I right?
Well, that's why the third parties reevaluate. You might come out of high school graded 90, and after 1 year or 2 years of college, might be downgraded to an 85 or an 80. So that's real talk.
Right.
Man, but
up to this point,
how long you had this feeling though? I need to know. This is very important. How long you been feeling this way?
After this and after that and after this, and you don't see him in this, you don't see him in that, and where's Kamani and where's this and where's that and where's this? Come on, man, this is football time. Everybody who playing the game, they practicing getting it in, whether they're a 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 0-star. Freaking cones are out there practicing getting it in.
Sweat jar.
We're not seeing any of this from Carmani right now at this point. So it's safe to say, man, he's not living up to the standards at this point in time.
And that's how you feel.
That's what the data shows. You like to say data. That's what the data shows.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying when you use data around here, data comes with with a certain degree of accountability. Just know that when you come on this side, it gets dark around here. I'm just trying to let you know. DC, feel so real. We know how it feels. We've been taking darts for a minute. People have been shooting darts, but I just want you to know that once you express your true feelings around here, it just gets a little dark around here. I just want you to know that. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. It's your opinion. Everybody has one, but CU fan base doesn't like opinions that is not favorable.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
All I would say is you come out to command and complain or McLean or any of the other. You come out to them Florida boys. Them Florida folks, man, they are ruthless. They are ruthless.
They are.
So it's not even so much CU fans as it is, the Florida folks will come after you.
Yo, we got Omarion Cooper, we got DJ McKinney, we got Travis Hunter, and then it's supposed to be Kwamani McLean. As as everything stands, if he's nicked up and he hasn't been practicing, he hasn't been putting in the work, I don't know if he's doing any type of private work. Ain't nobody said anything. When he was asked, at the podium, Trevor Woods was asked at the podium. He was asked a Kwamani question, and he immediately pivoted from Kwamani. He says, "I can't say anything about Kwamani McLean," and then he just went off of that.
Did you see the way he did? Like, did you see his move when he had to answer that question? It was kind of strange for the man.
It was strange. Oh, so you're reading body language now? I'm not crazy for reading body language. So
it was crazy, man.
You're reading body language, but you're not listening. You're reading good body language, but you're not listening at the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Because
do you understand the words?
Sometimes you gotta take those Coach Prime earbuds out so you can hear clearly. But yours is kind of deep in there. It's getting mixed in there with the wax.
Hey,
Harry, that's cold, Harry. Oh, that's cold, man.
Hey, Harry.
Not for me, I'm coming for you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
real quick. If we talking about the body language, which I seen that too, when CU was recruiting him, his body language told me that he really wasn't bought in 100% to CU because he's from Florida. Now, there was some statements that was raised earlier about the young kids in this generation. I feel like I feel like his friends and the loyalty to their friends, kids nowadays, loyalty to their friends, they will bypass a major opportunity just because they're too loyal to their friends. But Coach Prime talked about that in the well-off media video in the morning when he was addressing the team as well. So at the end of the day, I feel like I stated in about 3 shows ago when you posed the question about who do y'all think gonna jump in the portal after the spring, and I said Carmoni, and everybody was like, "Are you crazy?" Nah, his body language says a lot to me, and I read in between the lines.
Yeah, he may be one of them, man.
So a lot of people are reading body language. Hey, I just want to take credit that I started the whole body language thing. I just want to let y'all know that body language means something.
Harry.
Yeah.
I saw a CU coach. I'm not gonna name the coach.
Uh-oh.
But they asked him about something that should have been of how he felt, and it should have been favorable. And he did something that my short time as a cop, when people start looking up, when you're saying, like, for example, if I sit back, if I ask you, you like ice cream, you probably will look at me, of course I like ice cream. But if I ask you something to a point of, do you like, let's say, for example, I'm asking you, hey, let's say hey, sir, do you have any, do you have any drugs in your car? And people start looking up. When people start looking up, I'm telling you, and again, I know folks can get here and say, well, DC, but when people start looking up, and especially if they're looking up, and generally it's to the right, looking up and to the right, they're manufacturing something.
Right.
Some things you should easily be able to give out. And some things when you watch people and they start looking up to the right, even sometimes to the left, because sometimes that's kind of they have been thinking or reflecting on something. I'm not saying they're not telling the truth, but that generally is one of the indicators.
Wasn't that what was happening with Coach Hart when he was talking about the guys? He was looking down. He had to think for a second. I'm not reading into anything. I'm just saying, like, it happened. If you don't see that, right now we are into body languages. But listen, I don't know about Kwamani McLean, guys. I don't know what's going on. We don't want to disparage this young man.
Right.
Whatever he's thinking, I want to make sure that there's no disparaging going on. This is a sports talk show. It's a sports talk show where the fan base need answers. That's why we have press conferences. All right. So, Kwamani, if you're listening, if anybody from Kwamani's camp is listening, because I know people are watching the show, I get emails afterwards. We're not disparaging. We just want answers because this is our team, and Kwamani is very protected in CU fandom. He's very protected. So when we're not seeing him practicing, when we don't see what's happening or what's going on, we don't know what's, who's doing what, especially if you already spoiled us like you do with all of the videos, then we got the right to ask questions. That's all it is. But nobody just go ahead.
Hey, in DC, and being around sports so many years and training and being someone that's like, oh wow, dog, you free. When you got a radio or media request, you don't need approval and you can just go. And then for sometimes for certain instances, there's a canned response, right? And so even as smooth as I can be, or even as smooth as Coach Hart can be with his jovial personality, right? When you gotta deliver that canned response, it's telling.
Mm-hmm.
It's telling.
Yes, it is.
You can tell
Yes,
when
it
somebody's not in
is.
their element, when they're not in their element on how they normally speaks. You can tell that they're trying to make up, they're trying to say something that is not comfortable for them to say, because that's not their element. When you ask them a question that's in their element and they know that they're free to just talk, you can tell like they're just comfortable to be like, oh yeah, you remember what I told you guys last year? Yeah, I told you guys that we was looking for this, and then my son, when he wants to go to his birthday party, but then when they ask you that one question, you just don't know, then you start looking down. You start looking a certain way. So, but anyways, final thoughts, guys. Let's go ahead and close out. It's right now 3:54 on the East Coast. We don't went in for almost 4 hours. But hey, final thoughts, Willie. You get the mic first.
Hey, DC, I understand what you're talking about, the body language, you too, Harry, about access and information. And here, see, and I look at that sometimes, but I also listen to what the person says. That's just my take on that. You can watch a person's eye movement, hand movement, what they do with their hands and stuff like that, and understand a lot of times they're accessing information. I don't remember which one it was. The other one, they're trying to recall something, or they're trying to figure out what they want to say and stuff like that. So that's good. I don't do that with my interviews. I hear what they say because what they're going to speak, they're speaking from the heart most of the time. Where's access that I don't know. But listen, guys, I love you guys. I really appreciate you, DC. I appreciate Wild Dog, Dynasty, all you guys. I got a little upset today. Yeah, Tennis Channel got a little upset today because my final thought, is that, I'm such an optimist. I always look for the best. I never look for the worst. I believe that man was created inherently good. He just drifted over to the dark side, as you say. But that's pretty much where I am. So I didn't get mad at anybody. I was just a little, felt kind of good because I haven't put anything out like that. But yeah, Harry, I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. I'm sick. Because I want the team to do good, man. That's all. I just want them to be the best they can be this year.
All right, so let's go ahead and get Tim while he's still here. Tim, what are your final thoughts on today's show? Give me everything you got to give about the Buffs and how you feel about their current situation, brother.
I mean, it was another great show, man. Enjoyed talking to everybody on the panel, getting everybody points of views. Just another great show, Harry. And I guess when you raised the question about Carmoney, man, it's just sticking with me because um, as a father, man, I mean, you want the best for your kids, and seeing them have this type of opportunity, um, and letting it just slip out of your hands for whatever reason be. But your mom is rooting for you, man. She going to bat. You got the naysayers out there, and she having your back. You know what I mean? So just make her proud, bro. That's my thing to him, as well as making himself proud, but mainly identifying your self-worth. But that's all my take is, man, for the day.
Yard Man, thank you so much for the super chat. For CU Buffs to get updated with data. Yard Man, when you get comfortable again coming into the hyenas den, because we go hard around here, So when you get comfortable again and you get your data straight and you're ready to come on here, I need you to come back so that you can spar with us, because we don't got smarter, Yard Man, around here. So next time anybody come onto this show, just know that you better bring it, or we got words. We're gonna push back. All right, DC Carson, what are your final thoughts on today's show, the state of the CU Buffs team?
One thing I'm gonna start off with saying, if I had, my sons are older, but if I had one, I would want them to play for a coach like CU Buffs Dynasty, because of what he is standing for. I think that is phenomenal. And I think that we gotta, support brothers who are locked in, not just from the X's and O's, but just, man, the things about life. The other thing that brings me to my point of Cormani. Hey, folks, CU Buffs, don't put that pressure on that boy to stay. That young man, if he wants to go, let him go. He should never feel like he has to stay. I'm not saying he does, but if he wants to go, it should be with the blessings that he came. Y'all, I don't know if y'all remember this, some of you don't, but a lot of times CU struggled to recruit players because a lot of people from the South didn't do well in a cold environment like that. If you ever go to Colorado in the winter, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I didn't like it. So if he wants to leave, whatever, if it's just him being hurt, but if he wants to leave, he should have the community's blessing. The other thing I want to sit here and say as I close is that I think CU will be fine. They get some people in the middle, they'll be fine. And you are right. You do need to move past from last year, because that was not good. But you also have to be to a point of start talking like you're moving with hope, not necessarily something has already occurred. I think that's what gets you in trouble, where the haters do come for you, because you're 4-8 talking like you 40-8. And then the last thing is, hey folks, we can have our opinion. And Willie, if you gotta let go, man, stand up on it. Bring the smoke. It is what it is, bro. But it's all football. Y'all go watch Paul Feinbaum for just 2 hours, and you'll see exactly what it is. This is tame compared to some of the stuff that's heard out there. Harry, awesome show. Support your brother. Love you, brothers. Out.
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Well, yeah, I mean, this is I want people to understand this is a supporting channel. This is a CU Buff fan base channel. This is not JB and Smitty, who Coach JB goes in and then he says all kinds of crazy stuff, and why Shador's not paying attention to his to reading the playbook instead of buying cars and stuff like that. This is not that kind of show. I just want us to, around here, to, when we talk about football, we talk about it critically, because we know that the season is coming, and we're going to be live streaming some of those games, or probably all of the games, and we're going to be having some real conversations, and there are real stuff that's happening, and we're not the only people recruiting. We're not the only people with a good team. So that's why I want everybody to at least have a good perspective when it comes to how we look at this team. But Wild Dog, it's your mic, man. Go ahead.
Hey, blessings to the bandwagon Buffs. It's April the 5th. We got lots to talk about. We're going to have lots to examine. The guys are in pads, right? The spring before you know it, the spring game will be here, and we'll have lots more to talk about and evaluate. And then we'll see next step, who hits the portal, and who may be still coming in. There's been a lot of coaching changes, lots and lots of opportunities for blue chippers to make a move. So the possibility is there. Opportunity is there. Okay? And then after that, it is what it is. We have to look forward to the guys that have committed to sign to coming in for the summer. So, we're already into the full breath of getting into 2024, and let's embrace it. Let's examine it. Let's talk about it. Let's debate it. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real, but keep it YouTube friendly. I'm staying out of the swear jar.
Yeah, y'all gotta, man, y'all were just dropping bombs today. Mr. Drop a Bomb, see you, Buff Dynasty. Don't drop a bomb in your final thoughts, please.
Yeah. I appreciate that, DC Carson, man. Great show as always. Always different perspectives, which are great. And I think if all of us got together and had chess games, they would be some of the most amazing chess games ever, because we all are kings in this thing here. But to Kamani McLean or any other CU player that may be listening, or to any other perspective CU hopeful that may be listening, man, take advantage of the opportunity. Take advantage of the opportunity. And when you get a guy like Coach Prime, you don't run into guys like that a lot in life who really care about you as a person, your progress in life, your development in life, as well as the football. Like we say, man, he's a unicorn. Very rarely do we come in contact firsthand with unicorns. So you young guys, man, take advantage of it. It can change your life. The light that you need is there. You just get in, work hard, keep your nose down, tie your cleats up tight, and get your grind on. But don't, from coming from a 46-year-old guy who is coaching, who slipped up on a lot of opportunities that were sitting at the table for me. Take heed to what Coach Prime is saying. Take heed to what some of us on this panel is saying and all these shows. And just take advantage of the opportunity, man. Life is full of opportunities. They come in flurries and they leave in flurries. That's it.
All right, so I'm going to start off my final thought with saying, let's not allow Candace Owens to come back to the culture. And this is straight off left field. Please keep Candace Owens off of our. She's not invited and welcome to the barbecue. And all of these black shows.
Wait a minute now.
All of these black shows.
What's wrong with Candace Owens?
No rebuttal on the final thoughts. You had your chance.
you didn't say Candace Owens. What's wrong with Candace Owens?
We need her. We need her. She makes us better.
It's my final thought. Can I finish my final thought and then y'all can have it in the after? Y'all can rebuttal in the after party. Let me finish my final thought, and then y'all can rebuttal in the after party. So I'm all of a. Yeah, I plan to do that, but yeah.
Yeah, last week was Trump, Harry B.
Let's not bring Candace Owens back to the fold. Let her burn on her own. Let her stay out there because she disparaged us for too long. And Roland Martin, which I agree sometimes and I disagree with him sometimes because he be yelling at his people that come on his platform. He doesn't give him an opportunity to talk, but he's very astute. He's very knowledgeable, and he broke down Candace Owens because now she's going on the Breakfast Club. She's going on the Joe Budden podcast. And then I seen her on that other show where they talk about females and stuff. I'm like, something's happening. Why the heck is she going on all these black shows and all that? Like, what is she trying to revamp her profile? Anyway, yeah, but if you're gonna disparage us like that and the things that you said about us, I'm sorry, you're not welcome back to the fold. But when it comes back to football, this is what I want the fan base to do. I want y'all to relax. I want y'all to understand that Coach Prime is going to be fine, but this is very important, and I want you to please understand this one thing I'm going to say right here. Everything we're talking about is only telling us that Coach Prime needs more time. I'm going to repeat that, and I wanted to sink in. All of our concerns that we've had on this panel today, everything that we've said today, it only means, and then all of the excuses and everything that we are trying to make for this team and what we lacking and all that stuff, it only means that Coach Prime does not have all of the players that he desires to dominate at the level that he would like to dominate. He's getting there, but he needs more time. And from us, fan base, we need to be able to give him that grace and time to be able to do that. College football is a beast and it's a business. I want everybody to understand that college football is a different kind of animal, especially at this level where guys' jobs are being turned around every single year. They're not playing no games. All right. It's not like the lopsided talent pool that was there in the FCS or in the SWAC. Don't take it. Don't be offended. Be grown and mature about it. It was lopsided. So when you come to this level where the pocket and the money is deep, where the Texas A&Ms, the Alabamas, their legacy teams that are going to suck up all the energy and all of the money and all of the recruits, all right, understand that they already built. So Coach Prime has to do the grassroots way, which I guess when you say grassroots and then there's some people that are going to say, well, that means he needs to go visit some people. He needs to go into some homes. But I digress. Coach Prime he getting a 5-star here, a 4-star there. He's doing it the best way that he can possibly do it. But he's not there yet. If we're having arguments about players who are being pulled from different positions to come and start from another position, that means we're not there yet. I'm not saying they can't play. It just means that Coach Prime needs more grace. Please get that in your system so that when the reality of the season hits and these other teams that are more steady and they have better position players, then when they start winning games and we start taking L's, if we take the L's, I want you to understand is because we're not there yet. I still got us at 8-4, but we got room to develop. We got a lot of place to fill in. As long as you understand that and you know that this team needs a little bit more time for recruiting, if we win a little bit more this year, that means the door's going to open a little bit more. And then we keep building. That's how these legacy teams did it. Auburn, all right, Alabama, Georgia didn't grow overnight. Everybody needs time to grow. So if we can just give Coach Prime a little bit more time, because I know we're spoiled. The fan base is the most spoiled fan base because Coach Prime talks a good game. So for us, we're just waiting for Coach Prime to dominate like he did all of his life, in all aspects of his life and in his coaching life. So you can't blame us because he created this monster. So with that being said, Candace Owens, girl, you're not invited. This is the after show. Right. That's my thoughts. This is the after show. And whoever wants to rebuttal can rebuttal.
Are we officially in the after show?
We are in the after show. You can go.
Okay, all right. So let me, because I remember the after show maybe a week before last. I couldn't get it in. We were talking about. It kind of slid over into politics. I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
When did Black people become democratic? Because if you know history, back in time when we were the most successful as a people and we were building Black Wall Streets and communities and neighborhoods all across this country, we had delegates, we had all type of people in Congress and political positions. Even your great Martin Luther King Jr., we were Republicans. When did we change over to Democrats? Can somebody fill me in?
All right, so your data is off just a little bit. Black Wall Street is a recent thing. Black Wall Street was not in the days of the Black Republican. Black Wall Street is a little bit further into the Democratic switch. So I'm not the authority on this issue. Maybe Roland Martin, those people, they know more politics, but the whole idea of how Black people were doing like the Lincoln times, and Black people did well as Republicans, but the idea of the comparison is not the same, because you're comparing morality, and let me say this, okay? You're comparing people who understood morality, because you got to understand that America is a Christian nation. So a lot of the founding fathers or a lot of the early guys, they had a different mentality. So it's not the same mentality that you're talking about now. And that's the mistake that I be hearing on these shows all the time. When I hear the Candace Owens start talking and all of these people who are just new Republicans, when they start talking, they try to quote old data. But I always believe in context. Context matters. So if we can put everything in a contextual bubble and understand it from that way, we know that the people that the Republicans that we were talking about of yesteryears, or that you're talking about, is not the same Republicans today where they look in your face and they know they hate you. If you are a black person going to a Trump rally, you first have to prove that you're not a Democrat or that you're not against them, and they automatically judge you by your skin color instead of just giving you the same respect that they give you if you are a white person. They don't question you whether you're a Democrat or not, because obviously white Democrats go to Trump rallies, but they're not questioned like the black person with their black skin. So if we can both understand that dynamic, it lets you into the mindset of the yesteryear Republican. Then we can say, okay, we understand why black people could have been Republican yesterday, but in today's environment, it's a little different because the lines have been drawn to the point where you can identify, almost to the point where if you're black and you're Republican, then it's a whole nother ballgame. Do you agree to that statement? Do you understand that when a black person goes to a Trump rally, because of the color of their skin, they're checked at the door? But if a white Republican or white Democratic person goes to a Trump rally, they're automatically accepted by the color of their skin to say they're Republican just because they're white. Do you agree with that statement?
I would say in today's language, were you talking to me or Dynasty?
Buff Dynasty.
Okay.
So maybe I asked that wrong. So regardless of what span of time it was, let me ask you like this: when did we as a people become more liberal? Because from my knowledge, we were more successful as a people when we were leaning heavier to the conservative.
I don't agree with the idea of we were more successful.
Let's get out of the black and white Republican, Democrat. Let's go into conservative and liberal.
I don't think we have enough data to say that we were more successful.
There's tons of data.
Well, we do have a little bit of data, because you got, when you say Republican or liberal, you're talking about an ideology.
Right.
Now, I think a lot of us became conservative because of the Republican was known as being conservative. Our first president, Abraham Lincoln, was a conservative. They attribute to him to contributing to the freedom of the slaves. Now, it also includes. Okay, listen up. It also includes. It also includes. Let me tell you. It also includes economics. Abraham Lincoln said, "I am not for slavery, nor am I against it. My only goal is to bring the Union together." That was his goal. He didn't care about it one way or another, but he wanted the country, which included us, to come together. Make sense a little bit?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So that's where. The understanding of that is where I think people be trying to misquote history, because things got to be put into context. What was it like back in the day? What were the conditions, and what were the ideologies that made it that way? Because I feel like right now, Republican, Democrat, it has been identified more so than when it was first getting started. So you can't necessarily use the same time. You can't use the time periods to say, oh, we were more successful and now we're not as successful, when people are playing dirty games and playing dirty tricks to hold opportunities back from black people. I'm not saying the Democrats are doing a better of a job, but I'm just saying the games that they're playing now is not the same games that we used to play back in the day.
Well,
go ahead.
I would say that the thing that I would have to agree with CU Buffs and say that we were more successful as a communal, than it was now we're more successful as individuals. But that individuality achievement has come at a cost to the collective. For example, you generally will suck all the leadership out of what were traditionally black neighborhoods, which unfortunately sometimes lead to stuff like you had systems within the communities that were able to, like Willie, you knew back in the day, if you acted a fool, you knew your butt was going to get towed up by a neighbor. And then when you got home, it was going to be on. But now, we don't have that. So we don't have internal self-policing mechanisms.
You're contributing that to politics?
What I hadn't even gotten into the politics yet. I'm saying is that I would sit here and say, as far as the politics is, can I just keep it real, y'all? Just modern day.
Sure, please.
As long as somebody knows that they own you, though, they don't have to do anything to keep you. You have to understand that this is business and it's about leverage. This country speaks green far more than it speaks any other color. And what we do is that we sell our leverage to other different things, that other different agendas that I'm not going to mention because it causes issue. And then what winds up happening is that we'll get one thing and then we'll go to the back and then other agendas get taken care of. Like, let's say I'll use green energy. We will sit back and be all behind that, but not realizing the impact that's going to have to our community. So I would say this is that right now we're such in this thing like where we're arguing which side is better. I see some people that go, I'm black and I'm voting blue, and that's it. And it's to a point where, well, did you really do the risk reward to that? Because I'm just gonna say this and then I'm gonna shut up and listen. Because like for this, from a military man, y'all have a choice of what you want to say about Trump. I'm not gonna get into that.
Right. So
you're gonna have domestic issues there. But under Biden, we look weak to the world. So you're gonna have now instead of domestic issues with one, you're going to have international foreign issues on the other, because that will have increasing threats. This is what it is. This is not a DC. I'm saying vote this person or that person. I'm telling you what the deal is, and you have to decide what you want to do.
I agree, bro. I mean,
so I got a question. Are black people trying, like this time around, or even going mega? Are they really for mega because mega or MAGA or whatever you call it, or Republican are really focused on our community or better in our community, or we're against the Democrats and detest them for how many years they've abused us?
Okay, here's where
That's
I'm
a
at,
good
Harry.
one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Here's where I'm at with that, Harry. I was born, not born, but I was raised, to be a Democrat. Okay. Until I started having Republican friends, or a couple of Republican friends. Now, my vote will still be for the Democrats because that's just what I've been brainwashed to believe. However, I have entertained some of the ideology of the red side or the blue side. Which one is? I'm not gonna get the colors mixed up.
Red is Republican, blue is Democrat.
Okay. Now, because like I tell you guys a lot about my best friend, he's a Republican. The boy is brilliant. He come with some great ideas that I haven't instituted. Now, of course, but I don't like Donald Trump, and a lot of people say that I don't like him. I just don't like. I don't trust the guy. I can't trust the guy. Okay, that's me. That's just my personal opinion, but then I hear there's some other good things that he's done, but then I'm saying, yeah, maybe, I don't know. So, but then when you look at the whole of Congress, this is why Joe Biden has what they call the bilateral committee or something, like where Republicans and Democrats get together. The ones like right down the middle. I like you for this, but I like this view, but I don't like that view, or I agree with you on this, but I don't agree with you on this. But we'll come together for one common cause. And so a lot of people on that, when you mention that committee, people they just blow smoke. But it's two ideologies coming together for one purpose. So when they do that, there's always maybe one or two issues that they'll tackle. Maybe one issue that maybe a Democratic Republican want to get across, or one issue that the Republican president at that time is trying to get across. So the two come together on that one issue. But the whole ideology thing, the whole thing is that I'm blue and you're red. Where do we fit in the middle of that? Well, we've been trained and we believe, you know, most of us, most African Americans, we've been believe and raised to vote the Democratic ticket. And without even, you know, looking at the other side. Why? Because that's how that's how a lot of us were raised, you know. So the dilemma is, Barry, the way I see it, if you want to understand what's going on today, because you got to go back to history, you got to go back to where it began. If you don't understand where it began, you'll never get to a clear understanding of what's happening today. Because what started back then affected to where we are today. There's been some changes. You know, that's why you got so many, you know, so many go Republican. And that's okay, as long as you stay friends. I have Republican friends, but when it comes down to me doing my vote, and we have this heated discussions, man, all the time. But I just have one, not a lot of them. I just have one that's my friend. Okay.
Well, let me hear your. Oh,
yeah. Go. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
So DC, let me hear your thoughts. What do you understand the question, DC?
You asking more so that are we more leading Republicans or is MAGA? That part, right?
Are people supporting Republicans with a fair heart because Republicans are fairly really helping our community, or are we just doing it out of protest to the Democrats who've been treating us terribly?
I honestly think it's a protest vote. I think that something I said about maybe over a decade ago, that when people were talking when Obama was running against Mitt Romney and John McCain, and I said, y'all gonna come to a day where you're gonna wish you had those kind of Republicans. And here we are.
Yeah.
And that we are getting all into this thing because we want extremes. We want stuff that's, I mean, can we just, this is no shade against CU, but we do want clicks and views. We want the stuff that are dopamine hits that get our endorphins versus sound policy. So I think what's happened now is that, and I've been saying this for years, is that folks, we don't need to have an alliance to a party at this time. Because if nobody should be dictating the Black community agenda, but the Black community, no one. And what happens is that we go out for the saviors and stuff like that, versus to a point of this is what we need. I think we need more transformational leaders in our community than we do necessarily. I do think civil rights leaders are good, but we need a lot more transformational leaders, because transformational leaders acknowledge that stuff, but they're more focused on people and resources. And the other things are great. So I would say is that right now what's going on is that people are saying, okay, it is clear, and they are looking, and again, this is not my opinion, this is why I see it, is that they're looking at the economy, they're looking at the immigration agenda, and looking how the immigration thing has been giving more support, and then other things like, you know, war in Ukraine and stuff, then our communities and Black folks are going, I've had enough. That's what I think is going on. So it's now almost to a point where I'm not calling any side a devil, but I think they're ready to make a deal with another devil or another party, if however you want to say it.
So that's where I'm at, DC. I'm also, like I keep saying, I'm 46, so I'm really coming into knowledge of a lot of things and being able to look at a lot of things. But I'm a small business owner as well, and as I look at it at the day of time that we're in, and I look at where we came from, as far as, let's just say, when Trump was in office. I'm telling you, man, from a person that does all his income and everything, man, when Trump was in office, and sometimes it hurts me to even say this, but when Trump was in office, man, I can just see clearly there was more money flowing. We were more strong. We had a more stronger visual across the world. There were building going on. There was construction. There was cranes in the air. The gas was manageable.
Clarify that.
And I have come to the point where it was like, okay,
you said,
what in the world is
see
going on?
Dynasty.
Let me stop. ticketing all the time, and let me look at these guys on the other side and really see what their platform is predicated on. And to this point right now, as it stands, I have no choice but to vote Republican this time, because the Democratic side has done absolutely nothing for us as a people, and it has done nothing for me as a business owner.
What specifically in the world? You said that the world was stronger, like when Trump was in office. Where specifically are you talking about? Because I don't know that.
So I guess DC maybe can speak to that a little more, maybe agree with me. You had a stronger, firmer hand in control. When you have a strong hand in control, you don't get all these little plots and all. You're never going to stop terrorism and people trying to get at America. But we looked more stronger across the world. We had more. It was just more. It was.
According to the experts, we got weaker.
More
according to the experts, that's okay. So let me speak on that part before DC jumps in. According to the experts, those who speak on that stuff, when I hear that, I hear this masculine thing that's been going on in this masculine air that's been blowing with the Samuels, with the brothers that got arrested. I forget their name, the Tate brothers. This masculine thing that's in our society that's been going on. I hear that Tim, welcome back to the after show. But I hear this, and it reminds me of, because somebody can give a middle finger doesn't make them masculine. Because somebody,
yeah.
So because he can tell black women to go suck it and stuff like that. He was saying a lot of stuff that I feel like were inappropriate for the office that he was in, and for some reason, the black man took that to mean power.
No.
And that's weird to me, because I didn't see him. Okay, when an officer of the land calls African countries shithole countries, that to me is not power. That to me is a weak person. That to me is a baby, is a person that should not ever come anywhere near a place of dignity, a dignified office, because that means that you're not astute enough, and you're not educated enough about the office in which you stand in, because you're disparaging your allies. For the most part,
Africa is not
the African nation and the African Union are allies of America, because that's where America gets its most resources from. It's Africa. For somebody to be in that office and say, go back to your shithole countries in Africa, that means that you don't understand and you're not educated enough to hold that office.
So can I say this?
That's not a position of power. That's a position of weakness. So I think he's a weak little man that needs to be sat down and spacked on the butt. I think he's weak, and he doesn't have any. He's not educated. He's not diplomatic. He's a weak person that needs to be taught some lessons.
Right.
Yeah,
DC, let me ask you a question. Since you have an army background, do you think that if Trump was in office, that Russia would be sending all those doggone ships to the Red Sea?
No.
And that's
what I'm talking about.
And I'm gonna tell you something else, Harry, is that if you look at the Caribbean and if you look at Africa, and I'm sure you know this, which nation is pumping the most money into Africa at this point? It's China.
China.
It's
Man,
China. It's
dang
China.
it, I was gonna bring that up.
and here's the thing I'm gonna sit here and tell you is that China operates with almost like a mob thing, where they'll lend you money and then they'll go, okay, well, they know you can't pay back. So then they'll go, well, if you give us a little more, hands in like the political environment or stuff, then, we can forgive some things and stuff. So now think about it. They're building ports all around Africa, and they're even building military bases. And the thing is that when they come in, they'll use African labor, but they won't use African labor for management. And so what's happening is you're having a thing where it was us, it was the West, it was the British, it was the French and stuff like that. But now you have something going on. And I am not going to say anything disparaging about It's definitely on the internet about any country. I'm just telling you, here is the and you have to decide if that's a threat environment or not. What I will say here, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And what I will say here and tell you is that, you know, you have to be careful that I don't like what Trump said, but I am sitting here telling you is that there are pieces being moved all over the world that people do not realize what you have coming. You have a war that is, again, you have one, and think about this. This is the same as World War II. You had a theater in you had a theater in Europe, which we have Russia, Ukraine. You have a theater in the Middle East, and you will soon have a theater in the Pacific. All of your shipping, all of that kind of stuff, like we're not even paying attention. And I'm not trying to use fear. I'm just telling you what it is. So kind of going into where it is that what Trump does give you, this is your plus. You got the negative, you nailed it. The plus that you do give is that this is somebody who will that you know they're going to respond with force, and that kind of causes peer and near peer nations to keep their head down. But if you don't have that, then you're going to wind up having stuff pop up. But I'm gonna let Wild Dog speak a little bit on that.
Okay,
but
hold on.
When you say that he's going to use force as if Obama didn't use force, and then a lot of his accomplishments was piggyback off of Obama's 8 years in office. So a lot of the things that he accomplished had nothing to do with what he was only there for 4 years. So he didn't have enough time to do exactly what y'all are saying he did. It was just only of Obama, what Obama did, that he had the success that he had. And first of all, you don't have enough time to do that good of a job in your first year, your second year. So he's just piggybacking off of what Obama did, and now people are looking at it and say, if Trump was in office, would this happen? Who took out Osama bin Laden?
That's not a true statement. It's not a true statement. You got to look at it when you are projecting.
Osama.
Listen, what I'm telling you, when you look at that was a good thing, but listen to what I'm saying. Okay. When you have a nation, how it projects power, they're already moving pieces around. Okay. So that would have had to mean that they're moving and they're staging stuff. We do it. And so at the end of the day and this is not disparaging. Again, I'm not picking one side or the other. I'm just telling you your current, what you call your operating environment. But Wild Dog, you break it down. I know you got it. Go ahead.
I mean, the comment on the point is like, let me take it to a higher level, then maybe everybody can adjust their perspective on it. Okay, it's like the truth is the United States of America, it's coming off its peak economic power.
Right.
Our military power is still very high, but we have vulnerabilities when it comes to tech, IT, hacking. So that's where we're getting hit in the kid. We're getting punched in the kidney, and we're like, "Oh, I'm okay. I'm still up for a fight." But the real fight is not to knock you out with one punch; it's to knock you out with the kidney and the liver punch, right? So our vulnerability, our massive strength in the military is being subverted. Our weaknesses are being straight exploited to a north where completely can take us down. And on the economic side, that's where China saw the window and has come in with their investments in countries, investments to increase gross national product in these countries, or expansion on certain areas, and where the United States is either indifferent or incapable. Again, listen to me, incapable of providing that level of assistance ongoing. Because again, we are coming off our peak. It's a natural cycle. There was once when the Dutch were the economic power. There was once where the English were the economic power, right? And our cycle will come to an end. And so those two things feed into everything. Why things get fabricated, why there's veils being put over people's eyes, why certain moves are being made, why certain things, believe it or not, are not allowed to be reported on.
But if according to y'all, the way that policies and things work and how political powers work, right? Because every president is a reciprocal thing, right? Every president feeds off of the next president and all of his policies. So I'll put this question to y'all based on King P 24/7's I guess rebuttal. So this last 4 years isn't Biden's fault. So listen to it. Obama came in, right? Obama left whatever he left for Trump. Trump comes in, and Trump leaves whatever he leaves for Biden. So if Trump was so great, according to y'all, then Biden wouldn't be doing so poorly based upon the things that Trump left. Biden has literally had to undo a lot of the poor relationships that the relationship that he dismantled. This guy is so unprofessional.
I got this one.
Such an idiot.
I got this one.
Right?
Somebody please help
Such
him along.
a fool that he destroyed the lateral relationships that we had, even soft, I would say, even relationships that we had with our allies. He destroyed relationships with allies. And Biden literally had to come in and work for his first 2 years to mend those relationships. And then we just heard where they asked, who would you rather be president? To Putin, his best friend. Trump's an idiot. I'd rather have this guy because he's more professional. So if Trump was so good, then Biden's first couple of years would have been pretty nice because he would be riding the wave of Trump's economic success, like you guys said, and all of the big powers that he had. But he sucked. So Biden, his first couple of years sucked because he had to undo a lot of the stupidity of this person who has no education and no freaking brain.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. Like we even though we're being serious now, it's like here's what I'm gonna eat you up, Harry, like you do me. Right. I love it, man. But here's what I'm gonna say. What I'm gonna say. So the economy. So watch this. I'm gonna give you some data, and as soon as I say it, I know what CU Buff's gonna say. So the economy was cranking along, right? We had lower interest rate. We had all kind of stuff. Then what major thing happened globally that caused everything to change? COVID. Yep. Where do you think that came from? Did that not
came from China, right?
Did that not? Okay, so why are we saying the same? We keep saying a certain name. Do you not see stuff? So understand this, that if you want to believe that this is just something that came out of thin air and may not be a biological weapon or even a test run from something a little more sinister, and here's the thing, knock on wood, it probably is B. The answer is not A.
Well, what happened to your strong man? How is it that he was able to allow that to happen under his watch? What happened to your strong man?
Well, remember what I just told you about some things get positioned into places? Some things get positioned early.
If he was so strong, so I'll give you this. If we had a responsible, smart, educated person, not an idiot, not a total idiot in office, right? He would not call it a hoax in the beginning where we needed, I mean, it was like critical time where we could have gotten ahead of this thing. Very critical time where they could have gotten ahead of this and crushed this thing. Guess what the idiot was doing? Feeding his base information and saying, oh, it's a hoax. And his people were eating it up. And guess what? Herman Cain died because he bought into that stupidity. People in his own camp were dying because he was an idiot, right? So what happened to if you had a smart leader, as you guys are saying, he's such a great leader.
I didn't. Nobody sasaid that. Okay, no one said that.
He's a strong leader. Okay, maybe he's just a macho guy. He watched too much American movies where he was he's Rambo. He's a Rambo for y'all. But that was in the American movies and it's not in real life. because you can't strong arm nobody. Because I know African kings that would slap the spray paint off his skin, right? Because he think he's smart.
They'll get wiped off the face of the earth if they do that.
Right, because of those army, because of the army. So we get it, but it's not him.
But-
He's not strong. So what happened to the fact that he's supposed to be a smart leader who is supposed to be able to work with people, knowing that your position and the things that you say matters to everything in the way that the world moves. When you're such an idiot and you're walking around talking about shithole countries.
You can't please everybody.
When you're walking around saying it's a hoax.
Okay.
And you're losing critical time, and then all of those people dying.
Well, Harry, again, I wanted to say it earlier, but real quick, it's like, again, at a high level, I mean, this two-party system is really turning into two-party cult. And it's really limiting our options. And that's the problem. Our options are limited. Biden should have been retired in Delaware. Trump should have been already retired in Florida. So I can't blame these men where there's a landscape where there's no other true qualified people, and these men who should be retired enjoying the fruits of their labor stepping up. I can't knock Trump or Biden for stepping up, even though I know they should be somewhere, asleep on the beach.
Right.
But the thing you're going to run into, Harry, I get everything you're saying, and I'm not sitting here saying this person is there. We all know is that when you're talking about something that is at the serious level of the macro, this is not micro stuff. This is like super, super, super macro. And because understand millions of people on the planet die from this planet. So when Wild Dog from that virus, so Wild Dog mentioned something is that and I'm going to support it as a statement. There's China, Russia, and which are peer nations that they know that they cannot beat America head on because of our naval power. We can put, if you've ever seen an aircraft carrier and the power that goes in that, or destroyers, is phenomenal on our sub fleets and other stuff. So their thing is a first strike. That's what their war plan is, a first strike, which means a simultaneous knocking down of our infrastructure. That means that you have your water, your power, all that kind of stuff, communication, along with tactical strikes in order to be able to get our head down just long enough for them to gain a tactical advantage. Because if you're on offense, that's how you win. If you're on defense, you're not winning. You basically are trying to keep yourself, and you're trying to regroup and be ready to mount your counterattack. But if the initial attack is so strong, it makes it a lot difficult. So if we look in the world, what you've had is some pieces that are going on. And I get what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. But what we have the tendency going back, let's bringing it back down from the outer space view to, let's say, 50,000 feet view, that the two-party system, we the people, which is what this country should be, we the people, not we the Democrats or we the Republicans, is that we're so busy fighting each other that we have not demanded a better government. We've accepted stuff because it benefited us. Now we're in a situation where it's like, all right, and Wild Dog would get this. If I have to go into to get to my objective, and I have to go to a swamp, let me ask you this, kid, Harry, which one are you more scared of, the alligators or the snakes? I'm going somewhere with this.
Say that again. What was the question?
I said, if I've got to get to an objective and I got to go through a swamp, which are you more afraid of, the alligators or the snakes?
The alligators, that's common.
I don't like snakes because I can see the alligators.
I don't like either of them.
Okay, well, you're right, Willie.
But if I had a choice,
there's a reason why, because one will get you, but it's more likely not to come get you. You walk up on a snake and it bites you, and it's going to take you out. I mean, the alligator will just take you and pull you down, whereas a snake is going to bite you, and you're going to sit there and suffer for an extreme amount of time. Nobody, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. If an alligator takes off your leg, I can put a tourniquet on it and keep on going, and hopefully you don't bleed out. But the snake, So the point being is that you have two threats and both have pros and cons. But what we're sitting up here doing is still arguing about what's worse. But then the end of the day is a choice got to be made. This is where we are, folks.
Okay. Also,
Hey,
DC,
let me say something to that DC real quick. Hold on one second, Tennis.
Come on.
Okay, to that point, you saying one is worse than? I mean, are you saying one is worse than the other, or they are equally worse?
There's a plus and there's a minus. The thing is, you don't want to have to choose one or the other. But the bottom line is that if you got to get across here, these are your two threats. We're sitting up here thinking we have choice for better, but we really do not have choices for what's better. We do have a choice almost to a point where we're picking our poison or picking our limb.
Well, I mean, we don't have.
Tennis, what he's saying is, would you rather get bit by a snake and you're gonna die, or would you rather get bit by the alligator and be able to live, but you just have to use a prosthetic leg?
If you get bit by an alligator, gonna pull you down.
They're gonna pull you down under the water until you're dead. Go ahead.
But it's less likely
right
to come get. Basically, what I'm saying up here is just a thing of basically you're looking at risk reward. It's basically you're doing a
Are y'all, is this answering my question about the whole COVID situation, or y'all just kind of talking?
No. What I am going to say,
what I feel like you're skirting that whole thing, because we're talking about a loser versus a non-loser.
COVID was set in place during the Obama administration. It came to surface during the Trump administration. That thing was set in place years before Trump was in office.
Well, I mean, everything was set into place.
Was all
so,
because
I mean,
of leadership.
based on that argument,
aspect.
right? So if somebody can keep it at bay, because according to y'all, if you got somebody who's so he's such a macho guy and he's so smart, what he's supposed to do is protect the people, but he failed to protect the people. Is what I'm saying. Because every presidency is going to have something that's lurking when you get into office. The reason why Obama's hair turned gray is because of what was lurking from the previous president.
So can I tell you this? Let me tell you this real quick.
Hold on, guys. I'll let you guys talk for a minute. When every president, let's not try to have this military talk like this is all about military. This is about strategy, not no military, like who's the strongest, who got the most balls in to fight to send people into war. You're trying to avoid war, so that's the whole idea, and you're trying to avoid issues. So what you got to do is use your freaking brain and not be an idiot like the president, like Agent Orange, not be an idiot and let something fester, or the stuff that was festering. Guess who? If we had somebody into office, they would have started telling the country, start masking up, start doing these, start doing this. Let's make sure, not somebody who was politically motivated to say it's a hoax because his people are telling him it's a hoax, and then his own people started falling and dying. I'm just saying, like, it's not about who's more macho, it's about who's smarter. Who is smarter? Because listen, there are hard decisions to make. There are very hard decisions to make when you're a president. It's not as simple as who's more macho. When you're talking about African countries, and when you're talking about when you're talking about other countries, and you have your allies, and then you have non-allies or whoever, you don't have enemies or allies. It's just a neutral party. You're trying to communicate with those people as well, and then you also got to talk to your enemy. So it ain't always about who's wrong and who's right, or who's more macho and who's not.
Okay, let me. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me. Hello. Let me.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Listen, probably only two people may have read this book. That would be DC and Wild Dog, called The Art of War. If you want to destroy your
enemy, hell yeah,
you destroy you, and he's strong. You're gonna. They call it psychological warfare. Some people don't get it. And a lot of that is being used today. Let me give you an example. I'm going to take Trump is the leader of this country, okay? He's leading this nation. What he said to the nation,
Trump
the
nation is not the leader of the nation. Biden is.
No, I know Biden is. I know when he was. I'm speaking of when he was. I'm sorry,
he shouldn't be nowhere near that office anymore.
How you gonna say them two the only ones that read the book, man? Come on, baby, you gotta.
No, I just asked the question. I said I'm gonna speak the two.
I'm just messing with you.
Well, because they're military men.
No, that's my book though. That's my book. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it's a pretty interesting book. But now you almost made me forget what I wanted to say. But anyway, here's what I want to go into.
Is that Bengay?
Here we've got when Trump was the leader, he had an opportunity to bring the country together. He first allowed the country to be attacked from the infrastructure. You want to tear down the country, you go from the inside. He was on the inside already, and this has all been documented. He was on the inside. But the message he was giving to us as constituents, he was giving to us, some black, mostly, I'm gonna say mostly white Republicans. Okay, white. No, I'm not gonna call them Republicans. It's mostly white people, and so they listen at that message. Oh well, let's storm the White House. There was not one black person in the video I saw that was part of that scene. But they was going off of another man's word that was inside, not outside. See, the next war that we have, I believe, and I can prove this, that we may have, I hope it doesn't happen, it's going to be like another civil war. I talk with my white Republican friend, and that's the fear right now. It's not so much. It's not so much.
Divider. He's not a uniter. He's a divider. We're more divided now than we were ever with any other president. Like Trump is a divider, not a uniter.
Yeah, but that's what I was.
And then he ducked the draft. Like he's not such a big tough guy. He ducked the freaking draft. That dude's an idiot.
Let me say something. I've been waiting for a second, Harry.
That dude is.
I think
he's a scared old man. He could not stand up to the weakest African in Africa. He's a scared old man that can stand behind the United States government. That's all it is. But he ain't got no hands. He can't do nothing in those streets. He's not a tough guy. So y'all just looking at him like he's a tough guy, but he really isn't about that life. That dude is a punk, and he's a fraud. And let
me say something.
He's a fraud.
So, wait a minute, Harry.
He's a criminal.
I understand where you're coming from because he said something specifically about where you're from. I understand your disdain for him.
It ain't just about that. It ain't just about that.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. Don't let that.
He's a fraud.
Don't let that make you miss the facts of what's being said and what's being done.
The facts is that he rescinded funding to the World Health Organization. That's a fact.
Let me speak. What's going on right now, because we have a weak president, is we are, as a people, we are more focused on what the heck is going on with P. Diddy. Most of the American people do not understand that
I don't know what's going on with P. Diddy.
Listen, man, most American people don't understand that there are over 100 ships headed toward the Red Sea. They also don't understand that there are numerous percentages of terrorists that are coming in with these illegal immigrants. This is for weak leadership.
Where are they at? Where are the terrorists at?
They're in this country, right here in North Carolina. Right here in North Carolina, one of those immigrants that they let in shot and killed the police right here in North Carolina. And when they did the research
on him,
he was a part of the terrorist watch list. So this is what I'm telling you. This is weak leadership when you're letting busloads of immigrants into neighborhoods in this country.
That's a talking point.
This is what I'm telling you
right now. You're on a talking point right now.
These are facts.
These are not facts. These are talking points.
No,
you're on talking points right now. You're on talking points right now. You're on talking points right now.
How you going to tell me that it's a talking
point?
Because
those people came in on Trump's watch. All those people came in on Trump's watch.
Bro,
they came in on every. They came in on. They came in
those
on every
people came in on
president's
Trump's
watch.
watch. Y'all are on
They
Republican
came in on it. They came on every president's watch.
Whoa.
Doesn't
What
matter
I'm
who was the
saying
president, they
is,
still got it.
this is
Trump was
what I'm
going to
saying.
border stuff, and now you're saying
We-
it's Biden's fault because we got
Come
weak
on, bro.
leadership. I
Can I
don't believe
finish
that
my
stuff.
point?
Hey, Donald Trump is a cancer that has leaked into the Republican Party
Okay.
to convert them over to MAGA, right? Okay, you got people like Marjorie Green. You got people like Ron DeSantis. You got people like Jim Jordan. You got the governor from South Carolina. You got Mitch McConnell. All those people have turned away from the Republican Party and became MAGA. Donald Trump's supposed to be balancing the free world. He wants to get rid of NATO, our allies. He's a cancer, and all he's trying to do is enrich himself and his
And
family.
sell
At the end
shoes.
of the day,
Like, come
he
on, man.
would do. He would
Let's call a
do.
spade a spade, bro.
He would go the length of any, whether it's selling this country to enrich himself and his family. This is all about money. When you bow down to President Xi, when you bow down to Vladimir Putin, they laugh. They want him in power because he's the weakest link.
I disagree with that 1,000%.
Man, he's the weakest. He's the weakest link.
Let me give you a perspective. Let me give
Go
you a
ahead,
perspective.
Carson.
All right. So here's the thing I want to say is that I get what you're saying, brother. And Tim, you bringing you got some facts in there. And Harry, you have some facts too. One thing I'm going to challenge you is that if you can only tell me what their weaknesses are, being the Republicans, and you can't point your own out, then we're having a conversation not of to get to success.
I'm not talking about Republicans and Democrats.
So let me
I'm talking about an individual.
I got it. So I got it.
Right,
So
but we're not contrasting Democrats with Republicans. We're talking about a weak man.
Okay.
He's not even a man, a weak person that does not even know how to lead.
Hold on one second.
And does not respect the office.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
The Book of Art of War.
That was Willie. That was Willie.
Who is Willie?
This dude is a criminal. He's a fraud.
Tim Smith?
No, it was Willie that was saying it. But see, Harry, here's the thing.
Yeah, it's Tim Smith.
Here's my pushback to what you and Tim are saying. Say you're 100% true.
Okay.
Say you're 100% true. You're exactly right. Boom. How it is. So now sell me on the other side.
Okay, I can sell you on both sides.
No, I want you to sell me on. I want you to sell me on the other. Sell me on the other side.
Sell you on Biden? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Sell me on that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you want me to take this, or
go ahead. Whoever would like to do it, Tim. Go for it.
Okay. So President Biden had to go back in and reconstruct the NATO, right? Okay. Now, when it comes, I heard you talk about the war that's going on in
Hold on one second. Before you get, let's just stop at NATO and let's work through it. So is NATO? So what is NATO doing about Russia?
Right.
NATO's not. NATO is there.
You talking about a military dude?
No. Hold on.
Not military stuff though. Come on.
He mentioned NATO. He mentioned NATO.
Yeah.
Stuff, though.
No, but he mentioned NATO. I didn't tell him to say NATO. I'm asking him. You have a threat in Europe. Do you think that Germany? Let's combine them. Germany, France, all that. Do you think that they are capable of stopping Russia?
No, they're not. And this is the reason why I say that, regardless of what president is in power or in office at the time, you're not going to cross those lines with Russia. You're not going to cross those lines with China. You're not going to cross those lines with North Korea. So therefore, what I'm saying is but we specifically talking about Russia, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay, so we know what going into Russia is going to what's that's going to cause, which is a nuclear warfare. They got nukes that'll hit the United States. We got nukes too that we can fight back with, but it's going to cause more damage if it hit the U.S. soil. So to protect American lives, that's why we put sanctions on Russia. You got one that's gonna put heavy sanctions on Russia, and you got one that says, well, if they don't pay, if they haven't paid or they delinquent on trade money, then y'all free to do whatever the HE double hockey stick that y'all want to do to it. So you giving Russia free game to go in and take over as many countries as they possibly could take over, which strengthens them to attack on us as the U.S. Now we can send troops over into these two wars that we got going on at the current moment, but we're trying not to do that. We're trying to go different routes and use our allies that's a part of NATO.
We're trying to do it with diplomatically,
yes,
man.
we're not trying to use all our resources to send over there. We're trying to use their resources as well to send. So if you got somebody that can go to the table and have a grown man or a grown woman conversation, you telling me, especially as a serviceman, I never served in there, but I've been to Germany, I've been to Incirlik, Turkey, I've been all over the United States because my dad served in the Air Force as air traffic controller for 23 years. So I've seen it all. I never served, but I did seen a lot and I did studied a lot. But what I'm saying is, you telling me you wouldn't want that type of president to go to the table, have enough sense to go to the table and have a conversation on how we can use our adversaries to help us when we don't have to send our own troops into harm's way?
Okay, let me just stop right there.
Wait a minute, DC. Can I say something
Go
before
ahead.
the point gets too far gone? He said something about Putin wants Trump to be in office because he's a ignoramus. Is that correct?
I said he's the weakest link.
He's the weakest link. Okay, he's the weakest link. This is the problem that I'm starting to have with the American society.
Everybody got issues.
Listen, no, this is a problem that I'm starting to have with the American society because somebody mentioned the book of Art of War, and I tell you that I'm very versed in that book.
What are you contrasting it with?
Wait a minute, let me finish, man. Y'all let my man talk with no interruption. This is one of the things in Art of War. When you don't want a certain thing, you champion another thing. So what he's saying is, I want Trump in office because he's stupid, this, that, and third, which will make you go and vote for Biden. He doesn't really want Trump in office because he knows that Trump gonna put that smackdown on him.
Yeah, whatever. That was that. Nice try. You tried it. You tried it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Psychology.
Hey, let me ask you this question. What was the gas prices when Trump was in office?
Oh my God.
What was the gas? Yeah, what was the gas prices when Trump was in office?
Gas prices through the normal season, not in summer. The diesel was about.
No, I ain't talking about diesel. I'm talking about regular unleaded. What was the highest amount that the gas prices got to?
Tim, you walking into a trap, bro. I'm gonna tell you, you walking into a trap,
bro. Hey, when you want to get very political, I can get very political because I really researched this stuff.
Was it about the highest was what? 380 something, I believe.
380?
That was doing summertime. So I'm a diesel guy. I got
bro.
trucks, so I'm a,
Oh,
you know.
I drive trucks, but I ain't talking about diesel. I'm talking about regular unleaded.
Come on, what was it?
The highest
What was it?
the highest prices that they got up to was over $5, man.
Oh, so
Yes, it
that's
was.
different. I'm in North Carolina, so we never reached nowhere near that. That may have been in another state, in another
I'm in New
region.
York
That's
City, and
Texas, bro.
it got up there. I'm in New
New
York, and
York
it
was
got up
almost
there.
$8.
It was
California,
up there.
$9.
That's what I'm saying. But they never got that high in North Carolina. So you talking about you're region specific. So I
I'm
can't
talking
disagree with you.
economic stuff, bro.
No.
Everyday life stuff.
I can't disagree with you on that because I'm in
It
a different
affects a
region.
lot of
So
people, bro.
right now, my gas.
It affects everything.
Right now, gas
Now,
in North
now,
Carolina is
now the pushback I have on
285.
Democrats, we paying $4 for eggs. We paying $3.80 something here, and I'm only speaking for the Dallas area. We paying over $3 for bread. You know what I mean? Our
Right.
gas
Milk is
prices right
expensive.
now $3.49. I'm watching them go up
Right.
a
Hey
little bit.
Tim. Oh,
So gas right here in North Carolina right now it's 287. You see how it varies through the region? You see what I'm
Right, but
saying?
what I'm saying,
So,
out of
so
all
I can't.
presidencies, $8, bro, $9.
Can I help
Listen
you
to,
out? Tim,
go
I'm
ahead.
sitting up here looking at it. So on the Donald Trump, 2017 gas was 253, 2018 281, 2019 269, 2020 226. Then under Joe Biden came in 2021, gas was 310. 2022 was 406. Right now, it's average. Last year was 347, and we're looking at about $5. So I don't know, and this comes out of Ford. So what I'm saying is that's why I said be careful because you're walking into, because what was the first thing, because part of the gas prices this way, because what was the thing, one of the things that President Biden signed the first day he was in office? It was to cancel the Keystone Pipeline. Now you ask the oil. So now you answer me this: out of all the things that a president can decide to do on their first day in office, why would they choose to cut down a major pipeline that actually flows from Canada down to many of the refineries are in Texas and Oklahoma and stuff like that? And that exacerbated the problem. Now, understand this. I want y'all to understand. I'm not sitting here saying any of this stuff to say Trump. That's not what I'm saying. I believe in putting information out there and folks look at it. But I am going to sit here and say this to you. Part of the reason President Trump was saying something to NATO because NATO was not doing what they needed to do. NATO did not have the military posture. They were not investing nor doing the things that they needed, which caused them to have a Russia in their backyard to do it. We're the ones funding it because unfortunately, because they spent money on stuff. That's why when I hear people go and say, well, hey, wait a minute, Norway, they've got free education, they've got free health insurance, they got all that stuff. It comes at a cost because all it takes, you go back to Germany. That's why a lot of them countries got mowed down by Germany because they had no defense. Now, I don't want this to be a military-centric conversation because Harry brought some good points. You did too. I am going to sit here and say this, though.
Because
I got what you're saying.
It's not about who got more bigger balls. It's about making
But here's the thing. You have a person who obviously has issues with mental capacity that can order.
Trump.
Come on,
he's
Harry.
Weak mentally. He's not educated. He's too weak.
Harry, come on now.
Donald Trump is not educated. Like, bro.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that
he's weak mentally.
I'm not arguing that point.
But you got to understand when they have a inferiority complex, when they're going after Rosie O'Donnell, when anybody says anything about them, and the first thing they want to do is attack that person, that means that they're weak mentally. So you cannot be in the biggest office in the land, and when your allies are trying to get things accomplished, and you got somebody who's weak and he's making attacks on his own people in his own country.
Okay, but if you have a other person who is clearly in mental decline, who can't make decisions, then now I got what you're saying. But now tell me If this person is a mental decline, then who's making the decisions for him?
Trump was at places where
You
he
just
could
went
not
right
remember
on back
certain
over
things.
into the other thing
Trump,
versus to a point of asking that
Trump
question,
no, because
answering
I'm
that
not trying to
question.
make it a Democratic thing.
I didn't make it a Democratic
Republican
thing.
thing.
If you're questioning one, I'm not making it either. Notice that. But if you're going to sit here and label that, which notice I'm not disputing any of that. But if you're going to say mental, then we also got to deal with this issue over here. That's how I'm sitting up here saying. And what is
you're talking about Republican talking points, and I'm not astute.
And you're using liberal you're using Democratic talking points. So
but the talking point. But guess what? If we're saying talking points, right? You're saying somebody's mentally declining, right? But
that's
guess
the truth.
what? Trump is also mentally declined, but he's trying to be president. So that he's in Kansas calling. He's saying, "Hey, Philadelphia." I mean, it's just like I don't have enough information to have this conversation, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm astute or I even have the capacity to be able to say and make some good points to where I don't want to sit here and do a disservice to the conversation. But I know that this guy is not fit for the office that he's trying to go in, and I can debate that on a social level, but I can't start talking about military strategies and the stuff that you're going to because I don't have that information. But I know that the office that he's occupying, it requires you to have relationships with people and not be fighting with people in your own country. You can't be talking about Rosie O'Donnell and how fat she is when you're trying to make decisions for your country.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but let's.
But now go to Roland Martin and he can tear you apart all day, and he can tell you how much money Trump gave to HBCUs. He can tell you all of the political stuff, but now you're gonna sit here and start talking to all that. Oh, Trump is doing this, but he's not. I know that
I didn't say that. What I'm sitting here saying. What I'm sitting here
to give a rebuttal. So y'all can go for it.
Right, but here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what I'm saying to you. Well, here's what I'm saying to you. All right, just look at it from this standpoint. Because see, you both did make a point. He was saying that, you know, the thing like, so for example, interest rates were lower. So a small business owner could borrow a little more now, and that now than they can now.
Cav wasn't a part of this conversation, so I just had to bring him on. But go ahead.
Right. So here's what I'm going to say is that I get all the issues with Trump. I think my thing is that I'm having an issue with those that may be. I got the anti-Trump, but the more that may be left leaning is that going back to my analogy of you got to cross this swamp, and the end of the day is the reality should be I have threats. So what are we going to do about this? Because you're going to have an issue
in class. I want the smart.
Well, we don't have. Well, what can I just sit here and say that? I ain't finna argue. I'm not finna argue.
Trump is not smart at all.
Yeah, but the other dude isn't. But the other dude ain't. But
fraud.
But the other dude is not either. Okay, we got to address that. We can't sit back and say, "Hey, this dude." The other dude. If we're gonna say that, we got to admit the other dude ain't all the way there. So,
man, that dude is walking sleep, bro. What are we talking about?
I don't want
Harry walking dead.
I don't want a criminal in office. He's a fraud.
Hey, can I cut in there real quick?
So what you gotta say? We gotta shut it down soon. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down for you. Don't worry. First of all, salute to the chat. Hello, everybody.
Don't come in here with your Republican talking points because I don't.
Hey, listen. This is supposed to be a free country here, I thought, but I guess it's not under Joe Biden. But anyway,
yeah, because you about to say a bunch of Republican talking points that don't make sense.
No. Because first of all, I'm neither Republican or Democrat. Even though I lean more towards being a conservative, I'm neither one. I think they're both full of crap. But if I have to pick a president, I'm going with Mr. Trump, sir.
That's right.
First of all, if you want to talk about a bad president, the only racist president I ever met was someone named Joe Biden. Someone that tells me, hold on. Let me get there. I'm gonna get there. No. I'm gonna get there because first of all, I'm not gonna have a president tell me because I don't vote for him I'm not black. Who do you think you are to tell me I'm not black because I choose not to vote for you? I got a better one for you. How about I don't want my children coming up in a racial jungle? What kind of man says that? What kind of president gives a eulogy for a former Ku Klux Klan member? And then what they do is the Democrats come around, play with black victimhood, come around every 4 years talking about change we can believe in, and then when they get your black vote, they get your black butts to the voting poll. Then after they get in office, they leave you and go on and give jobs and everything else
Every
to
party
everybody
does
but
that.
you. And that's what's
Every
going to
party
happen
does
if
that.
you keep voting for these Democrats. I'm not saying the Republicans are better, but they're better on this one because the gas was actually $2.33 when
Actually,
Trump was in office.
not in New York. You say you're from Brooklyn, not in New York. When you paid $2.30, what year was that?
Sir, during the all right, so I'm gonna answer that for you. Can I answer that?
What year was that?
That was 2019, sir.
You're a liar.
We can go to the proof.
You're a
And matter of
liar.
fact, during
Man, we
COVID,
done paid $2 in New York for
during
how long
COVID, he even dropped the gas down to $1.99.
That's a lie.
It wasn't
You're a liar.
$1.99
You
during
you've
COVID.
never been in New York. You've never
It
been. You
wasn't.
didn't
It
spend
wasn't.
money in
I'm
New
sorry.
York.
Well,
Ain't
I wasn't.
nobody
I
paying
wasn't
no
driving
dollar
over
in
there
New York.
at the time.
You're
I couldn't go. We couldn't go into New York. We couldn't go into New York.
In 2019, you paid $1 for gas. You're a liar.
Dude, I said during COVID, there was $1.99.
Where?
I can tell you every gas station had $1.99, $2.20.
Where?
It wasn't no $4 now like it is now.
Where?
And if you keep messing with Joe Biden, guess what's going to happen?
Oh, man.
All
See, that's
your
what I'm
tax
saying.
dollars are going to
Where's
these
Joe and Biden
migrants
when you need
that are
them?
going to
Like,
come here and take your job and take everything from you because they're
sending all
giving
the
everything
immigrants.
to the
I know.
migrants except you.
All the migrants.
Black people vote and come out in droves and vote
I
for
don't know what
Democrats.
state you
And
live in.
guess what?
I don't
We
know
get
what
screwed
state you
every
live in.
minute.
All right, so listen.
Obama was the worst of them because he looked like us.
Fine. Listen. I don't want to get into this spat, but this is how I look at it. When we have conversations, this is what my wish would be this, right? If we're going to have a conversation, I want us to all be armed with the right information, and then we're not doing tit for tat, because tit for tat doesn't win anything. It doesn't educate me, and it doesn't educate you, because if we're going to just take information and regurgitate stuff that people are saying on the level where they understand it, and we don't even know the data, then I can't have a conversation like that, because then it causes me brain cells, because I don't have the data. And then you're not coming with like stuff where the data is making sense. You're saying stuff like, oh, black people used to do this, but we can't really quantify that or qualify that. So we're just giving a bunch of opinions, and we're just sitting here trying to, black men on a panel trying to defend parties that we shouldn't be defending in the first place. So this is not going anywhere. So we gotta stop this.
Harry, can I just say this real quick? Can I say this had nothing to do with that? The point I was making, the point is that it's lose-lose if you think about it. That's where I'm going. The other point I want to make, guess what, and Harry, and I'll show you the thing I said. And the other point I wanted to make was that my people, get prepared. Y'all see things going. And I'm not going to get into the stuff. If you know how to, if you can decide to develop the tools to grow your groceries, take a look at it. I know in New York and places you can't do it. I'm going to tell you one thing that disturbed me, that God, Harry, can I just say this real quick? Can I speak faith?
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years ago, God gave me a dream about an earthquake on the East Coast. And I'll send you the text of when I said to my friend, I was like, hey, help me to run. He said, because there was a shaking coming, and that there was judgment. And when I saw what y'all got today, it took me right back to that day. I think we just bring it all down because we talk about the natural, but there's some spiritual stuff going on. And you know that, Harry, that it is ugly. And it's only gonna get uglier. And then I got the issue with Trump and stuff like that. But we ain't wrestling with flesh and blood. I'm just telling you. And I know that folks may say I don't believe all that stuff. I'm a believer, and I'm just telling y'all, not just being to a point where you stock up on things that you normally keep your car a little more on E than you did on F than you did on E. You know, the water, things like that. Water is always a good thing because you can't live without water. You can go without food, can't go without water. But I just want folks, I'm praying for y'all, but just the times are changing and you gotta be prepared. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
So I want to, This is I'm gonna say this because I want people to understand where I stand at when it comes to certain things. You can love Trump all you want, but when you take out a newspaper spread and you want to crucify the exonerated 5 from Central Park, when you tell black people that I don't want you to touch my money because we're nasty people, when you come and attack Africa, when you're constantly like aligning yourself with people and you're saying like I think it was Charleston, Virginia, when you said there are good Nazis or there are good, KKK members, when you align yourself like that, it just makes me feel uncomfortable. So regardless of whatever you want to say politically, this guy is not for you because he's not talking your language. He's only reaching a certain part of you that felt like you needed somebody with balls to be in office. And if you respond to that and ignore the fact that he's detracting from your community, if he says that you're nasty and you can't touch his money, then how can you fairly go to a place where he has a convention and his own people are telling you you can't be here just from the color of your skin, even though you support him? It just doesn't. He's a divider. He's not a uniter. And as much as I'm a free thinker and I want people to really come here, we have a debate where we bring information and we can all say, okay, I learned something from what you said. I can't even hear you guys because I'm so biased based on that information I just gave you. I'm so biased, I can't even hear you. So this is not even a fair conversation. I can't hear anything y'all are saying because I hate this guy so much. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I think we should just leave it. I think it's fair enough to just not create no bad blood because we already established that we know we can at least have a conversation to disagree and agree. But I just can't hear this guy. I can't hear anything. Like, I can't hear past the fact that he's such a person that just doesn't like black people, and I just can't do it. That's why I'm like, yo, let's just leave it here because.
But can I give you? Can I say this?
Past all of the bad stuff that he does, and then he's a criminal.
He's
a fraud. He's been like all of the stuff that he does. I just can't get past all.
Can you
of
hear
the
me now?
Stuff that he does.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But Harry, I'm just saying this with love.
That's why
I get it.
Maybe we should just leave it here because I can't get past. Because if we can have a discussion just on that level, then you guys help me make it make sense.
So let me help you make it make sense right quick. Pardon me, DC. All the things that you just said about Trump, you can go in line with the same things that Biden has said and has done and has passed legislation to back up the negative things that he has said about us.
I want to hear it.
What crime bill?
When did he say that Africans was a shame of countries? When did he say that?
Crime bill.
No, answer that question. When did he say that?
All right. So he doesn't have to specifically say it, but he puts things in play and in action and in rule to say that Africa is a shithole. Joe Biden is no better than Donald Trump. And from my understanding and from my viewpoint, Biden has put more things and have been a part of putting more things in place that has damaged our community. Donald Trump is spewing words. Biden is spewing legislation to damage our community. You understand what I'm saying?
But Harry, here's the thing. The other thing is folks forget about Joe Biden and his affection for Robert Byrd, who was the Klansman. And I'm not trying to sit here and dog it. I'm just trying to sit here and saying is I get what you're saying, but it almost seems like I'm being asked to not think of any of those things that CU Buffs is saying. That the stuff that's actual data that you can look out and his affection for dude. So my thing I'm saying to you is that I agree with you. Probably kind of contrast both of them. That doesn't get anybody anywhere. The only thing I would sit back and say is that probably a good spin, and if we do this another time, I know it's about to end. But what do we do about it? Because these are the choices. Like when y'all hear me say stuff about CU or look stuff, it's because I look at it for what it is, not what I want it to be. I look at it for exactly what it is because that's the only way you can make decision. And so my thing is, okay, so Harry, and then I'm shutting up after this unless you have something for me. So I get where you're saying, but if President Trump wins, then what? Then what?
If he wins?
Yes, because more than likely he's gonna win. So then what?
So what do you mean? Then what? Then what?
What do we do? What do we do? If it's because think about it, you said this, man, and all the things that you said, and just your personal feelings are just so intense that it's hard to even have the discussion. I ain't got no shade against that at all, brother. I get it.
I can't even hear anything you're saying that's good because I don't see anything good that he ever does. All he does is tear down. All he's ever done is put everything in the trash. Everything that he's ever touched is always gone down. He's always divided people. Look how he's handling Mega. Black people are going to his place, his rallies, and they're getting checked at the door just for the color of their skin. I mean, he's just a freaking idiot, man. Like, I can't, man.
Yes, but at the end of the day is okay. So, but more than likely, the odds of your data man probably gonna win. So now what?
Dictatorship.
Yeah, he wins. Like,
I mean, I don't care what nobody tell me. Listen, hold on, DC. If you don't think that he wants to go to dictatorship, come on, my brother. You're gonna make me raise the eyebrow.
Okay, well then let's break down. Let's real quick break down
things that you say.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to
especially for somebody that served these United States, don't think that he's gearing toward dictatorship.
Okay, well again,
I mean, but there's too many mechanisms in place where he can't do that here in the United States. So that part,
that'll never happen, man.
Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick.
Listen, let me tell you something. If you underestimate Donald Trump, don't not underestimate him. He can cut. Hey, look what he did to when he did get in the office. Anybody that was not for him or loyal to him, he got rid of them. He got rid of a lot of people that will put certain people, huh?
That's called hiring and firing on a job.
Yeah, but that's not dictatorship.
Exactly.
America's system is not like a third world system where we can say somebody's going to come up in here and he's going to create a dictatorship.
This is what I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to tell you, Tim.
Too well all of a machine.
Hey,
so
I don't know a president alive that can go to somebody's house, black house, with a bucket of fried chicken and Kool-Aid and talk about vote for me.
Exactly.
Tim, what I'm going to say,
and Donald Trump, and yet Donald Trump is the racist. Oh my God!
What's the difference? Hey guys, what's the difference?
He's not a racist because of that.
I got hot sauce.
What's the difference?
I got hot sauce in my pocketbook.
Yeah, I got.
So he's not. Okay,
what's the difference?
I can play.
And you know what's crazy? He didn't even eat. He didn't even eat the chicken. He ate a cheeseburger. He didn't even eat the chicken with him. He ate a cheeseburger.
Two things cannot be right at the same time. So Trump cannot be a racist because Biden's a racist.
The only thing I'm gonna say, as far as like Tim, I get what you're saying. I'm not going to dispute you. What I will sit here and tell you is this: is that I get the fear, and I'm never going to just say that's a wild fear. I will tell you this though: in this country, in order for that to happen, in order for somebody to become a dictator, they have to start eliminating the people on the other side. And so what I always tell you is that when you start seeing folks just basically be popped off in the street or something like that, that would mean that that's happening. And I would say this, I'm going to go back to this and then pull back and shut up for a second. It's that if you believe that, then what are you doing to prepare?
And Obama, let me say that. I'll get out of there. Obama, hold on real quick. One sentence. I got you. Well, go ahead.
Let me reply to that. It's not. I mean, I don't fear no man. And as far as me being prepared, yeah, I'm good over here on this end. We have gun shows here in Texas all the time, every month. So I'm straight.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, when I think it's the language. When you say I can get SEAL Team 6 to kill my political opponent. So what does you just made the statement, not unless he just start popping people in the street. Okay, who's to say that he's not bold enough to do it? He get away with everything else. You see it play out in public. Am
Man,
I
he's not
wrong
getting
or
away with
right?
nothing like that. Come on, man. You stretching it,
January
dog.
6th, people
Hey,
died.
hey,
You
January 6th.
stretching it.
Tim,
You
People
stretching it.
died.
Tim,
People
listen,
died during January
listen.
6th.
Hey,
Tim hit it right on the
hey,
head.
listen,
Listen up.
January the 6th, when
People died.
when people died, then you
Yep.
got the police officers died. Then you got the audacity to go to New York and use the use the man that just got killed in New York as a political come on, man. Like, I'm not blinded. I really look outside the box. I don't take nobody's weakness for kindness or kindness for weakness. I don't. I really don't. I'm not that
Somebody got in
blinded.
his ear. Somebody got in his ear and says Biden is doing something. You need to go here. It's gonna make you look like you're more patriotic. So that's why he did it. So, but guess what happened? It backfired on him because
Exactly.
the family came out and spoke against him. It was like, nah, we know what you were trying to do because he's a snake, man. He's not a
Yeah, come on, brothers. Like I'm not that stupid. Not to say that anybody else on this panel is stupid, because that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you show me your hand, you better believe that I'm gonna believe it. If you show me an ace, I'm not gonna say, oh, that's an ace of clubs, or that's an ace of diamonds, or that's an ace of hearts. No, spade is a spade.
Listen up, guys. My white counterpart, I'm gonna put it to you this way. My white counterpart is preparing for a race war. I saw the guns and everything to prove. He's got guns and everything to prove it. We had a conversation about this. If a race war came down, and that's what's brewing right now, when we have somebody in high place, insinuated, okay? Insinuate this and insinuate that. I have a problem with that.
What did he say? If I lose, what's going to happen? What did he say?
No.
If I lose, what's going to happen?
Did he say that?
He said it's going to be a civil war if he loses.
See, that's an incitement right there. Isn't that right? That's called incitement.
But that's what happened with January 6th. That's the same thing that happened with January 6th. This guy is not fit for this office, but we're pretending, because you know what I remember? I remember how dignified this office was. Not some loser or some guy who's mentally he wasn't, he not some person who's just gonna come in here and just dismantle what the office is all about. Inciting in your own country. January 6th. Nobody wants to talk about that. January 6th happened. It was real. If it was black people, this would be something that we'd be talking about. But January 6th was real. How come y'all don't talk about that when you support Donald Trump? It was real. Y'all don't talk about that.
I can talk about that. I'm gonna tell you why. Because that was bad. Okay. Now let me go ahead. So let me go ahead.
That's what I said too. That's it.
Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a comma. It's a comma. It's a comma. It's a comma. Because this is what tells me is that people are listening to talking points versus really digging into what it is. Think about this. You had 1,000 people that bum rushed the Capitol, which was wrong. Okay, but you didn't have and you talk about a few people killed. If it's really what you're saying is supposed to be, you would have had a freaking massacre. It's no Shays Rebellion. If you go back and look at the history of all the kind of stuff where you had things like that, it was a bloodbath. And the comment that you're saying, Harry, I heard he was talking about something economically. I didn't hear it was, if I don't win, y'all, it's going to be a bloodbath. But you go back and take a listen to it. However, I'm not sitting up here defending him. What I am saying is that we got to be careful not to just.
Oh, you didn't hear what he said?
I heard exactly what he said. Oh, I heard what he said, the whole thing.
If he told somebody to kill somebody on Fifth Ave, that they can go do it.
I heard that as well. What I'm sitting up here saying.
How can that person with that kind of thinking be anywhere near an office? You are a leader. You always talk about leadership, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about it with Coach Prime. How can a person who align himself or who is not trained enough, who is not diplomatic enough to be able to handle that kind of the way that the decorum, the way that you're supposed to handle yourself for such a high office? How can you support such a person to be in that office, because he's going to tear down as opposed to actually being diplomatic in the office? So now it seems like you would say how you say Coach Prime needs to watch his tongue on certain things, and when you're talking about Coach Prime, but yet you're saying that this guy who, no matter what he says, he doesn't know how to rightfully say the things that he needs to say to bring people together. How can you support him, but then you say what you say about Coach Prime?
Never said I support him. That's the thing about it. Not one time, and you're not going to hear me say that.
You can't defend him and not support him, right?
I didn't defend him. I didn't defend him. I didn't defend him. I didn't defend his position. You didn't hear me one time.
You've been defending his positions.
I did not defend his position. Not at one time. You didn't hear what
you call what you've been doing.
What I'm sitting here telling you is that again, y'all, I started off with the analogy of the swamp for a reason, because that was a teaching point. Now I'm going to sit here and say to you that I'm not defending it. And no, I'm going to say this for the 15th time. I think
that you'd rather have him because he has the
no.
balls to
What I'm saying,
defending his position.
No, it's not. What I am sitting here saying to what I said to you is, we look weak to the world. We will look weaker to the world under Biden than we will on Trump. That is a truth. That is a fact, whether you like it or not.
There's no then we would. Biden is currently president, and he's been trying to put out the fires that this idiot put out, been flaming for 4 years. So Biden had to spend 2 years putting out the flame and reconnecting people in the world. Our allies that he pissed off, Biden had to spend time bringing us back together to the world.
No, you can sit there and say what you said about Trump and be true. I'm not going to fight that on you. But what you're saying right now is not true. And it's not. No, it's not.
Honestly, but I know for a fact that it's true, because people in the media have been talking about it. That our standing in the world. This is not a military thing, and I can say this. I can stand on business on this one. Let me finish. I'll give it to you. I'll stand on business on this one. I don't know too much about this, this topic, but I'll stand on business. Our standing in the world with our allies and the friends that we've had in the world, presidents and other people that the relationships that presidents have built over time, the diplomatic the diplomatic community, and all of the relationships that we've had. CNN and other channels have said those relationships were soured under President Trump, and Donald and Biden, when he came into office, he's been working very hard to Rachel Maddow and all these people who know these topics. That Biden has been working very hard to remend these relationships, because Trump destroyed a lot of these relationships, and our standing. All right, our standing on the national stage, on the international stage, have been decreased because under Trump. And Biden had to come in and rekindle some of these relationships. That's a fact. So I don't know when you say that. I don't know.
Well, hold on. Well, wait a minute. Because come and tell you something right now. All right, if you're listening to Fox, anybody listening to Fox News to get your information, you're getting biased things. Anybody sitting here listening to CNN and MSNBC, you're getting biased information. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you want to sit here,
you gotta decipher that. I mean,
I am going to sit here and tell you that, because I can sit here and tell you.
I will agree.
I can sit here.
I can agree too. I can agree with that too.
Right, because I can sit here.
But you gotta have your brain, and you gotta understand. Like, okay, so how was our relationship with this country? How was our relationship with this country?
Let me explain something to you. Okay, here's the thing. When I was getting out, which my president was President Biden at the time, I heard some things that see you guys have been fed this thing that all our allies there was in the whole thing, the political theater that you saw on TV, and not what's been knowing what's going on behind the scenes. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I've been in the military over almost 25 years, and on my way out, I had never heard not just one, but two 4-star generals speak of a bench clearing event. Do y'all know it? I know Tim knows what that means. Do y'all think you want to know what a bench clearing event is?
Sure.
That means that you have lottie-dottie everybody reserves. You got you've got military firepower being just sent, that kind of stuff, because it's all hands on deck because it's that bad. That's why I've been saying the stuff that I said. I didn't hear just one time. I heard it several times of bench clearing events. So here's the thing. I got what folks want to sit back and say, oh, and Biden had to sit back and heal it. He didn't. That's what you think, but that's not what's been going on. These
Can I
things.
ask you a question too,
Go
DC,
ahead.
when you get finished?
Oh, that was the basis of it. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question.
Thank you for your service, DC.
Yeah, thank you for your service, brother. And I'm enjoying this conversation, honestly.
Me
There's
too.
no hard feelings from this side, but
I'm getting a headache.
Hey, I mean,
you guys got to understand why.
I would like to have the discussion where we bring facts to the table and have a more factual conversation. But
yeah, I would like that to go do some research and bring some real stuff.
Yeah, I am enjoying this too. Just chitter chatter. But what would you how do you feel, DC, if the shoe was on the other foot right now, and we had the same two wars that's going on right now in Israel and in help me out, in
Ukraine.
Yes, in Ukraine. How would you feel? How would you think Donald Trump would handle that, seeing what you experienced in your first in his first 4 years?
I would more than likely think that he would you probably would not have what's going on in the Middle East and not the same level of Ukraine, because of one of the things that he did was when Iran did something and we hit one of their generals, Soleimani, and it was like, you do it again, we're going to get it. So that was a show of force. What wound up happening to us, because see, you got to back up and take a look at what happened when we got out of Afghanistan and that debacle, that sent a message. Now, I'm not saying that President Trump would have been necessarily better, because the truth be told,
he's not smart enough.
Truth be told, over 20 years of war wears people out. I'm out. I was tired. I mean, you got to look at almost all my time serving was we were in combat theaters, and sometimes two. So, but the point I'm saying is that because here's where I'm gonna go with it, Harry and Tim, is that regardless of who wins this next election, you finna get a war in the Pacific. You're gonna get one.
I agree with you on that.
Right. So, and then the other thing, now, Harry,
God forbid we have Trump in office trying to handle something serious.
I heard that from my uncle. That's a step higher than the chief warrant officer in Chesapeake, Virginia. They serve in the Navy, but he told me the same thing, DC.
Right. That is what it is, and that's going to be a difficult one. I'm using that very political, because I would say this to Harry. Harry, I ain't pushing you back on your points that you're making. Neither why I'm saying, Tim, Harry, I would say, as a man of faith, all this is is designed to put the Antichrist in office. To set them conditions. So as a man of faith, you see that coming. But as far as this is that, notice I'm not arguing for Trump, other than I didn't say how much stronger we look. I didn't say that at all. What I sat back and said, you're looking at, that's why I posted in the comments, but my point is a lose-lose. I can't defend Trump, and I'm never going to defend it. But if somebody's saying something that they heard and I saw something different, that's all I'm saying. I got different information. But my thing is, go ahead.
So Ukraine pretty much fall by the wayside under his leadership if the shoe was on the other foot.
I think
so.
That
the bill will stay in the House, and there won't be any funding to support Ukraine.
Now I'm gonna tell you this, Tim. You bring up a good point. It's that
because it starts in the House.
Tim, you bring up a point that I do not like at all, and because it's more than likely you're gonna have to continue to fund these things, And if you and more than likely Trump is going to win. And oh my God, I probably will get off of social media because I can
Putin, that's Putin's friend. You know what I mean? Putin
Nah,
advocating for
I don't
Trump.
and
Trump want to build that tower over in Moscow.
I don't believe.
No, let me ask you a question. This is a loose question. This is probably more of a social, not serious question, but I ask y'all this. Do y'all think for somebody who was ridiculed and gone through everything that he went through, and then he loses his second time trying to get into the office, do y'all think that he left unfinished personal business and he needs the office to go back in there and finish that? Like, because he was giving deals to certain people.
You saying
Why
if he
do
don't
you
lose?
No, because Trump lost to Biden, right?
Right.
Why do you think he's trying to go back into that office? Like this office, if he's a billionaire, right? Because for the most part, people when they go into that office the first time and they leave, they're like, I'm done with this. I don't want no part of this. I'm out of here. If he's a billionaire, he got businesses to run and he got things to do, and his family got money and everything. Most people would say, all right, I'm out of here. Let me go. And he doesn't, like, you can't sell me on any given Sunday that this guy loves America so much that he's trying to go back to try to finish America's business or to make America great again. Right? That was a good sales point. Good, nice try. But why do you really think he's trying to go back into office when he's a billionaire? What is the real purpose?
It's not for love.
We are in total disarray.
It is not
so
for
he
love.
loves America that much. He just wants to come
I
back.
guarantee you, it is not for love of country. Donald Trump don't love this country like we do.
He doesn't, man.
He don't love this country. You can find out if your wife loves you by the way she treats you, not just or treat the kids. She'll treat all the kids pretty much the same way. She ain't gonna treat them equal, but she's gonna treat them fair because they're not equal. They're not the same. You see what I'm saying? So I ask myself, does he really love the country like I do? No,
right.
He don't.
And why is he trying so
and that's plain and simple. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have two things real quick, Harry. I feel like he wants to go back in. Number one is because all the legal allegations that he got up against him, he want to be able to wipe those out. And he'll put people in position to get rid of them. That's hands down. Anybody who don't think that he won't, hey, I would love to see it. But he's going to clear that.
Facts right there.
He's going to clear that slate clean. And then number two is, I feel like President Obama served 2 terms. President Bush served 2 terms. And I feel like he wants to have that talking point,
his legacy,
that legacy to hang over his head that I served 2 terms too, even though they're not back to back. But he want to be able to say that. He wants to be able to say that because he hates to lose. But he didn't fail in a lot of things in business, in life.
You know what, DC, you asked a question earlier, and you said, "What would we do if Trump won? What would Or you didn't say if he won. You said when he wins, what will we do?" To be honest with you, brother, I don't know. I will keep fighting the way that I'm fighting, saying what I'm saying.
There's no chance in heaven or hell that he wins.
But listen, I hope,
man.
I'm like you. I'm like you.
There's no way he's winning.
Well,
and I can tell you why he's not going to win. And I'm not even I don't even understand all of the key points, but I can tell you why he's not going to win. Because I feel like there's not enough of mega that can put him over in the general place. You know what I'm saying? You can make all the noise you want to make in your little corner, but when it comes to that general election, that's where the beast is at. All right, that's where you got the super PACs, you got the Democratic super PACs, people who have the best interests of this country, that's trying to make sure. So they will do everything they can do to align the stars that this guy never comes to anywhere near that White House again. I don't see where in a general election, all right, even Hillary beat him in the generals. I don't see where in the general election that this guy wins. I do not see it coming. I don't know where you see it. Pull the votes anywhere. Where in a general election where he beats Biden the second time around. How does that work? How do y'all see that happen?
Harry, Americans are funny people, man. I didn't think Trump was going to win the first time.
No. But this was a different
situation. Electoral
He's
votes.
already shown his hands. He's already shown his hands to the general public and how he degraded the office. This guy is in office and talking about and then think about the fact that he's already been indicted on certain things. All right, he's still got cases that's going on. The American people don't like that stuff. They're like, "Hey man, that's too much trouble. We don't want to be dealing with that kind of stuff."
They are forgiving.
Oh yeah,
I think if Trump loses,
some Americans have a very short memory. They put
no, they don't.
Not with women's rights.
If you go to the burbs, if you go to the burbs and talk to some of these people that are in the burbs, they like Trump, but in a general election, you know what they're saying? In generally, they like, we like him and we like some of the stuff that he's doing, but for the dignity and the office, he's just not right for the office. You're hearing that through a lot of people, but his base is strong, but that's in the mega base. I'm talking about the general public where everybody lives at. When you come to all of us, at the end of the day, we're like, yeah, you got some black people saying they like him, all right, and then he's got a strong white base, but it's not enough. It's not enough. This is not Hillary versus Trump. This is Biden versus Trump. And the people that know, even though I may not have the data, the people that have the data, they're just saying that he doesn't have the general population, and he's struggling. So
he don't have to have the general vote. He just has to have the electoral. You just have to have the electoral vote.
That's what scares the
electoral votes.
That's it.
The hell out of me.
Hey, in DC, also, well, you got to look at what's being put also in the place, Harry. Like, if you go back, if you look it up, Colorado, there's 5 electoral votes there, and they trying to bunch them all. You got 1 for the Democrat and you got 4 for the Republican, but the governor and them are there trying to reconstruct this thing to where those 5, instead of having 4 and 1, it just be 5. So if it does get there, which I don't think is going to happen this election cycle, but if it did just so happen, Biden will lose. That'll give Trump.
That's scary.
That'll give Trump 1 up on him, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right. I'm trying to sit here and Tim, you spot on, and I get where Harry is coming from. And if you're right, kudos. If you're wrong, but you have to factor in worst case scenarios. Right now, Trump is leading in many of the battleground states, swing states. And if you sit back and heard what East Coast Kev is saying, and even some of the things CU Buff saying, there's a lot of stuff going on out there that you got to look at it. So my thing I'm saying is, can you imagine that day? I mean, imagine we can go back to what happened when
he's going to lose. So you ain't got to just believe at this point. Just believe he's going to lose. Just like just like Willie always trying to tell us to just believe.
You sound like
no.
Yep. You sound like me earlier.
I'm not going to just believe. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. I'm looking at it for exactly what it is, and it's to a point of.
I'm talking about
hey, Tim, check this out. Check this out, Tim.
Oh my God.
Check this out, Tim. You talk about you went to the gun show. I can build my own. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh my gosh. Y'all just got me canceled by YouTube. Y'all building guns and going to gun shows. Hey man.
Oh wow.
Listen, we got to leave it right there, man.
My brother just got something built that he used.
Oh my gosh.
When he was
he already used it
in the war. Well, no, he it's the same weapon that he used when he served in the army. So and it's an M4. So he got it specially made. He paid a pretty penny for it, but I need to holler at you on something like that.
Yeah, I made my own. It's really nice. I'm good to go.
Harry,
well,
I got Harry.
No way. I'm just gonna let y'all know. Phil So Real. I see you in the chat talking about Trump's wins in the landslide. I don't know what kind of Kool-Aid, what kind of white Kool-Aid with no sugar that you're drinking right now. But okay, what kind of unseasoned chicken y'all are eating right now? But let me just let y'all know, Trump loses by a landslide. He's already lost. So there's no way he's coming near the White House again. All
Harry,
right.
Hey, that's how I got
Harry,
North
can
Dakota.
I say this, man? Can I say this, Harry? Look, I feel what you feel. I know why you're the way you are. I mean, but when we talk about this subject here, my ancestors and everybody black that's here, all of your ancestors came from Africa. My ancestors came from West Africa. So when you say something about black people or Africa, you know, you're talking about me too.
He's dead to me. I don't like him. So
I take it personal. I mean,
yeah,
like, you know, well, you was born in America, you do this, but I still have that ancestral. I have that connection. You know, I love Harry, man. He's my connection to Africa right now. I ain't never been there. Would love to go, but you my connection, brother.
Hey, Tennis, let me say this real quick too. And Harry, I'm glad he said that because I'll bring it up. Harry, are you sitting down? Looks like you are. You sitting down?
Oh,
I see you.
What you about to unleash?
All right.
Gas prices was actually 50 cents during Trump.
Yeah, no. They was giving gas away then. I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, there you go. It was free.
No, seriously, I'm gonna sit here and tell you. I'm gonna sit here and tell you just something. Just some little things I see. I don't think we get through this football season that's coming in the fall.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't think we complete the season.
What's
what are you talking about?
That? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, me too.
So when is the November? When is the presidential election date?
In November.
Yeah, November what?
I don't think you finished the season.
So you think it's going to be that much mayhem to distract from the NCAA football?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And again, that's just a gut feeling. I don't think
it may come sooner then. Now that you say that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest with you.
What the heck are y'all talking about right now? What are you saying?
It is having a.
Let me take my Coach Prime earbuds out so I can hear you clearly. Wait, what?
The election is November 5th. It's November 5th. I don't think you get anything after that. You still have the season going.
Can I say this?
I
this? I don't really like to. Hey, let me say this. I don't really like to talk about too much stuff in the detail, but I pay attention to details, and I pay attention to how stuff move. I don't know if that comes from me just being a military child, but certain people across these United States, they practice for certain things, like what's going on in the world today. So
can I help you out?
Go ahead, DC. You know exactly where I'm going.
Yeah,
I've went and shot with those people because I used to do competition shooting, and they would all kind of give you that look until they realized they could not shoot me, especially at long distances. It was over, and that's why I'm gonna sit here and say to you, these folks, you're not ready for we're not ready for what for how prepared.
Did y'all see that new movie that's gonna come out? And it's crazy how these movies coming out, like Contagious came out before COVID hit. Now they're coming out with this new movie with about the Civil War between California and Texas. Have y'all seen the trailer on that? I can't think of what the name of that movie was. I just seen it yesterday though.
I haven't seen it, but I'm pretty sure based on what you guys were saying and based on what I know about this situation, because my best friend is one of those people. So
Harry,
the conversation we have, listen up, the conversation that we have always goes back to that. And I told him this. I said, if that happens, nobody wins. And he looked at me. I say, we're all gonna lose on that one. Any type of unrest we have like that where it's brother against brother, we all lose. I know that sounds simple, and nobody say, oh, well, that's pretty drastic, Willie. Yeah. Look at the bigger picture. What you guys are still right on. And we're so busy buying our cars and who's looking bad, trying to outdo the next
talking
fella.
crazy. Coach Prime is going to be dancing at a bowl game. Y'all talk. Listen, man.
I hope so.
Coach Prime is closer to Jesus than any of us. So guess what? He's already talking to God about him dancing at a bowl with Peggy. So ain't no war, ain't no nothing coming to stop any of that, because we're going to be bowling and we're going to be too busy celebrating and shutting up the haters for us to be worried about no war, or Trump ain't going to come nowhere near the White House. He's going to be so upset. He's going to go to his true. This is facts I'm talking right now, okay? He's going to be so upset, right, that he's going to be on his truth media, the thing that he sold because he's a grifter, the thing that he sold for how many billions of dollars, all right? He's going to be on there busting his chops, and he's going to be trying to misguide the country again, where he's saying that he won the election, but we all know that he's going to lose again, but he's going to be trying to create a civil war. And maybe that's what you're talking about, because if he loses, that's exactly what he's going to try to do. He's going to try to create a civil war because he's just such a sore loser that he's going to be telling his folks that he won again. And, that's where we're going to be at. But anyways, it's after 6 on the East Coast. We've been here for almost 6 hours, guys. I got to close this out. I will see y'all on Monday Night Football in the after party. This after party, it was the craziest after party that we've had to date. But I appreciate it, though. The after parties are pretty interesting. This one gave me a big headache because it's a topic that I don't have a strong grasp on. But guys, lay off the conspiracy theory and y'all go say your prayers, okay? Y'all have a good weekend. DC Carson Music, have a good weekend. Tennis Channel, have a good weekend. Wild Dog, y'all have a good weekend. I'll see y'all on Monday night. Did y'all hear me?